The bitter Syrian winter had settled deep into the bones of Aleppo station. At 5 in the morning, the platform was a desolate place, the only sign of life the grandly named Taurus Express, its engine huffing clouds of steam into the frigid air. Beside the steps to the sleeping car, a young French lieutenant in an immaculate uniform stood at attention, exchanging polite but hollow pleasantries with a figure bundled against the cold. Of this man, little was visible save the rosy tip of a nose and the waxed, triumphant points of a moustache. Lieutenant Dubosc performed his duty with a stiff formality, his polished French phrases feeling as brittle as the ice underfoot. He did not know the details, only the rumors that had swirled through the command like a desert wind. The general's temper, notorious at the best of times, had become volcanic. Then this Belgian had arrived from England, and a week of palpable tension followed, a week that ended with a senior officer's sudden resignation and another's tragic, quiet departure. The change was immediate. Anxious faces relaxed, security protocols were eased. Dubosc's own general seemed to shed a decade from his bearing overnight. He had overheard a fragment of their final conversation, the general's voice thick with emotion. "You have saved us, my friend. You have preserved the honor of the French army. You have prevented a great deal of bloodshed. How can I ever thank you for coming so far?" The small Belgian, a Monsieur Hercule Poirot, had replied with a modest deflection, invoking some past debt of life-saving. The conversation had dissolved then into a mutual paean to Franco-Belgian solidarity, glory and duty, culminating in a surprisingly hearty embrace between the two men. The specifics remained a mystery to Dubosc, but the result was this pre-dawn assignment, to see the distinguished stranger safely onto his train. "Today is Sunday," Dubosc repeated, for perhaps the third time, grasping for safe conversation. "By Monday evening you will be in Constantinople." He winced inwardly at the repetition, the inevitable banal soundtrack to any prolonged farewell on a railway platform. The cold seeped through his greatcoat, and he envied the passengers already tucked away in their warm compartments, oblivious to the diplomatic storms they left behind in the frozen Syrian dark. "That is correct," agreed Monsieur Poirot. "And you plan to stay there for a short while, I believe." "Indeed. Istanbul is a city I have never seen. It would be a shame to rush through just like that." He gave a quick, descriptive snap of his fingers. "There is no urgency. I shall linger as a tourist for a few days." "The Hagia Sophia is quite magnificent," offered Lieutenant Dubosc, who had never actually laid eyes on it. A bitter wind swept along the platform, making both men shudder. Dubosc managed a furtive glance at his watch. 5 minutes to 5, only 5 more minutes to go. Worried the other man had noticed, he hurried back into conversation. "Not many choose to travel in this season," he remarked, looking up at the windows of the sleeping car above them. "That is true," Poirot agreed. "Let us hope you are not trapped by snow in the Taurus Mountains." "Does that happen?" "It has occurred, yes. Not so far this year." "Then we shall hope for the best," said Poirot. "The weather reports from Europe are quite dreadful. Extremely bad. There is heavy snow in the Balkans. In Germany as well. So I hear—" "Well then," Lieutenant Dubosc interjected quickly, fearing another lull in the conversation. "By tomorrow evening at 7:40, you will be in Constantinople." "Yes," said Poirot, and then added with a touch of desperation, "the Hagia Sophia. I understand it is very impressive. Splendid, I believe, above them. The blind of a sleeping compartment was drawn aside, and a young woman peered out. Mary Debenham had scarcely slept since departing Baghdad the previous Thursday. Whether on the train to Kirkuk at the rest house in Mosul, or during the previous night's journey, proper rest had eluded her. Now, tired of lying awake in the stifling heat of her compartment, she rose and looked outside. This must be Aleppo. There was little to see, of course, just a dimly lit platform with the sound of a heated Arabic argument somewhere in the distance. 2 men below her window were conversing in French. One was a French officer, the other was a small man with an impressive pair of moustaches. A faint smile touched her lips. She had never seen anyone so thoroughly bundled against the cold. It must be freezing out there. That explained why the train was overheated. She tried to push the window down further, but it refused to budge. The wagon-lit conductor approached the 2 men. The train was about to depart, he informed them. The gentleman had better board. The small man tipped his hat. What a curiously egg-shaped head he had. Despite her weariness, Mary Debenham smiled. A rather absurd-looking little man, the sort you could never take entirely seriously. Lieutenant Dubosc was delivering his prepared farewell, a speech he had carefully composed and saved for this final moment. It was elegantly phrased and polished. Not to be outdone, Mere Poirot responded in kind. "All aboard, monsieur," said the conductor with an air of great reluctance. Poirot mounted the steps into the train. The conductor followed. Mere Poirot gave a wave. Lieutenant Dubosc snapped a salute. With a violent jerk, the train began to inch forward. "At last," murmured Hercule Poirot. "Brr," shuddered Lieutenant Dubosc, now fully aware of just how cold he was. "Voilà, monsieur." The conductor presented Poirot's sleeping compartment with a theatrical flourish, highlighting its comforts and the neat arrangement of his luggage. "Monsieur's small case, I have placed it here." His extended hand was suggestive. Hercule Poirot placed a folded banknote within it. "Thank you, monsieur." The conductor became brisk and professional. "I have monsieur's tickets. I will also take the passport, please. Monsieur is breaking his journey in Istanbul. I understand." A colonel from India and a young English lady from Baghdad. Does Monsieur require anything?" Monsieur requested a small bottle of Perrier. Boarding a train at 5 in the morning is an inconvenient affair. Dawn was still 2 hours away, feeling the lingering fatigue from a restless night, yet satisfied with the delicate task he had completed. Hercule Poirot settled into his corner and drifted into a deep sleep. He woke to find it was already 9:30. Making his way to the dining car for some hot coffee, he discovered only one other passenger present, undoubtedly the young English lady the conductor had mentioned. She was a tall, slender woman with dark hair, likely in her late 20s. There was a cool, practiced efficiency in the way she ate her breakfast and summoned the attendant for more coffee, suggesting a woman well acquainted with travel and the world. Her dress was a dark, lightweight travelling suit, perfectly suited to the train's warm atmosphere. With little else to occupy him, Poirot amused himself by discreetly observing her. She struck him as the sort who could handle herself with effortless composure anywhere. She possessed notable poise and capability. He appreciated the severe regularity of her features and the delicate pallor of her skin, along with her sleek dark hair styled in neat waves and her cool, impersonal grey eyes. Yet he concluded she was perhaps a touch too efficient to be what he would consider a truly charming woman. Soon another passenger entered the car, a lean, tanned man in his late 40s, with hair lightly grizzled at the temples. The colonel from India, Poirot noted silently. The newcomer offered the girl a slight bow. "Good morning, Miss Debenham. Good morning, Colonel Arbuthnot." The colonel paused, his hand on the chair opposite hers. "Do you mind?" "Not at all. Please sit." "You know, breakfast isn't always a social affair." "I should hope not, but I don't bite." The colonel took his seat. "Attendant," he called briskly, ordering eggs and coffee. His gaze flickered over Hercule Poirot, but moved on with indifference. Poirot, accurately reading the English mind, knew the man had thought, "just another foreigner." True to their national character, the two English passengers exchanged only brief, polite remarks. Before long, the young woman rose and returned to her compartment. At lunch, they shared a table again and continued to pay no attention to the third passenger. Their conversation, however, grew more animated. Colonel Arbuthnot spoke of his time in the Punjab and asked a few questions about Baghdad, where it emerged Miss Debenham had worked as a governess. Discovering they had mutual acquaintances, some old chap named Tommy and another called Jerry, seemed to thaw their formality, making them friendlier and less reserved. The colonel inquired if she was travelling straight through to England or planning a stop in Istanbul. "No, I'm continuing straight on. Isn't that a bit of a shame? I came through this way 2 years ago and spent 3 days in Istanbul then." "Ah, I see. Well, I must say I'm rather glad you're going right through, because I am too." He offered a somewhat awkward little bow, a faint flush colouring his cheeks. "He is susceptible, our colonel?" Hercule Poirot thought with quiet amusement. "This train journey, it holds as many perils as a sea voyage." Miss Debenham replied evenly that such an arrangement would be pleasant, though her manner remained slightly reserved. Poirot observed the colonel escort her back to her compartment afterward. Later, as the train wound through the stunning landscapes of the Taurus Mountains, they stood together in the corridor looking out toward the Cilician gates. Poirot, standing nearby, heard the girls sigh softly and murmur, "It's so breathtaking. I wish. Yes, I wish I could simply enjoy it." Arbuthnot did not reply immediately. The line of his jaw seemed to tighten, growing sterner. "I wish to heaven you were free of all this," he said quietly. "Hush, please, not here." "I know."
"It's fine."
He cast a mildly irritated look toward Poirot before continuing, "But I don't care for the notion of you being a governess, constantly at the mercy of demanding mothers and their difficult children. She laughed, the sound carrying a faint, almost imperceptible edge. "Oh, you mustn't imagine that. The image of the downtrodden governess is quite outdated, I assure you. If anything, it's the parents who worry about me bullying them." They fell silent. Arbuthnot seemed almost embarrassed by his own intensity. "A rather peculiar little scene I'm observing here," Poirot mused to himself, a thought he would later recall. The train pulled into Konya just before midnight. The two English passengers stepped onto the snowy platform to walk about, while Poirot preferred to watch the bustling station activity from the warmth of his window. After 10 minutes, however, he decided some fresh air might be welcome. With meticulous care, he bundled himself in multiple layers, wrapped a scarf around his neck, and slipped protective overshoes over his polished boots. Thus fortified, he ventured cautiously onto the platform and began a slow stroll, eventually moving past the locomotive. It was the voices that guided him to two shadowy figures standing beside a baggage van. Arbuthnot was speaking. "Mary!" She cut him off, her voice low and urgent. "Not now, not here. Wait until it's finished. When it's all behind us, then we can talk." Discreetly, Poirot turned and walked away, his mind whirring with curiosity. He would scarcely have recognized the cool, collected tone of Miss Debenham in that whispered exchange. Intriguing, he told himself. The following day he wondered if they had argued. They exchanged few words. The girl, he noticed, appeared tense, with shadows under her eyes that spoke of a sleepless night. In the early afternoon, the train jolted to an unexpected stop. Passengers leaned out of windows. A small group of men had gathered by the tracks, examining something beneath the dining car. Poirot leaned out and called to a passing conductor, who offered a quick explanation. Drawing his head back in, he nearly bumped into Mary Debenham, who was standing directly behind him. "What's happened?" she asked in French, her breath coming a little fast. "Why have we stopped?" "It is nothing serious, mademoiselle. A small fire under the dining car." "It has already been extinguished. They are merely making repairs. There is no danger." She made a swift, dismissive gesture, as if the idea of physical danger was utterly trivial to her. Yes, I understand that. But the time, what about the time?" "The time?" Poirot echoed. "This will delay us, won't it?" "It is possible, yes," he conceded, studying her closely. The hand gripping the window frame was not entirely steady, and her lips trembled slightly.
"Does this matter to you a great deal, mademoiselle?"
"Yes," she said, the word sharp and strained. "It matters. I absolutely must catch that connection." She turned abruptly and walked down the corridor toward Colonel Arbuthnot. Her anxiety, however, proved unnecessary. Within 10 minutes, the train was moving again. Through a burst of speed, it managed to reach Haydarpasa a mere 5 minutes behind schedule. The crossing of the Bosphorus was choppy, and Poirot, separated from his fellow travellers on the ferry, did not enjoy it. Upon reaching the Galata Bridge, he took a cab directly to the Tocatlian Hotel. At the Tocatlian, Hercule Poirot requested a room with a bath. He then approached the concierge's desk to inquire about his mail. 3 letters and a telegram were waiting for him. His eyebrows lifted slightly at the sight of the telegram. It was an unexpected development. With his characteristic neat and deliberate manner, he opened it. The printed message was stark and clear. "The development you foresaw in the Casnum matter has arrived unexpectedly. You must return at once." "Now, that is a nuisance," Poirot murmured, clearly vexed. He checked the clock. "I shall have to depart this evening," he informed the concierge. "When does the Simplon Orient depart?" "At 9 o'clock, sir." "Can you secure me a sleeper?" "Certainly, sir." "There is no difficulty at this season. The trains are nearly empty. First class or second?" "First." "Very good, sir. What is your destination?" "London." "Excellent, sir. I will obtain your ticket to London and reserve your sleeping compartment in the Stamboul-Calais carriage." Poirot consulted the clock once more. It was 10 minutes before 8. "Do I have time for dinner?" "But of course, sir." The diminutive Belgian gave a nod. He went to cancel his room reservation and then crossed the lobby to the dining room. Just as he was ordering from the waiter, a hand settled on his shoulder. "Ah, my old friend, what an unexpected pleasure," declared a voice behind him. The speaker was a portly, elderly gentleman with close-cropped hair, beaming with delight. Poirot rose swiftly. "Monsieur Bouc, Monsieur Poirot." Bouc, a fellow Belgian and a director of the Compagnie Internationale des Wagons Lits, had known the former star of the Belgian police for many years. "You find yourself a long way from home, my dear fellow," Bouc remarked. "A small affair in Syria. Ah, and when do you return?" "Tonight. Splendid. I'm travelling as well, at least as far as Lausanne on business. I assume you're taking the Simplon Orient." "Yes, I have just requested a sleeper. I had planned to stay here several days, but a telegram calls me back to England on urgent business." "Ah," Bouc sighed. "Business, always business. But you are at the pinnacle of your profession these days, my friend. I have had some modest success, perhaps?" Hercule Poirot attempted a look of humility, but failed utterly. Bouc laughed. "We shall meet again later," he said. Poirot then applied himself to the delicate task of keeping his magnificent moustache clear of the soup. Having successfully navigated that challenge, he surveyed the room while awaiting the next course. Only about 6 people were dining, and of those just 2 captured Poirot's interest. They sat at a nearby table. The younger man, about 30, had a pleasant, agreeable appearance and was clearly American. Yet it was not he, but his companion, who had drawn the detective's sharp attention. This was a man between 60 and 70. From a distance he presented the mild, benevolent aspect of a philanthropist. His slightly bald head, domed forehead, and smiling mouth, which revealed an impeccably white set of false teeth, all suggested a kindly personality. Only the eyes betrayed this impression. They were small, deep-set, and shrewd. More than that, as the man made a remark to his companion, and his gaze swept the room, it rested on Poirot for a fleeting moment. In that instant there was a strange, palpable malevolence, an unnatural intensity in his look. Then he stood. "Settle the bill, Hector," he said. His voice was slightly husky, possessing a peculiar soft and somehow dangerous quality. When Poirot rejoined his friend in the lounge, the 2 men were just preparing to leave the hotel. Their luggage was being brought down, with the younger man overseeing the operation. Shortly he opened the glass door and announced, "All ready now, Mr. Ratchett." The older man grunted in acknowledgment and exited. "Well then," said Poirot, "what is your impression of those 2? "They are Americans," stated Monsieur Bouc. "Assuredly they are Americans, I meant. What is your impression of their characters?" The young man seemed quite amiable, and the other— "To be perfectly honest, my friend, I did not care for him. He made a most disagreeable impression on me." "And you?" Hercule Poirot hesitated before answering. "When he passed by me in the restaurant, he said finally, 'I experienced a most curious sensation. It was as if a wild beast, a truly savage creature, you understand, had brushed past me in the dark. And yet his appearance was entirely respectable.' Precisely. The body, the cage, if you will, is perfectly respectable. But through the bars one can see the animals staring out. You are letting your imagination run away with you, my friend," said Monsieur Bouc. "Perhaps you are right. Still, I could not shake the feeling that something malevolent had just passed very near to us. That respectable American gentleman. That very one?" "Well," Monsieur Bouc replied with forced cheer, "it may be so. There is much darkness in the world." Just then the door opened and the concierge approached, his expression one of concern and apology. "It is most unusual, monsieur. he said to Poirot. "There is not a single first-class sleeper available on the train tonight." "What?" cried Monsieur Bouc. "At this season? No doubt there is some delegation, politicians or journalists." "I do not know, sir," the concierge answered respectfully. "But that is the situation." "Well, well," Monsieur Bouc turned to Poirot. "Do not worry, my friend. We will manage. There is always compartment 16, which is held in reserve. The conductor takes care of that." He smiled and checked the clock. "Come, it is time we left for the station." At the platform, the wagon-lit conductor in his brown uniform greeted Monsieur Bouc with deferential eagerness. "Good evening, monsieur. Your compartment is number 1. He summoned the porters, who wheeled the luggage halfway along the carriage, its tin plates announcing the route: Istanbul, Trist, Calais. "The train is full tonight, I hear?" "It is unbelievable, monsieur. The entire world has decided to travel this evening." "Nevertheless, you must find a place for this gentleman. He is a friend. He can have number 16. "It is occupied, monsieur?" "What, number 16? A look of understanding passed between them, and the conductor, a tall, sallow man of middle age, offered a thin smile. "But yes, monsieur. As I said, we are completely full, everywhere." "But what is going on?" demanded Monsieur Bouc irritably. "Is there a conference? Some group travelling together?" "No, monsieur. It is merely chance. It simply happens that many people chose tonight to travel." Monsieur Bouc clicked his tongue in annoyance. "At Belgrade tomorrow evening, we will have the Athens coach and the Bucharest-Paris coach added. The problem is for tonight. Is there no second-class berth free?" "There is one second-class berth, monsieur." "Well then, but it is in a ladies' compartment. There is already a German lady's maid occupying the other berth." "Ah, that is inconvenient," said Monsieur Bouc. "Please, do not trouble yourself," Poirot interjected. "I can travel in an ordinary carriage." "Out of the question." He turned back to the conductor. "Has everyone checked in?" "It is true," the man said slowly, with hesitation, "that one passenger has not yet arrived." "Well, go on." "Berth, number 7, second class. The gentleman has not come, and it is now 4 minutes to 9. Who is it?" "An Englishman." The conductor consulted his list. "A Mr. Harris, a name of good fortune," Poirot remarked. "I read my Dickens. I suspect Mr. Harris will not arrive." "Put Monsieur's luggage in number 7, instructed Monsieur Bouc. "If this Mr. Harris appears, we will inform him he is too late, that berths cannot be held indefinitely. We will settle the matter somehow. What do I care for a Mr. Harris?" "As you wish, monsieur," said the conductor. He directed Poirot's porter, then stood aside to let Poirot board right at the far end. "Monsieur," he called, "the second-to-last compartment." Poirot made his way along the corridor, a slow journey as most passengers were still standing outside their compartments, arranging their belongings and chatting in the narrow space. His polite and repetitive pardons were met with distracted nods. He finally reached the designated compartment, his keen eyes already noting the faces and details of his fellow travellers in the close, humming carriage. Inside the compartment, the tall young American from the Tocatlian Hotel was reaching for a suitcase. He frowned as Poirot entered. "Excuse me," he said, his tone polite but firm. "I believe there's been a mistake." He then repeated the sentiment in halting French. "Je crois que vous avez une erreur?" Poirot answered smoothly in English. "You are Mr. Harris?" "No, my name is McQueen." "Aye." At that moment, the wagon-lit conductor's voice, apologetic and slightly breathless, came from behind Poirot. "There is no other berth on the train, monsieur. This gentleman must come in here." As he spoke, he slid open the corridor window and began heaving Poirot's luggage inside. Poirot detected the note of regret in the man's manner with quiet amusement. No doubt a generous tip had been promised to keep the compartment exclusive, but even the most lavish bribe loses its power when a company director is aboard issuing commands. The conductor, having stowed the suitcases on the racks, emerged. "Voilà, monsieur. All is arranged. Your berth is the upper one, number 7. We depart in 1 minute." He then hurried away down the passage, re-entering. Poirot remarked cheerfully, "A phenomenon I have rarely witnessed. A wagon-lit conductor personally handling the luggage. It is unprecedented." His compartment mate offered a conciliatory smile, his initial annoyance having evidently given way to philosophical acceptance. "The train is remarkably full," he observed. A whistle blew, followed by the engine's long, mournful cry. Both men stepped out into the corridor. From the platform outside came the shout, "En voiture! We're off!" said McQueen. Yet they were not quite off. The whistle sounded once more. Suddenly, the young man turned. "I say, if you'd prefer the lower berth, easier access and all that, it's perfectly fine with me." "No, no," Poirot protested. "I would not deprive you." "Really? It's no trouble? You are most kind." A polite volley of protests ensued. "It is for 1 night only," Poirot explained. "At Belgrade." "Oh, I see you're getting off at Belgrade." "Not precisely, you see." A sudden jolt interrupted them. Both men turned to the window, watching the long, illuminated platform begin its slow slide past them. The Orient Express had commenced its 3-day journey across the continent. Poirot declines a case. Hercule Poirot entered the dining car for lunch a little late the following day. He had risen early, breakfasted in near solitude, and spent the morning meticulously reviewing the notes of the case, summoning him back to London. He had seen little of his travelling companion. Monsieur Bouc, already seated, waved a greeting and beckoned his friend to the empty place opposite. Once settled, Poirot found himself in the advantageous position at a table served first and with the choicest offerings. The cuisine was, as expected, superb. It was only as they savoured a delicate cream cheese that Monsieur Bouc allowed his attention to drift from nourishment to more philosophical matters. He sighed. "Ah, if I only possessed the pen of a Balzac, I would immortalize this scene." He gestured expansively. "It is an idea," Poirot agreed. "You think so?" "It has not been done, I believe, and yet it is ripe for romance, my friend. All around us are people of every class, nationality, and age. For 3 days these strangers are bound together. They sleep and eat under one roof, with no escape from one another. Then at the journey's end they disperse to their separate paths, likely never to meet again. And yet," Poirot mused, "suppose an accident were to occur." "Ah, no, my friend. From your artistic perspective it would be regrettable, I concur. But let us for just a moment suppose it then. Perhaps all these souls become linked by death." "Some more wine," said Monsieur Bouc, hastily refilling their glasses. "You are being morbid, mon cher. Let us speak of more pleasant things. Tell me, did you notice the Italian gentleman's rather theatrical despair over the salt cellar? Perhaps it was the digestion, after all." "You may be right," Poirot conceded. "The cuisine in Syria did not always agree with my constitution." He took a delicate sip of his wine. Settling back, he let his gaze travel thoughtfully around the dining car. As M. Bouc had noted, there were 13 people present, a mix of classes and nationalities. He began his study. Opposite their table sat 3 solitary men, grouped together by the practised hand of the dining staff. A large, dark-complexioned Italian was enthusiastically cleaning his teeth. Across from him, a lean, tidy Englishman wore the blank, disapproving look of a perfect valet. Beside the Englishman was a loud-suited American, likely a travelling salesman, whose nasal voice carried, "You've got to sell it with conviction," he declared. The Italian waved his toothpick for emphasis. "Absolutely," he agreed. "That is precisely my point." The Englishman stared fixedly out the window and gave a polite cough. Poirot's attention shifted. At a small table sat one of the most strikingly ugly old women he had ever encountered, An ugliness of such character, it commanded fascination rather than revulsion. She sat perfectly erect. A collar of enormous pearls, unmistakably genuine, encircled her neck. Her fingers were laden with rings, and a sable coat was draped over her shoulders. A tiny, expensive black hat sat absurdly atop her yellow, toad-like face. She was addressing the attendant in tones that were clear, polite, and utterly imperious. "You will have the kindness to place a bottle of mineral water and a large glass of orange juice in my compartment. For dinner you will arrange for plain chicken without any sauce and some boiled fish." The attendant replied with deference, assuring her it would be seen to. She offered a slight, gracious nod and stood. Her eyes swept past Poirot with the detached indifference of the aristocracy. "That is Princess Dragomirov," murmured M. Guke, "a Russian. Her husband converted his entire fortune before the Revolution and invested abroad. She is immensely wealthy, a true cosmopolitan." Poirot nodded. He knew of her. "She is a force of nature," M. Guke added, "ugly as a mud fence, yet impossible to ignore. Don't you agree?" Poirot did agree. At another large table, Mary Debenham sat with two companions. One was a tall, middle-aged woman in a plaid blouse and tweed skirt, her faded yellow hair pulled into an unflattering bun. She wore spectacles and had a long, gentle, sheep-like face, listening intently. The other was a stout, kindly-faced elderly woman speaking in a steady, unhurried monotone that seemed capable of continuing indefinitely. And so my daughter remarked, "Mother," she said, "you simply cannot expect American efficiency here. A certain languor is natural to the local temperament. They lack a sense of urgency. Still, you would be amazed at the progress of our college. We have assembled an excellent faculty. I firmly believe education is the key. It is our duty to impart Western principles and guide the East toward appreciating them. My daughter often says, 'The train roared into a tunnel, swallowing her placid monologue. At the next small table, Colonel Arbuthnot sat alone.'" His eyes were fixed on the back of Mary Debenham's head. They were not seated together, though it could easily have been arranged. Why not? Poirot speculated that Mary, a governess mindful of her position and reputation, might have declined. A young woman dependent on her own income must be cautious. His glance moved to the other side of the car. Seated against the far wall was a middle-aged woman in black, her face broad and impassive. German or Scandinavian, he thought. Most likely a lady's maid, following the animated couple. A man and woman leaned in, engaged in lively conversation. His attire was of loose English tweed, yet he was no Englishman. Even from behind, the shape of his head and the set of his shoulders gave him away to Poirot's practised eye. A large, well-built figure. The man turned, revealing a profile that was undeniably handsome, perhaps in his 30s, with a substantial, fair moustache. Opposite him sat a girl who could not have been more than 20, clad in a sleek black coat and skirt with a white satin blouse, a small, chic black toque tilted at a daringly fashionable angle. Her face was exquisitely foreign, with skin like porcelain, large brown eyes, and jet-black hair. She smoked a cigarette through a long holder, her manicured hands displaying deep red nails and a single large emerald set in platinum. There was a playful, coquettish air in her glance and her voice. "She is pretty and stylish," Poirot murmured under his breath. "Husband and wife, would you say?"
Miss Mbouque gave a nod.
"Attached to the Hungarian embassy, I believe," he remarked. "A striking pair. Only two other diners remained. Poirot's travelling acquaintance McQueen and his employer, Mr. Ratchett. The latter sat directly across, allowing Poirot a second, more deliberate study of that unappealing face. He noted the falsely benevolent brow and the small, cruel eyes that seemed to miss nothing. M.M.O. Book, observing a shift in his friend's expression, leaned in. "You are observing your wild beast?" he inquired. Poirot gave a slight nod. As his coffee arrived, M.O. Bouc stood. Having begun his meal earlier, he had finished some time ago. "I shall return to my compartment," he announced. "Do join me later for a conversation." "It would be my pleasure," Poirot replied. Sipping his coffee, Poirot then ordered a liqueur. Meanwhile, the attendant moved from table to table with his money box, collecting payment. The elderly American lady's voice rose, sharp and complaining. "My daughter insisted, just take a book of meal tickets and you won't have a bit of trouble, none at all." But that isn't how it is. Apparently, they expect a 10% tip on top of everything, and then there's that bottle of mineral water, such a strange type too. No Evian or Vichy to be had, which strikes me as very odd. "It is. They must, how do you say, serve the local water?" explained the sheep-faced lady timidly. "Well, it all seems very peculiar to me," the American woman retorted, eyeing with distaste the pile of foreign coins before her. "Just look at all this peculiar money he's handed me. Dinars or something similar. It looks like a heap of nonsense." My daughter told me. Mary Debenham pushed her chair back, offering a slight nod to the others before departing. Colonel Arbuthnot rose and followed her. The American lady, after gathering her despised currency, did the same, trailed by the sheep-like lady. The Hungarian couple had already left. The dining car was now empty except for Poirot, Ratchett and McQueen. Ratchett said something to his companion, who then stood and exited. Instead of following, however, Ratchett unexpectedly took the seat opposite Poirot. "Might I trouble you for a light?" he asked, his voice soft and faintly nasal. "My name is Ratchett." Poirot offered a slight bow, reaching into his pocket. He produced a matchbox and handed it over. The man accepted it but made no move to strike a match. "I believe," he continued, "I have the honor of addressing Monsieur Hercule Poirot. Is that correct?" Poirot bowed again. "You are well informed, monsieur." The detective felt the man's oddly shrewd eyes appraising him before he spoke again. "Where I come from, we value directness. Mr. Poirot, I wish to hire you for a job." Hercule Poirot's eyebrows lifted ever so slightly. "My clientele is rather selective these days, monsieur. I accept very few cases." "Naturally, I understand that. But this, Mr. Poirot, involves a significant sum," he repeated, his voice soft and persuasive. "A very significant sum." Hercule Poirot remained silent for a moment, then asked, "What precisely is it you wish me to do for you, Mr. Ratchett?" "Mr. Poirot, I am a wealthy man, an exceptionally wealthy man. Men in such positions inevitably acquire enemies. I have an enemy." "Just the one?" Poirot inquired. "What are you implying with that?" Ratchett snapped back. "In my experience, monsieur, when a man is in a position to have what you call enemies, it rarely boils down to a single individual." Ratchett appeared to relax slightly at this response. "Yes, I take your point. Enemy or enemies. The number isn't the issue. What matters is my security." "Your security?" "My life is in danger, Mr. Poirot. Now, I'm a man who knows how to handle himself." His hand slipped into his coat pocket and momentarily revealed the glint of a small automatic pistol. His tone hardened. "I don't consider myself an easy target, but I believe in leaving nothing to chance. I think you're the man for the job, and I'm prepared to pay handsomely for it. Remember that, very handsomely." Poirot studied him for a long moment, his face an unreadable mask. Ratchett could glean nothing of the thoughts behind those watchful eyes. "I'm sorry, monsieur," Poirot finally said. "I cannot accept." The other man assessed him with a sharp, businesslike gaze. "Name your price, then." Poirot merely shook his head. "You misunderstand. I have been fortunate in my career. I have sufficient funds for my needs and my little indulgences. I now accept only those cases which intrigue me." "You've got confidence," Ratchett grunted. Will $20,000 change your mind? It will not. If you're waiting for a better offer, you're wasting your time. I know what something is worth to me. As do I, Mr. Ratchett. What's the problem with my proposition? Poirot stood. If you will forgive a personal observation, he said, his voice cool and final, I do not care for your face. With that he turned and left the dining car. A cry in the night. The Simplon Orient Express pulled into Belgrade just before 9 in the evening, with a scheduled departure not until 1:15. Poirot stepped onto the platform. He did not linger. The cold was biting, and though the platform was covered, a heavy snow was falling beyond. He soon retreated back to the warmth of the train. The conductor, stamping his feet on the platform for warmth, called out to him, Your bags have been moved, monsieur, to compartment number 1, which belongs to Mr. Bouc. And where is Mr. Bouc? He has moved into the Athens coach that was just connected. Poirot went to find his friend. Bouc waved away his concerns. It is nothing, truly. This is more convenient. You are continuing to England, so it is better you remain in the through carriage to Calais. As for me, I am perfectly comfortable here. It is most peaceful. This coach is empty except for myself and a quiet little Greek doctor. He gestured toward the window. What a night, my friend. They say we haven't seen snow like this in years. Let us hope it does not delay us. I am not overly optimistic, I must confess. Promptly at 9:15, the train departed the station. Shortly after, Poirot bid his friend good night and made his way along the corridor back to his own coach, situated ahead next to the dining car. On this second day of the journey, the initial reserve among passengers was beginning to thaw. Colonel Arbuthnot stood at his compartment door, deep in conversation with McQueen. McQueen stopped mid-sentence upon seeing Poirot, his expression one of genuine surprise. "Why, I thought you'd left us," he exclaimed. "You said you were getting off at Belgrade." "A misunderstanding," Poirot replied with a slight smile. "I recall now the train was departing Istanbul, just as we spoke of it. But your luggage, it's gone? It has merely been relocated to another compartment, that is all." "Oh, I see," as McQueen resumed his talk with the colonel. Poirot continued down the corridor. 2 doors from his own compartment, the elderly American, Mrs. Hubbard, stood conversing with the timid, sheep-like Swedish lady. Mrs. Hubbard was insistently offering her a magazine. "No, really, you must take it, my dear," she was saying. "I have more than enough to keep me reading. My goodness, isn't this cold simply dreadful?" She gave a friendly nod to Poirot. "You are too kind," replied the Swedish lady. "It's no trouble. I do hope you rest well, and that your head feels much better by morning. It is only the chill. I will prepare some tea for myself now. Are you certain you don't need any aspirin?" "I have more than I need." "Well, good night, my dear." As the other woman left, she turned to Poirot, ready for a chat. "Poor soul, she's Swedish. From what I gather, she's some sort of missionary, a teacher, a pleasant person, but her English is quite limited. She was terribly interested in hearing all about my daughter." By this point, Poirot was thoroughly acquainted with the details of Mrs. Hubbard's daughter. Anyone on the train with a grasp of English was. He had heard how her daughter and son-in-law worked at a large American university in Smyrna, how this was Mrs. Hubbard's inaugural trip to the East, and precisely what she thought of Turkish customs, their haphazard methods, and the dreadful state of their highways. The adjoining door opened, and the lean, pallid valet emerged. Inside, Poirot caught a brief sight of Mr. Ratchett propped up in his berth. Ratchett saw Poirot, and his expression shifted, clouding with unmistakable irritation before the door closed. Mrs. Hubbard drew Poirot slightly aside, lowering her voice. "I must tell you I have a real dread of that man. No, not the servant. The other one, his employer. Employer, indeed. There's something not right about him. My daughter always says I have strong intuition. When Mama gets a feeling, she's usually spot on. That's what she says." Well, I have a very bad feeling about that man. Having him right next door to me is unsettling. Last night I even shoved my suitcases against the connecting door. I thought I heard someone trying the handle. Would you believe I wouldn't be half surprised to learn he's a murderer, one of those train bandits you read of in the papers. I know it sounds silly, but there it is. The man frightens me terribly. My daughter assured me this would be a simple journey, but I can't shake this unease. It may be foolish, but I feel as if anything could happen. Absolutely anything. And how that pleasant young man can stand to be his secretary is beyond my understanding. Colonel Arbuthnot and McQueen were approaching them along the corridor. "Do come into my compartment," McQueen was saying. "It hasn't been prepared for sleeping yet. Now, what I want to understand clearly about your position on India is this." The two men passed by and continued down to McQueen's carriage. "Mrs. Hubbard bid Poirot good night. I believe I'll head straight to bed with my book," she announced. "Good night." "Good night, madame." Poirot entered his own compartment, which was situated just past Ratchett's. He prepared for bed, read for perhaps half an hour, and then extinguished his lamp. He awoke several hours later with a sudden jolt. He knew immediately what had roused him, a loud moan, nearly a shout, from very close by. Simultaneously, the sharp ring of a bell pierced the quiet. Poirot sat up and turned on the light, noticing the train had come to a complete stop, presumably at a station. That cry had been alarming. He recalled that Ratchett occupied the next compartment. He rose and opened his door, just as the sleeping car attendant came rushing down the corridor and rapped on Ratchett's door. Poirot kept his door slightly ajar and observed. The attendant knocked a second time. Another bell sounded, and a light appeared above a door farther down. The attendant glanced back. At that moment, a voice from within the neighbouring compartment called out, "It is nothing. I was mistaken." "Very good, sir." The attendant hurried off to answer the other summons. Poirot returned to his berth, his concern eased, and switched off the light. He checked his watch. It was exactly 12:37. He found it difficult to slip back into sleep. For one thing, he missed the familiar rocking of the moving train. If they were stopped at a station, it was an oddly silent one. By contrast, every sound within the carriage itself seemed amplified and unnaturally loud. From the compartment next door, Hercule Poirot could make out the sounds of Ratchett preparing for bed, the metallic click of the wash-basin being lowered, the rush of water from the tap, followed by splashing, and then the final click as it was shut once more. Footsteps padded softly past his door in the corridor, the unmistakable shuffle of someone wearing slippers. Lying awake, Poirot stared at the dark ceiling. Why was the station outside so unnervingly quiet? A dryness crept into his throat. He had neglected to request his customary bottle of mineral water. Checking his watch, he saw it was just past 1:15. He decided to ring for the conductor. His hand moved toward the bell, but he hesitated. In the heavy silence, he heard a faint ting. The conductor couldn't be everywhere at once. Ting, 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 it persisted, growing more frequent. Someone was growing impatient. Ting then, unmistakably, someone was holding the button down. Suddenly hurried footsteps echoed down the aisle, and the man arrived. He knocked at a door not far from Poirot's own voices followed, the conductor's deferential and apologetic, and a woman's insistent and overflowing with words. Mrs. Hubbard. Poirot allowed himself a small, private smile. The exchange, if it could be called that, continued for some time, composed of roughly 90% Mrs. Hubbard's vigorous complaints to a mere 10% of the conductor's soothing replies. Finally, the matter appeared settled. Poirot clearly heard, "Bonne nuit, madame," and the sound of a door closing. He then pressed his own bell. The conductor arrived promptly, looking flushed and harried. "De l'eau minérale, s'il vous plaît," Poirot requested. "Bien, monsieur." Perhaps a sympathetic glint in Poirot's eye encouraged him to share his troubles. The American lady? Yes. The conductor wiped his brow. You cannot imagine the time I have had with her. She insists, absolutely insists, that there was a man in her compartment. Picture it, monsieur. In a space this size, he gestured emphatically around. Where could he possibly hide? I reasoned with her. I explained it was impossible. She will not hear it. She claims she woke up and a man was there. And how, I ask you, did he get out and leave the door bolted from the inside? But she refuses to listen to reason, as if we did not have enough worries already. This snow? Snow? But yes, monsieur. Have you not noticed? The train has stopped. We are stuck in a snowdrift. Heaven only knows how long we will be here. I recall one time we were snowed in for 7 full days. Where are we? Between Vinkovy and Brod. La la, said Poirot, vexed. The man left and returned with the water. Bonsoir, monsieur. Poirot drank a glass and settled back to sleep. He was just drifting off when a new sound jarred him awake, a heavy thud, as if something substantial had struck his door. He sprang up, opened it, and peered out. The corridor was empty. However, to his right, some distance down the passage, a woman wrapped in a scarlet kimono was hastily retreating. At the far end, the conductor sat on his stool, meticulously entering figures into a large ledger. An eerie, deathly quiet had reclaimed the car. Decidedly my nerves are troubling me, Poirot murmured, and returned to bed. This time he slept until morning. Upon waking, the train remained motionless. He raised the blind to see the world outside transformed into heavy, impassable banks of snow. A glance at his watch showed it was past 9 o'clock. At 9:45, as neat and dapper as ever, he made his way to the restaurant car, where a chorus of grievances was in full swing. Any formal barriers between the passengers had dissolved. They were now united by shared misfortune. Mrs. Hubbard was the most vocal in her distress. My daughter told me this would be the simplest journey imaginable. Just sit on the train until I reached Paris. And now we might be here for days, she lamented. My ship sails the day after tomorrow. How will I ever make it? I cannot even send a wire to cancel my booking. The whole situation is too infuriating to discuss. The Italian gentleman added his own concerns, mentioning urgent business awaiting him in Milan. The large American man offered a sympathetic, "That's a real shame, ma'am," and gently suggested the train might still recover some lost time. "My sister, her children, they wait for me," the Swedish woman replied, her voice trembling. "They have no word. What must they think? They will imagine terrible things have happened. How long are we to be stuck here?" Mary Debenham's question cut through the car, her tone edged with impatience. Yet Poirot observed that the frantic, almost feverish anxiety she had shown during the earlier delay on the Taurus Express was absent now. Mrs. Hubbard launched into another complaint. "Nobody on this train knows a single thing, and not a soul is trying to do anything about it. Just a bunch of useless foreigners. Why? Back home, someone would at least be making an effort." Arbuthnot turned to Poirot, employing his carefully practiced French. "Vous êtes un directeur de la ligne, je crois, monsieur? Vous pouvez nous dire?" With a polite smile, Poirot corrected him in English. No, that is not me. You are confusing me with my friend, Monsieur Bouc." "Oh, I do apologize. Not at all. It is a perfectly natural mistake. I am merely occupying the compartment he previously used. Monsieur Bouc was not in the restaurant car." Poirot's eyes scanned the room, noting other absences. Princess Dragomirov was missing, along with the Hungarian couple. Also absent were Ratchett, his valet, and the German lady's maid. The Swedish lady dabbed at her eyes. "I am being foolish," she said, "like a child to cry like this. Perhaps it is all for the best whatever happens." This display of Christian resignation, however, found little sympathy elsewhere. "That's easy for you to say," McQueen muttered, shifting restlessly in his seat. "We could be stuck here for days. And just what country is this, anyway?" Mrs. Hubbard wailed upon learning it was Yugoslavia. She sighed dramatically. "Oh, one of those Balkan places. What else can you expect? You seem to be the only patient one among us, mademoiselle," Poirot remarked to Miss Debenham. She gave a slight shrug. "What else is there to do? You are a philosopher, mademoiselle. That suggests a certain detachment. I think my attitude is rather more selfish. I've simply learned not to waste energy on useless emotion." She wasn't even looking at him. Her gaze was fixed beyond the window on the heavy, relentless banks of snow. "You have a strong character, mademoiselle," Poirot said gently. "In fact, I believe yours may be the strongest among us." "Oh, no, not at all. I know of one far, far stronger than I could ever be. And who is that?" She seemed to catch herself then, realizing she was speaking so freely to a stranger and a foreigner, a man with whom she had exchanged barely a handful of words until that morning. She offered a polite but distinctly distancing laugh. "Well, that old lady, for instance. You must have noticed her. A rather ugly old woman, but quite fascinating. She only has to lift a finger and ask for something in that quiet voice of hers, and the entire train scrambles to comply." "The train also scrambles for my friend Monsieur Bouc," Poirot noted, "but that is because he is a director of the railway, not because he possesses a masterful character." Mary Debenham allowed a faint smile. The morning dragged on. Poirot, along with several others, remained in the dining car, the communal atmosphere feeling like a better way to pass the interminable wait. He was treated to further extensive details about Mrs. Hubbard's daughter and learned the lifelong, rigid habits of the late Mr. Hubbard, from beginning his day with a specific brand of breakfast cereal to ending it in the bed socks. Mrs. Hubbard had personally knitted. He was in the midst of navigating a somewhat confused explanation of the Swedish lady's missionary work when one of the wagon-lit conductors, a tall, fair-haired man, approached his side. "Pardon me, monsieur?" "Yes. The compliments of Monsieur Bouc. He would be very grateful if you could spare him a few moments." Poirot rose, offered his apologies to the Swedish lady, and followed the attendant out of the dining car. This was not his usual conductor. They proceeded down the corridor of his own carriage and into the next. The man knocked at a compartment door and then stepped aside for Poirot to enter. It was not Monsieur Bouc's own compartment. The compartment was a second-class affair, likely selected for its marginally greater space. It felt oppressively full. Monsieur Bouc occupied the small seat in the far corner. Across from him, by the window, a slight, dark-complexioned man stared intently at the snowscape outside. Blocking the entrance entirely were two figures, the train's conductor in his blue uniform and the distressed wagon-lit attendant. "Ah, my friend, you are here!" Bouc exclaimed. "Come in! We are in desperate need of your mind." The man by the window shifted along the bench, and Poirot edged past the officials to sit opposite his colleague. The look on Bouc's face was one of profound agitation, signalling an event far beyond the ordinary. "What has happened?" Poirot inquired. "You may well ask," Bouc replied, his voice tight. "First this infernal snow, this delay, and now—" He broke off as a choked sound escaped the wagon-lit man. "And now what?" "And now," Bouc stated with grim resignation, "a passenger is dead in his compartment, stabbed." "Which passenger? An American?" A man named Bouc fumbled with some notes. "Ratchett. Is that correct, Ratchett?" "Yes, monsieur," the attendant whispered, his face a ghastly white. Poirot observed him closely. "You had better let that man sit down before he collapses," he suggested. The conductor stepped aside, and the attendant sank onto a vacant spot, burying his face in trembling hands. "Brrr," Poirot murmured. "This is a grave matter." "Grave indeed. A murder is catastrophe enough. But the circumstances are exceptional. We are stranded here. We could be immobilized for hours or even days. Furthermore, while passing through most nations, we would have their police aboard. In Yugoslavia, we do not. You understand the difficulty. It is an exceedingly awkward position, Poirot agreed. There is more, Book continued. Dr. Constantine, forgive me, an introduction. Dr. Constantine. This is Monsieur Hercule Poirot. The dark little man bowed, and Poirot reciprocated. The doctor estimates the time of death was around 1 o'clock this morning. Such matters are imprecise, Constantine clarified, but I am confident death occurred between midnight and 2 a.m. When was this Mr. Ratchett last seen alive? Poirot asked. He was known to be alive at approximately 20 minutes to 1 when he spoke to his attendant. Book answered. That aligns with what I overheard, Poirot confirmed. That is the final confirmed sighting. It is. Poirot turned his gaze to the doctor, who went on. The window in Mr. Ratchett's compartment was found wide open, suggesting an escape route. In my professional opinion, however, that window is a deliberate false trail. Anyone exiting that way would have left unmistakable marks in the fresh snow. There were none. A bitter, almost sarcastic edge entered the doctor's tone as he added, Besides, what sort of suicide artist stabs himself a dozen times or more? The scene suggests a frenzy of violence, not a quiet departure. Poirot's eyebrows rose. That denotes a remarkable ferocity, he noted quietly. When was the crime discovered? Michel, Book, commanded the attendant. Relate the events to Monsieur Poirot exactly. The man sat up unsteadily, his narrative broken. The gentleman's valet knocked several times this morning. No answer. Then, about half an hour ago, the dining car attendant came. He wished to know if Monsieur would be taking lunch. It was 11 o'clock, you see. I used my key to unlock the door, but there was also a security chain fastened from within. All was silent inside, and bitterly cold, with snow blowing through the open window. I feared the gentleman was taken ill. I fetched the conductor. We forced the chain and entered. It was a terrible sight. He hid his face once more. So, Poirot mused aloud, the door was both locked and chained from the inside. He paused, a new thought striking him. What if the very impossibility of the scene was the key? The murderer hadn't vanished into the snow. They had perhaps never left the train at all. It was a woman, the train conductor declared, speaking up for the first time. You can be sure of it. Only a woman would stab in that manner. Dr. Constantine frowned thoughtfully. She would have needed to be remarkably strong, he noted. I don't wish to get overly technical. It only confuses matters, but I can confirm that several of the blows were delivered with enough force to penetrate tough areas of bone and muscle. It was hardly a precise or calculated crime, Poirot observed. Most unscientific indeed, Dr. Constantine agreed. The strikes appear haphazard, almost random. Some glanced off with little effect. It's as if someone shut their eyes and struck wildly, again and again, in a blind fury. A woman, I tell you, the conductor insisted, nodding sagely. When women are enraged, they possess a fearsome strength. His knowing look suggested he spoke from personal experience. I may have something to add to our pool of information, Poirot interjected. Mr. Ratchett spoke to me yesterday. He indicated, as clearly as I could understand him, that his life was in danger.
Bumped off? Isn't that the American term? Said M. Book. Then perhaps it wasn't a woman. Maybe it was a gangster or a gunman. The conductor looked disappointed, his theory crumbling. If that were the case, Poirot remarked, his tone carrying a hint of professional disdain, it appears to have been executed rather clumsily. There is a large American gentleman on board, M. Book continued, pursuing his line of thought. A rather common-looking fellow with dreadful attire. He chews gum. A habit, I believe, is frowned upon in polite society.
You know the one I mean?" The sleeping car attendant he addressed nodded. "Yes, sir, in compartment 16, but it couldn't have been him. I would have seen him enter or leave the victim's room." "You might have missed it. We can look into that later. The immediate question is, what do we do now?" M'Bouk looked expectantly at Poirot, who met his gaze. "Come now, my friend," M'Bouk urged, his voice softening. "You know what I am going to ask. I am aware of your capabilities. Please, take charge of this investigation. Do not refuse. Understand, for us this is serious. I speak for the Compagnie Internationale des Wagons Lits. Think how straightforward it would be if, by the time the Yugoslav police arrive, we could simply hand them the solution. Otherwise there will be delays, annoyances, 1,000 inconveniences. Innocent people might even face serious trouble, but instead you could solve it. We could say a murder occurred, and here is the criminal. And if I failed to solve it, my dear fellow," M'Bouk's voice became almost coaxing. "I know your reputation. I am familiar with your methods. This case is tailor-made for you. Researching everyone's background, verifying their credentials, that takes time and endless bother. But haven't I heard you say often that to solve a case one need only sit back in a chair and think? Do precisely that. Interview the passengers, examine the body, review the clues, and then, well, I have faith in you. I am certain your confidence is not misplaced. Sit back and think, employ those little grey cells, as I've so often heard you say, and you will uncover the truth." He leaned forward, gazing at his friend with affection. "Your faith moves me," Poirot said with feeling. "As you say, this should not be an overly difficult puzzle I myself last night, but we shall not dwell on that now. In truth, the problem intrigues me. Not half an hour ago I was reflecting on the many tedious hours ahead while we are stranded here, and now a mystery presents itself, ready for my attention." "You accept, then?" Monsieur M'Bouk asked eagerly. "It is settled. You place the matter in my hands. Excellent. We are all at your disposal. To begin, I would like a diagram of the Istanbul-Calais carriage, noting the occupants of each compartment. I also wish to see their passports and tickets. Mitchell will obtain those for you." The sleeping car attendant left the compartment. Poirot considered the question of other passengers. "Who else is travelling on this train?" he inquired. Dr. Constantine noted that in their own coach only he and Poirot were present. From the Bucharest section there was an elderly gentleman with a pronounced limp familiar to the staff. Beyond that lay the standard carriages, which were secured for the night after dinner service and thus irrelevant. Ahead of the Istanbul-Calais coach was only the dining car. "It would appear, then," Poirot said thoughtfully, "that our search must be confined to this very coach." He glanced at the doctor. "That is the implication of your observations, is it not?" The Greek doctor agreed. "Since we struck the snowdrift just after midnight, no one could have possibly left the train." M'Bouk's expression turned grave. "The killer remains among us, right here on this train." Chapter 6. A Woman? "To begin," Poirot stated, "I wish to speak with the young Mr. McQueen. He may possess useful insights." Monsieur M'Bouk readily agreed and instructed the chef de train to fetch him. While they waited, the conductor arrived with a stack of passports and tickets, which Monsieur M'Bouk accepted before dismissing him to return to his duties for the time being. "Once we have spoken with McQueen," Poirot continued to Dr. Constantine, "you will accompany me to examine the deceased's compartment." The doctor nodded his assent, but their planning was interrupted as the chef de train returned with Hector McQueen in tow. M'Bouk stood, offering his seat with a polite gesture. "We are somewhat cramped here. Please take my place, Mr. McQueen. Poirot will sit across from you." He then addressed the chef de train, ordering the restaurant car cleared and prepared for Poirot's use. "You will conduct your interviews there, my friend. It seems most suitable." Poirot concurred. McQueen, who had been following the rapid French with difficulty, looked between the men. "What's going on?" he asked, slipping into English. "Why all the—" A firm gesture from Poirot directed him to the corner seat. Settling into it, McQueen tried again. "What's happened? Is something wrong?" Poirot met his gaze. Indeed, something has occurred. Brace yourself for unpleasant news. Your employer, Mr. Ratchett, is dead." McQueen let out a low whistle. His eyes sharpened slightly, but he displayed no overt shock or grief. "So they finally got to him," he remarked. "And what precisely do you mean by that statement, Mr. McQueen?" Poirot pressed. McQueen paused, choosing his words. "You're suggesting," Poirot interjected, "that Mr. Ratchett was murdered, wasn't he?" McQueen now showed genuine surprise. "Well, yes," he said slowly. "That's exactly what I assumed. Are you saying he died naturally in his sleep?" But the old man was as tough as they come. He trailed off, searching for a comparison. No, said Poirot. "Your assumption was correct. Mr. Ratchett was murdered, stabbed. Yet I am curious why you were so immediately certain it was murder, and not a simple, peaceful death." McQueen hesitated again, his demeanor turning cautious. "I need to understand the situation here," he said. "Who are you people? What's your role in this?" "I represent the Compagnie Internationale des Wagons Lits," Poirot replied. After a deliberate pause, he added, "I am a detective. My name is Hercule Poirot." He received no dramatic reaction. McQueen merely said, "Oh, yeah," and waited for him to continue, a flicker of bored recognition in his eyes. "You are perhaps familiar with the name," Poirot prompted. "You know it does ring a bell," McQueen said with a faint, dismissive shrug. "Though I always thought it was some kind of ladies' fashion designer." Hercule Poirot regarded him with distinct displeasure. "Incredible," he muttered. "What is?" "Nothing of consequence. Let us proceed to the matter before us. I require you to tell me, Mr. McQueen, everything you know about the deceased man. You weren't family then?" "No. I worked as his personal assistant." "How long were you in that position?" "A little over a year." "Tell me everything you can." "All right. I first met Mr. Ratchett just over a year ago while I was in Persia." Poirot cut in. "What brought you there?" "I had travelled from New York to review an oil deal. I doubt you need the full story. My partners and I had gotten the short end of the stick on that venture. Mr. Ratchett was staying at the same hotel. He'd just had a falling out with his previous secretary. He offered me the position, and I accepted. I was at a bit of a crossroads and was grateful to land a lucrative job so readily. And after that, we travelled extensively. Mr. Ratchett wished to see the world, but was hindered by not speaking any foreign languages. My role became more that of a travel manager than a traditional secretary. It was an agreeable life. Now please tell me everything you know about your employer." The young man gave a slight shrug, a confused look crossing his features. "That's the tricky part. What was his full name?" "Samuel Edward Ratchett." "He was an American citizen?" "Yes." "From which part of America?" "I have no idea." "Then tell me what you do know. The honest truth, Mr. Poirot, is that I know next to nothing. Mr. Ratchett never spoke about his past or his life back in the States." "Why do you suppose that was?" "I couldn't say. I assumed perhaps he was embarrassed by his origins. Some men are. Do you find that explanation convincing?" "Frankly, no, I do not." "Did he have any family?" "He never mentioned any." Poirot pressed further. "You must have formed some opinion, Mr. McQueen." "Well, yes, I did. For one, I doubt Ratchett was his real name. I believe he left America specifically to escape from someone or something. And I think he was successful until recently." "What happened then?" "He began to receive letters, threatening ones. Did you see them?" "Yes. Handling his correspondence was part of my job. The first arrived about 2 weeks ago. Were these letters destroyed?" "Not all. I believe I still have a couple in my files. One, I recall, he tore up in a fury. Would you like me to fetch them? If you would be so kind. McQueen left the compartment and returned shortly, placing 2 rather grubby sheets of notepaper before Poirot. The first letter read, "Thought you could double-cross us and get away with it. Think again, we're coming for you, Ratchett, and we will get you." It was unsigned. Poirot raised an eyebrow but made no other comment, picking up the second letter. "We're going to take you for a ride, Ratchett. Soon, we're going to get you. Understand?" Poirot set it down. "The style is rather repetitive," he remarked, "more so than the penmanship." McQueen looked at him, puzzled. "You would not notice," said Poirot amiably. "It takes a practised eye." This letter was not written by one individual, Mr. McQueen. 2 or more people composed it, each writing 1 letter of a word at a time. Furthermore, the letters are printed. That makes identifying the handwriting considerably more difficult. He paused, then asked, "Were you aware that Mr. Ratchett had sought my assistance?"
"Your assistance?"
McQueen's tone of genuine surprise confirmed for Poirot that the young man had known nothing about it. Poirot nodded.
"Yes, he was frightened."
"Tell me, how did he react when he received the first letter?" McQueen hesitated. "It's hard to describe. He brushed it off with that quiet laugh of his. But somehow he gave a slight shudder. I sensed a great deal of turmoil beneath that calm exterior." Poirot nodded. Then he posed an unexpected question. "Mr. McQueen, will you answer me honestly? What was your personal opinion of your employer? Did you like him?" Hector McQueen took a moment before responding. "No," he said finally, "I did not." "Why not? It's difficult to pinpoint." His manner was always perfectly courteous. He paused, then added with conviction, "I'll be straight with you, Mr. Poirot. I disliked him, and I never trusted him. I am quite certain he was a dangerous and cruel individual. I must confess, however, I have no specific evidence to offer in support of that view. Thank you, Mr. McQueen." Another question? "When was the last time you saw Mr. Ratchett alive?" "Last night, I believe, around 10 o'clock. I entered his compartment to record some notes from him."
What was the subject?
It concerned some Persian tiles and antique pottery he had purchased. The items delivered were not what he had originally bought. There had been a long and rather irritating exchange of letters about it, and that was the final occasion anyone saw Mr. Ratchett alive. "Yes, I suppose it was. Do you know when he received the most recent threatening letter?" "That was on the morning we departed Constantinople. One final question I must ask. Mr. McQueen, were you and your employer on good terms?" A sudden sparkle appeared in the young man's eyes. "Ah, this is the part where I'm expected to get all nervous. To borrow a phrase, you've got nothing on me. Ratchett and I got along perfectly fine. Perhaps, Mr. McQueen, you would provide me with your full name and your American address." McQueen supplied his name, Hector Willard McQueen, along with an address in New York. Poirot settled back against the seat cushions. "That will be all for now, Mr. McQueen," he said. "I would appreciate it if you kept the matter of Mr. Ratchett's death confidential for a short while. His valet, Masterman, will have to be told. He likely already knows," Poirot remarked dryly. "If that is the case, try to persuade him to remain discreet. That shouldn't be too difficult. He's British, and what he calls keeping himself to himself. He holds a rather low opinion of Americans, and has no opinion whatsoever of any other nationality. Thank you, Mr. McQueen." After the American departed the carriage, Ems Buke immediately asked, "Well, do you believe him, this young man? He appears honest and direct. He made no attempt to feign affection for his employer, which he likely would have done if he were implicated." "It is true, Mr. Ratchett did not inform him about attempting to secure my services, but I do not consider that particularly suspicious. I imagine Mr. Ratchett was a man who preferred to keep his own counsel on most matters. So you declare, at least one person innocent of the crime," said Buke with a jovial tone. Poirot gave him a look of mild reproach. I suspect everybody until the final moment, he stated. Nevertheless, I must admit I cannot envision this calm, pragmatic McQueen losing his composure and stabbing his victim 12 or 14 times. It does not align with his character, not in the least. No, Mr. Bouc agreed thoughtfully. That is the act of a person driven to a frenzied, crazed hatred. It hints more at a Latin temperament. Or, as our friend the train conductor insisted, it suggests a woman. Chapter 7. The Body. Accompanied by Dr. Constantine, Poirot proceeded to the next coach in the compartment where the murdered man had been. The conductor arrived and unlocked the door for them. The two men stepped inside. Poirot looked questioningly at his companion. How much has been disturbed in here? Nothing has been touched. I took care not to move the body during my examination. Poirot nodded and glanced around. The first thing to strike him was the biting cold. The window was lowered completely, and the blind was raised. "Brr," Poirot observed. The doctor gave an understanding smile. "I did not want to close it," he explained. Poirot examined the window carefully. "You are correct," he announced. "No one left the carriage this way. The open window may have been meant to suggest otherwise, but if so, the snow has thwarted the murderer's intention." He inspected the window frame meticulously. Removing a small case from his pocket, he dusted a fine powder over the surface. "No fingerprints at all," he said. "It has been wiped clean. Even had there been prints, they would have told us very little. They would only have belonged to Mr. Ratchett or his valet Ratchett. His valet or the conductor. Modern criminals don't tend to make that sort of error. And since that's the case," he added brightly, "we may as well close this window. It's practically a meat locker in here." He did so immediately, then directed his focus for the first time to the still form on the bunk. Ratchett was on his back. His pyjama top, marked with dark, rust-coloured stains, had been opened and pushed aside. "I needed to examine the wounds, you understand," the doctor clarified. Poirot gave a nod. He leaned in close over the body. After a moment he straightened up with a faint expression of distaste. "It is not a pleasant sight," he remarked. "Someone must have stood over him, stabbing repeatedly. What is the precise number of wounds?" "I count 12. 1 or 2 are so superficial they are little more than scratches. Conversely, at least 3 were certainly fatal." Something in the doctor's tone made Poirot look at him more intently. The small man was staring down at the body with a confused, troubled expression. "Something strikes you as unusual, does it not?" Poirot prompted gently. "Tell me, my friend, what is it that puzzles you?" "You are correct," the doctor admitted. "Look here, these 2 wounds here and here," he indicated. "They are deep. Each should have severed significant blood vessels, and yet the edges are not pulled apart. They did not bleed as one would anticipate." "Which suggests what? That the man was already deceased, and had been for a short while when these particular blows were inflicted. But that seems illogical. It would appear so," Poirot agreed thoughtfully. A sudden sharp memory intruded, the fleeting scent of a strong floral perfume in the corridor hours earlier, utterly out of place. He pushed it aside, unless our murderer believed he had not finished the task properly, and returned to make absolutely certain. "But that is plainly absurd. Is there anything else?" "Yes, one more thing, and that is, observe this wound here under the right arm near the shoulder. Take my pen. Could you deliver a strike like that?" Poirot lifted his own hand. "Precisely," he said. "I understand. With the right hand it is exceedingly awkward, almost impossible. One would have to strike in a back-handed manner. But if the blow were delivered with the left hand—" "Exactly, Monsieur Poirot. That blow was almost certainly made with the left hand." "So our murderer is left-handed?" "No, it is more complicated, is it not? As you say, several of these other wounds are just as obviously delivered from the right." 2 people. "We return to the idea of 2 people," the detective murmured. He asked abruptly, "Was the electric light on?" That is hard to determine. The conductor turns it off every morning around 10 o'clock. The switches will inform us, said Poirot. He examined the switch for the main ceiling light, and also the small reading lamp by the bed. The overhead light was off. The bed lamp was switched off as well. Well then, he mused, we have here a hypothesis of the first and second murderer, as the great Shakespeare might phrase it. The first murderer stabbed the victim, left the compartment and switched off the light. The second murderer entered in the darkness, failed to see the job was already done, and stabbed at least twice more into a corpse. "What do you make of that, Magnificent?" declared the little doctor with enthusiasm. Poirot's eyes twinkled. "You think so? I am glad. To my own ears, it sounded a little like nonsense. What other explanation could there possibly be?" "That is precisely what I'm asking myself. Are we looking at a bizarre coincidence, or something else entirely?" His tone shifted, becoming dry and almost sarcastic. "Or perhaps we have a murderer with a theatrical flair, staging a scene worthy of a bad melodrama. Are there any other inconsistencies that might indicate two separate individuals?" "I believe so. Some of these blows, as I mentioned, suggest a certain weakness, a lack of force, or perhaps resolve. They are feeble, glancing strikes. But this one here, and this one," he pointed again, "those required considerable strength. They are savage, determined. The blade had gone deep into the muscle. In your assessment, were these wounds inflicted by a man? Without a doubt. Could a woman not have delivered them? A young, strong, athletic woman might have managed it, particularly if driven by powerful feeling, but I consider it very improbable." Poirot was quiet for a moment. His companion pressed. "You grasp my meaning." "Completely," Poirot replied. "The picture becomes wonderfully clear. The killer possessed great strength, yet was feeble. It was a woman, yet also a right-handed person, or perhaps a left-handed one. It is all a farce." He spoke with abrupt irritation. "And what of the victim through all this? Does he shout? Does he fight back? Does he make any defense at all?" He reached beneath the pillow and retrieved the automatic pistol Ratchett had displayed to him previously. "Still fully loaded, you observe," he noted. Their eyes swept the compartment. Ratchett's day clothes hung from wall hooks. On the small table formed by the wash-basin lid lay several items: a glass of water holding false teeth, a second empty glass, a bottle of mineral water, a large flask, and an ashtray containing a cigar butt and some charred paper scraps, alongside 2 burnt matches. The doctor lifted the empty glass and sniffed. "This explains the victim's lack of response," he stated quietly. "Drugged?" "Yes." Poirot gave a nod. He picked up the 2 matches and examined them with care. "You have found something?" the little doctor asked eagerly. "These 2 matches are not the same," said Poirot. "One is flatter in profile. Do you see the sort provided on trains?" The doctor said, "In paper sleeves." Poirot began searching the pockets of Ratchett's hanging clothes. Soon he extracted a matchbox. He compared its contents carefully. The more rounded one was struck by Mr. Ratchett, he concluded. "Let us see if he also possessed the flatter variety." A further search yielded no other matches. Poirot's eyes, bright and sharp as a bird's, darted around the compartment, missing nothing. With a soft exclamation he stooped and retrieved an object from the floor. It was a small, delicate square of cambric. Our friend, the conductor, was correct. A woman is involved in this affair, and most conveniently she leaves her handkerchief behind, said Poirot. "Precisely as in novels and motion pictures, and to make it simpler still for us, it is marked with an initial." "What astounding luck for our investigation!" the doctor exclaimed. "Is it not?" said Poirot. Something in his tone gave the doctor pause, but before he could seek clarification, Poirot was down on the floor again. This time he held up on his open palm a pipe cleaner. Perhaps it belongs to Mr. Ratchett, suggested the doctor. We found no pipe in his pockets, nor any tobacco or pouch. Then it is another clue. Oh, decidedly so, and again dropped most conveniently. A masculine clue this time, note well. One cannot accuse this case of a lack of evidence. Clues here are positively abundant. Incidentally, what has become of the weapon? There is no sign of it. The murderer must have taken it away. A curious decision, Poirot mused. Ah! The doctor had been carefully exploring the pyjama pockets of the deceased. I overlooked this earlier, he admitted. I unbuttoned the jacket and turned it back without checking. From the breast pocket he produced a gold watch. Its case was brutally dented, and the hands were frozen at 1:15. "You see," cried Constantine with excitement, "this gives us the time of the crime. It aligns with my estimates. I suggested between midnight and 2 in the morning, likely around 1 o'clock, though precision is difficult in these matters. Well, here is our confirmation, 1:15. That was the moment of the murder. It is a possibility. Yes, it is certainly one possibility." The doctor studied him, curiosity plain on his face. "You must excuse me, Monsieur Poirot, but I am afraid I do not follow your meaning." "Nor do I follow it myself," Poirot confessed. "I comprehend nothing whatsoever, and as you can see, it troubles me greatly." He let out a sigh and leaned over the small table, scrutinizing the burned scrap of paper. Muttering to himself, he said, "What is required at this moment is a proper, old-fashioned hat-box." Dr. Constantine was utterly bewildered by this strange statement. Poirot, however, gave him no opportunity for questions. Opening the corridor door, he called for the conductor, who arrived promptly. "How many female passengers are in this car?" The conductor tallied on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 6 in total, sir. The elderly American woman, a Swedish lady, the young Englishwoman, Countess Andrenier, Madame la Princesse Dragomirov, and her maid. Poirot pondered this. "And they each possess a hat-box, correct?" "Yes, sir." "Then fetch for me. Let me consider. Yes, the Swedish lady's box, and that of the lady's maid. Those two are our only hope. Inform them it is a customs formality. Invent whatever excuse comes to mind." "That will be fine, sir. Neither lady is in her compartment at present. Then be quick about it." The conductor left and soon returned with the 2 hat-boxes. Poirot opened the maid's, dismissed it with a glance, and then opened the Swedish lady's. He gave a satisfied exclamation, carefully removing the hats. He revealed the rounded wire frames inside. "Ah, here is precisely what we need." About 15 years ago, hat boxes were constructed in this manner. One would secure a hat with a pin directly onto this wire form. As he spoke, he deftly detached 2 of the wire supports. He then repacked the box and instructed the conductor to return both items. Once the door was closed again, he turned to his companion. "You see, my dear doctor, I am not one to depend solely on expert methods. It is the psychology I pursue, not the fingerprint or the cigarette ash. Yet in this instance, I would welcome some scientific aid. This compartment is overflowing with clues, but can I be certain they are genuinely what they appear to be?" "I am still not entirely clear, Monsieur Poirot. Allow me to provide an example. We discover a lady's handkerchief. Did a woman drop it, or did a man, after committing the crime, think to himself, 'I shall make this resemble a woman's work. I will stab my victim a needless number of times, making certain blows weak and ineffectual, and I will drop this handkerchief where it cannot be missed.' That is one possibility. Then consider another. Did a woman kill him and deliberately leave a pipe cleaner to suggest a man's involvement? Or are we to seriously believe that 2 individuals, a man and a woman, were independently involved, and each was careless enough to leave behind a clue to their identity? That would stretch coincidence too far. But how does the hat box factor into this? Asked the doctor, still confused. Ah, I'm arriving at that. As I stated, these clues, the watch halted at 1:15, the handkerchief, the pipe cleaner, they may be authentic or they may be fabrications. I cannot yet determine which. However, there is one clue here which I believe, though I may again be mistaken, has not been falsified. I refer to this flattened match, Doctor. I believe that match was used by the murderer, not by Mr. Ratchett. It was used to burn some kind of damning document. Perhaps a note. If so, there was something within that note, some slip, some error, that offered a possible trail to the attacker. I intend to attempt to reconstruct what that something was. He left the compartment and returned moments later with a small spirit stove and a pair of curling tongs. I employ these for the moustaches, he remarked, indicating the tongs. The doctor observed with keen interest as Poirot straightened the 2 wire supports and, with immense care, manoeuvred the charred paper fragment onto one of them. He gave the other piece a firm pat on top, then, gripping both with the tongs, held the assembly over the spirit lamp's flame. "This is a rather crude setup," he remarked, glancing back. "We must trust it serves our need." The doctor observed closely. The metal started to glow. Abruptly, faint traces of letters emerged. Words materialized gradually, words written in fire. The fragment was exceedingly small. Only 3 words and a portion of a 4th became visible. "'Member little Daisy Armstrong?" "Ah!" Poirot let out a quick, sharp sound. "Does that mean something to you?" asked the doctor. Poirot's eyes gleamed. He set the tongs down with deliberate care. "Indeed," he said, "I now know the deceased man's true identity. I understand why he was compelled to depart from America. What was his name?" "Cassetti. Cassetti." Constantine furrowed his brow in thought. "That stirs a memory. Something from years ago. I cannot quite recall. Was it not a case in America?" "Yes," Poirot replied. "A case in America." Poirot did not seem inclined to elaborate further at that moment. He glanced around the compartment as he continued, "We will delve into all that shortly. First, let us ensure we have examined everything of significance here." With swift, practised motions, he went through the dead man's pockets once more, but found nothing of interest. He tried the communicating door to the adjoining compartment, but it was bolted from the other side. "There is one point that puzzles me," said Dr. Constantine. "If the killer did not get out through the window, and if this connecting door was bolted on the other side, and if the corridor door was not only locked but also chained from the inside, then how did the murderer leave this room? That is precisely what the audience wonders, when a person tied hand and foot is sealed inside a cabinet and then vanishes." "You are suggesting?" "I am suggesting," Poirot explained, "that if the murderer wished us to believe he escaped via the window, he would naturally make the other 2 exits appear impossible. It is like the vanishing person in the magic cabinet, a trick. Our task is to discover how the trick was performed." He locked the communicating door on their side. "Just in case," he said, "the admirable Mrs. Hubbard should be struck with the notion to gather first-hand details of the crime for a letter to her daughter." He took a final look around. "I believe there is nothing more for us here. Let us return to Book. Chapter 8. The Armstrong kidnapping case. They found Book just finishing an omelette. "I thought it wise to have lunch served promptly in the dining car," he said. "Afterward, it will be cleared, and Poirot can conduct his interviews with the passengers there. In the meantime, I ordered some food brought here for the 3 of us." "A most sensible plan," said Poirot. Neither of the other 2 men had much appetite, and the meal was concluded quickly. It was only as they were sipping their coffee that Book broached the subject occupying all their thoughts. "Well," he asked. "Well, I have established the victim's identity. I know why it was absolutely necessary for him to leave America. Who was he? Do you recall the news stories about the Armstrong baby?" This is the man who murdered little Daisy Armstrong, Cassetti. It comes back to me now, a horrifying business, though the details escape me. Colonel Armstrong was an Englishman, a recipient of the Victoria Cross. He was half American, as his mother was a daughter of the Wall Street millionaire W.K. Vanderhult. He married the daughter of Linda Arden, the most celebrated tragic actress of her era in America. They lived in America and had one child, a girl whom they adored. When she was 3 years old, she was kidnapped, and an exorbitant ransom was demanded for her return. I will not burden you with all the convoluted events that followed. I will come to the moment when, after the enormous sum of $200,000 had been paid, the child's body was found. She had been dead for at least 2 weeks. Public outrage reached a fever pitch. The tragedy only deepened. Mrs. Armstrong, already expecting another child, was so devastated by the discovery that she went into early labor. The baby was stillborn, and she herself did not survive. Her husband, shattered by grief, took his own life shortly after. "Good heavens, what a horror! I do recall something of it," said M'Bouk. "If my memory serves, there was a third death as well." "Yes, an unfortunate young nursemaid, either French or Swiss. The authorities were certain she knew something. They dismissed her frantic denials as hysterics. Overwhelmed, the poor girl eventually leaped from a window to her death. It was later proven she had been entirely innocent, knowing nothing of the crime. "A dreadful thing to remember," M'Bouk murmured. Approximately 6 months later, Cassetti was finally apprehended as the leader of the kidnapping ring. Their pattern was consistent. If police drew too close, they would murder their captive, conceal the body, and keep collecting ransom for as long as possible before the crime was uncovered. "Now, let me be perfectly clear," Poirot continued. "Cassetti was the man responsible. Yet, through his vast, ill-gotten wealth and the secret leverage he held over certain influential people, he was acquitted on a minor technicality. He would have faced mob justice had he not been cunning enough to vanish. The picture is clear to me now. He changed his identity, left America, and has since lived as a man of leisure abroad, funded by his investments. What a monster!" M'Bouk's voice was thick with revulsion. "I cannot find it in me to regret his death, not in the slightest. I share your sentiment. All the same did he have to be killed on the Orient Express. The world contains other, less inconvenient locations." Poirot allowed himself a faint smile, recognizing his friend's very practical bias. "The question we must now confront is this," he stated. "Was this murder committed by a rival criminal faction that Cassetti had betrayed, or was it an act of personal retribution?" He then detailed his finding of the charred paper fragment. "If my theory is correct, the murderer burned that note, because it contained the word Armstrong, which is the very key to this mystery. Are any members of the Armstrong family still alive?" "That I regret. I do not know for certain. I have a vague recollection of reading about Mrs. Armstrong having a younger sister." Poirot proceeded to share the combined deductions of himself and Dr. Constantine. M'Bouk's interest sharpened at the mention of the damaged watch. "That appears to pinpoint the time of the crime rather precisely." "Yes," agreed Poirot. "It is all very convenient." Something in his tone, an indefinable dryness, made the other 2 men study him with curiosity. "You stated that you personally heard Ratchett speak to the conductor at 20 minutes to 1. Poirot recounted the incident exactly. "Well then," said M'Bouk, "that at least proves Cassetti, or Ratchett, as I shall keep calling him, was undoubtedly alive at 20 minutes to 1. 23 minutes to 1, to be precise. So, at 12:37, formally speaking, Mr. Ratchett was alive. That is one established fact, at least." Poirot did not respond immediately. He sat in thoughtful silence, gazing ahead. A tap sounded at the door, and the restaurant car attendant entered. "The dining car is ready for you now, sir." "We shall go there," announced M'Bouk, standing. "May I join you?" inquired Constantine. "But of course, my dear doctor, unless M. Poirot has an objection." "None at all," Poirot assured him. After the brief, customary exchange of courtesies, "After you." "No, I insist after you," they left the compartment. Part 2. The Evidence, Chapter 1. The Testimony of the Wagon-Lit Conductor. In the restaurant car, everything was prepared. Poirot and M. Bouc sat side by side at a table. Dr. Constantine took a seat across the aisle, spread out on the table. Before Poirot was a detailed diagram of the Istanbul-Calais sleeping car, each passenger's name carefully inscribed in red. A neat stack of passports and tickets sat to one side, alongside writing paper, ink, and pencils. "Splendid," Poirot declared. "We may now convene our inquiry. I propose we begin by hearing from the sleeping car conductor. You are familiar with the man, I presume. What is his character? Is he a person upon whose testimony one can rely?" "Absolutely, without question," came the reply. "Pierre Michel has served the company for more than 15 years. He is a French national, residing near Calais. He is entirely respectable and honest. Perhaps not the most brilliant mind, but utterly dependable." Poirot gave a knowing nod. "Very well. Let us speak with him." Pierre Michel entered, having regained some composure, though a palpable nervousness remained. "I sincerely hope the gentlemen do not believe there was any neglect on my part," he said anxiously, his gaze shifting between Poirot and M. Bouc. "This is a dreadful affair. I pray it casts no shadow upon my record." After offering reassurances to calm the man, Poirot commenced his questioning. He first established Michel's name, address, years of service, and his tenure on this specific route, details already known, but the routine served to settle him. "Now then," Poirot continued, "let us proceed to the events of last night. At what time did Mr. Ratchett retire?" "Almost immediately following dinner, sir. In fact, it was before we departed Belgrade. He did the same the night prior. He had instructed me to prepare his berth while he dined, which I did." "Did anyone enter his compartment afterward?" "His valet entered, sir, and the young American gentleman who acts as his secretary." "Anyone else?" "Not to my knowledge, sir." "Good. And that was the last you saw or heard from him?" "No, sir, you forget. He rang his bell at approximately 20 minutes to 1, shortly after the train came to a halt." "Describe the incident precisely." "I knocked at the door, but he called out to say he had made an error." "In English or French?" "In French, sir. His exact words, if you please. He said, 'Ce n'est rien. Je me suis trompé.'" "Quite correct," Poirot affirmed. "That aligns with what I heard. You then departed." "Yes, sir." "Did you return directly to your seat?" "No, sir. Another bell had just sounded, so I attended to that first. Now, Michel, a crucial question. Where were you at 1:15? "I, sir. I was at my small seat at the corridor's end, facing forward." "You are certain?" "Well, yes, that is, go on." "I did step into the adjoining coach, the one for Athens, to converse with my colleague there. We discussed the heavy snowfall. This was around 1 o'clock, but I cannot give the precise minute." "And when did you return?" "One of my bells rang again, sir. I recall telling you this. It was the American lady. She had rung several times." "I remember," said Poirot. "And afterward?" "Afterward, sir? I answered your bell and brought you the mineral water. Then, perhaps half an hour later, I prepared the bed in another compartment, that of the young American secretary, Mr. McQueen. Was Mr. McQueen alone when you went to make up his berth?" "The English colonel from compartment number 15 was with him. They had been engaged in conversation." "What did the colonel do upon leaving Mr. McQueen?" "He returned to his own compartment." "Number 15, that is quite near your seat, is it not?" "Yes, sir. It is the second compartment from my end of the corridor. His bed was already prepared. Yes, sir, I had made it up earlier while he was at dinner. At what time did all this occur? I could not say exactly, sir, certainly no later than 2 in the morning. And after that, sir, I remained at my seat until morning. You did not re-enter the Athens coach? No, sir. Did you perhaps doze off? I do not believe I slept, sir. The train's motionless state kept me from slipping into my usual nap. Did you notice any passengers moving through the corridor? The man thought for a moment. I believe one of the ladies walked to the restroom at the far end. Which lady? I couldn't say, sir. She was quite a distance away, and she was facing the other direction. She wore a scarlet robe with dragon designs. Poirot gave a nod. And then? Nothing else, sir, until morning.
You're certain?
Forgive me, you yourself, sir. Opened your door and glanced out briefly. Well done, Poirot replied. I was curious if you would recall that. Incidentally, I was woken by what sounded like a heavy object striking my door. Do you have any notion what that might have been? The attendant looked at him, puzzled. There was nothing, sir. Nothing at all, I am sure of it. Then I must have had a nightmare, Poirot said with a philosophical shrug. Unless Book interjected, it was a noise from the adjoining compartment you heard. Poirot ignored the remark, perhaps not wishing to discuss it further in front of the sleeping car attendant. Let us move to another matter, he continued. Assume an assassin boarded the train last night. Is it absolutely certain he could not have left after the crime? Pierre Michel shook his head. Or that he might be hiding somewhere on the train. It has been thoroughly searched, Monsieur Bouc stated. Discard that notion, my friend? Moreover, Michel added, no one could have entered the sleeping car without my seeing them. What was the last station? Vinkovci. And the time? We were scheduled to depart at 11:58, but the weather caused a 20-minute delay. Could someone have come from the regular coaches? No, sir. After dinner service, the door connecting the ordinary carriages to the sleeping cars is locked. Did you step off the train at Vinkovci yourself? Yes, sir. I stood on the platform by the steps as usual, like the other attendants. What about the forward door near the dining car? It is typically secured from the inside. It isn't fastened now. The man looked surprised. Then his expression cleared. No doubt a passenger opened it to look at the snow. Most likely, Poirot agreed. He tapped the table thoughtfully for a moment. The attendant asked timidly, You do not fault me, sir? Poirot offered a kind smile.
You have had unfortunate luck, my friend. One more thing while I remember. You mentioned another bell rang, just as you were knocking at Mr. Ratchett's door. I heard it as well. Whose was it? It was for Princess Dragomiroff. She wished me to call her maid, and you did so? Yes, sir. Poirot studied the layout before him, then nodded. That is all for now. Thank you, sir. The man stood. He glanced at M. Bouc, who said kindly, Do not trouble yourself. I see no negligence on your part. Relieved, Pierre Michel departed. For a few moments, Poirot sat deep in thought. I believe, he said finally, it would be wise to speak again with Mr. McQueen. Considering what we now know, the young American arrived promptly. So, he said, how is the investigation progressing? Adequately. Since we last spoke, I have discovered something, the true identity of Mr. Ratchett. Hector McQueen leaned forward with interest. Yes, he said, Ratchett, as you may have suspected, was an alias. Ratchett was Cassetti, the man behind those notorious kidnapping schemes, including the infamous little Daisy Armstrong case. McQueen's face first showed complete astonishment, then darkened with anger. The wretched scoundrel, he exclaimed. You had no knowledge of this, Mr. McQueen? No, sir, the young American stated firmly. If I had known, I would have severed my own right hand before it ever took dictation for that man.
McQueen's voice was sharp with conviction.
You feel quite strongly about this, Mr. McQueen? Poirot inquired. I have a personal stake in it, the young man replied, his expression hardening. My father was the district attorney who prosecuted the case. I met Mrs. Armstrong on several occasions. She was a beautiful, gracious woman, utterly shattered by grief. He paused, a shadow crossing his features. A man like Ratchett, or Cassetti, as we now know him, got exactly what he deserved. The world is a better place without him in it.
He was unfit to draw breath. One might almost think you would have been willing to administer that justice yourself, Poirot observed quietly. I would have. I. McQueen stopped abruptly, a flush of self-consciousness colouring his cheeks. I suppose that sounds like a confession. On the contrary, Poirot said, I would be far more suspicious if you exhibited profound grief over your employer's demise. A performance of sorrow would not ring true.
I couldn't manage it, McQueen stated flatly. Not even to save my own skin. He leaned forward, curiosity getting the better of him. If you don't mind my asking, how did you deduce his true identity? The Cassetti connection, I mean. It was a fragment of a letter discovered in his compartment. Seems a rather reckless oversight for a man in hiding, McQueen mused. Perhaps, Poirot replied enigmatically. Or perhaps it was intentional. That is a matter of perspective.
He watched the young man's puzzled reaction before continuing. My task now is to establish the precise movements of every person on this train. Please do not take offence. It is a routine procedure. None taken. Ask your questions. I'm happy to clear my name. We need not discuss your compartment number, Poirot said with a slight smile. I am intimately familiar with it, as I was your roommate for a night. Second-class compartment, numbers 6 and 7. After I departed, you had it to yourself? Correct. Very well. Now I wish for you to recount your actions last night, starting from the moment you left the dining car. That's straightforward enough, McQueen began. I returned to my compartment and read for a time. When we stopped at Belgrade, I stepped onto the platform, found the cold unbearable, and came right back inside. I chatted briefly with a young Englishwoman in the adjoining compartment. After that, I fell into a conversation with Colonel Arbuthnot. You actually walked past us while we were talking. Later, I went to Mr. Ratchett's compartment to take notes on some correspondence he required. I wished him good night and left. The Colonel was still in the corridor. His berth had already been prepared for the night, so I invited him to mine. We ordered drinks and settled into a long discussion. We covered global politics, the situation in India, and our own domestic financial troubles, including the Wall Street crisis. A wry, almost sarcastic note entered his tone. I don't usually warm to the British. They can be an insufferably rigid bunch, but I found I actually liked this one. A rare exception to the rule. And at what time did he leave you? It was quite late, nearing 2 o'clock in the morning, I'd estimate. Did you observe that the train had stopped? Oh, yes. We commented on it. We looked out and saw the heavy snowfall, but we didn't think it was anything serious. What did you do after Colonel Arbuthnot said good night? He returned to his compartment. I summoned the conductor to prepare my bed. Where were you while this was being done? Just outside the door in the corridor, having a cigarette. And then I went to bed and slept straight through until morning. At any point in the evening, did you leave the train? Arbuthnot and I considered it. We thought we'd get out at Vinkovci to walk around and stretch our legs. But a blizzard was raging. It was brutally cold. We retreated back inside almost immediately. Through which door did you exit? The one closest to our compartment? The door next to the dining car? Yes. Do you recall if it was bolted? McQueen thought for a moment. Yes, I believe it was. There was a metal bar that slid across the handle. Is that what you mean? Precisely. When you re-entered the train, did you replace that bar? No, I don't think I did. I was the last one back in. No, I don't believe I recall doing that. He paused, then asked abruptly, Is that detail significant? It could be. Now, sir, I assume that while you and Colonel Arbuthnot were conversing, the door from your compartment into the corridor remained open. Hector McQueen confirmed this with a nod. I need you to tell me, if possible, whether anyone passed along that corridor after the train departed Vinkovci until the time you both retired for the evening. McQueen furrowed his brow in thought. I believe the conductor passed by once, he said, coming from the direction of the dining car. Also, a woman went the other way, heading toward it. Which woman? I really couldn't say. I wasn't paying close attention. You understand, Colonel Arbuthnot and I were in the middle of a rather heated debate. I only have a vague impression of something scarlet, a flash of silk passing the doorway. I didn't look up, and in any case, I wouldn't have seen her face. My compartment, as you know, faces the dining car end, so anyone walking in that direction would have their back to me almost immediately. Poirot gave a slow nod. She was presumably going to the washroom. I suppose so. And did you see her return?
Well, no, McQueen admitted, seeming to consider it for the first time. Now that you mention it, I didn't notice her coming back, but she must have, of course. One final question. Do you smoke a pipe, Monsieur McQueen? No, sir, I do not. Poirot allowed a moment of silence. I think that is all for now. I should now like to speak with Monsieur Ratchett's valet. Incidentally, did you both always travel second class? He did.
I typically travelled first class, preferably in the compartment adjoining Mr. Ratchett's. It was a convenient arrangement. He could store most of his luggage with me, yet access it easily. On this particular journey, however, all the first-class accommodations were booked except for the one he secured. I understand. Thank you, Monsieur McQueen. The valet's testimony. The American was replaced by the pallid, expressionless Englishman Poirot had observed the previous day. He stood with formal correctness until Poirot gestured for him to be seated. You are, I understand, Monsieur Ratchett's valet? Yes, sir. Your name? Edward Henry Masterman? Your age? 39. And your home address? 21 Friar Street, Clerkenwell. You are aware your employer has been murdered? Yes, sir. A most shocking event. Now, please tell me at what hour you last saw Monsieur Ratchett. The valet considered. It would have been approximately 9 o'clock last night, sir. Perhaps a little after. Describe in your own words what transpired. I entered Mr. Ratchett's compartment as usual, sir, and attended to his evening needs. What were your specific duties? To arrange his clothing, sir, either folding or hanging it, to place his dental plate in water and ensure he had everything required for the night. Was his demeanour consistent with his usual manner? The valet paused briefly. If I may say so, sir, he appeared rather agitated. Agitated in what manner? It concerned a letter he had been reading. He demanded to know if I had placed it in his compartment. I assured him I had done no such thing, but he proceeded to curse at me and find fault with everything I did. Was this behaviour unusual? Oh, no, sir. He was prone to losing his temper. It simply depended on what had upset him on a given day.
Once, after a disappointing business cable, he threw a hairbrush at the wall. It was always something. Did your master regularly take a sleeping draught? Dr. Constantine leaned forward slightly. Always when travelling by train, sir. He claimed he could not sleep otherwise. Are you familiar with the specific drug he used? I couldn't say for certain, sir. The bottle bore no label, only the instruction. Sleeping draught to be taken at bedtime. Did he take it last night?
Yes, sir. I poured the dose into a glass and placed it on the washstand, ready for him. You did not witness him drinking it. No, sir. What happened then? I inquired if he required anything further and asked at what time he wished to be called in the morning. He stated he was not to be disturbed under any circumstances until he rang. Was this his customary instruction? Entirely usual, sir. He would ring for the conductor and have him fetch me when he was ready to rise.
Was he generally an early riser, or did he sleep late? That depended entirely on his mood, sir. Some mornings he would be up for breakfast, while other days he wouldn't stir until nearly lunchtime. So you weren't concerned when the morning passed without any call from him? No, sir. Were you aware that your employer had enemies? Yes, sir. The man's tone remained flat. How did you know? I overheard him discussing certain letters with Mr. McQueen, sir. Did you have any affection for your employer, Masterman? Masterman's face, if possible, grew even more impassive. I wouldn't go so far as to say that, sir. He was a generous man to work for. But you did not like him personally. Let's just say I have never been particularly fond of Americans, sir. Have you ever visited America? No, sir. Do you recall reading about the Armstrong kidnapping case in the papers? A faint flush touched the valet's cheeks. Yes, sir. A terrible business. It involved a small child, if I remember correctly. Were you aware that your employer, Mr. Ratchett, was the chief architect of that crime? No, sir, I was not. For the first time, a note of genuine emotion entered the valet's voice. I find that very difficult to believe, sir. Nevertheless, it is true. Now, to move to your own activities last night, this is purely routine. What did you do after you left your master? I informed Mr. McQueen that he was wanted, sir. Then I retired to my own compartment to read. And your compartment was located where? The last second-class compartment, sir, adjacent to the dining car. Poirot consulted his diagram. I see. Which berth did you occupy? The lower one, sir. That would be number 4. Yes, sir. Did you share the compartment with anyone? Yes, sir. A rather large Italian gentleman. Does he speak English? After a fashion, sir, the valet replied, his tone politely dismissive. I understand he has spent time in America. Chicago, I believe. Did the two of you converse much? No, sir. I prefer to read. Poirot could easily imagine the scene, the voluble Italian, and the cool dismissal from the professional valet. And what, might I ask, were you reading? He inquired. Currently, sir, I am reading Love's Captive by Mrs. Arabella Richardson. Is it a good story? I find it quite diverting, sir. Let us continue. You returned to your compartment and read until when? Until approximately 10:30, sir, when the Italian gentleman wished to retire. The conductor then came to prepare the berths. And then you went to bed and to sleep. I went to bed, sir, but I did not sleep. Why was that? A severe toothache, sir. Oh dear, that is painful indeed, extremely painful, sir. Did you take any measures for relief? I applied some oil of cloves, sir, which provided slight relief. However, sleep remained elusive. I switched on my reading lamp and continued with my book to distract myself, as it were. Did you eventually fall asleep? Yes, sir, I managed to doze off around 4 in the morning. And your companion? The Italian? Oh, he snored steadily. He did not leave the compartment at any point during the night. No, sir. Did you? No, sir. Did you hear anything unusual during the night? I think not, sir. Nothing out of the ordinary. The train being stationary made everything quite silent. Poirot was quiet for a moment. Well, I believe that covers most points. You cannot offer any further insight into this tragedy? I am afraid not, sir. My apologies. To your knowledge, was there any quarrel or bad feeling between your master and Mr. McQueen? Oh, no, sir. Mr. McQueen was always most agreeable. Where were you employed before entering Mr. Ratchett's service? With Sir Henry Tomlinson, sir, in Grosvenor Square? Why did you leave that position? He was relocating to East Africa, sir, and no longer required my services. I am confident he would provide a reference, however. I was with him for a number of years. And you have been with Mr. Ratchett since, Masterman? How long did you serve, Mr. Ratchett? Just over 9 months, sir.
Thank you. One more thing. Do you smoke a pipe?
No, sir. Only cigarettes. The regular kind. Very well. That will be all.
The valet lingered. If you'll pardon the interruption, sir, the older American lady is quite worked up. She insists she has critical information about the killer. She's been growing rather agitated. In that case, Poirot replied with a faint smile. We should speak with her next. Shall I inform her, sir? She's been asking for someone in charge for some time. The conductor has had his hands full trying to calm her.
Send her in, my friend. We will hear what she has to say. The American lady's account. Mrs. Hubbard burst into the dining car so breathless and excited she could scarcely get her words out. Now listen here. Who's running this investigation? I have some extremely important information, truly vital, and I need to tell it to the person in charge immediately. If you gentlemen? Her uncertain gaze shifted among the three men. Poirot inclined forward. Tell it to me, madame.
But first, please, take a seat. Mrs. Hubbard sank heavily onto the bench opposite him. What I have to tell you is simply this. There was a murder on this train last night, and the murderer was inside my own compartment. She paused, letting the statement hang in the air. You are certain of this, madame? Of course I'm certain. The very idea I know what I'm talking about. I'll tell you the whole story. I had gone to bed and fallen asleep when suddenly I woke up. It was pitch dark, and I knew a man was in my room. I was so terrified I couldn't even scream, if you can imagine. I just lay there thinking, good heavens, I'm about to be murdered. I can't possibly describe the feeling. All I could think about were these dreadful trains and every awful story I'd ever read. And I thought, well, at least he won't get my jewellery. You see, I'd tucked it into a stocking and hidden it under my pillow, which, let me tell you, does not make for a comfortable sleep. It's rather lumpy. But that's beside the point. Where was I? You became aware, madame, that a man was in your compartment. Yes, I just lay there with my eyes shut, wondering what on earth to do, and I thought, thank goodness my daughter has no idea of the fix I'm in. Then, somehow, I gathered my courage and felt around with my hand until I found the bell for the conductor. I pressed it again and again, but nothing happened. I tell you, my heart nearly stopped. Mercy, I said to myself, maybe they've done away with everyone on this whole train. We weren't moving anymore, and everything had this awful quiet feeling. But I kept pressing that bell, and oh, the relief, when I finally heard footsteps hurrying down the corridor and a knock at my door. Come in, I shouted, and I switched on the light at the same instant. And would you believe it? There wasn't a soul to be seen. To Mrs. Hubbard, this was a stunning revelation, not a letdown. And what occurred next, madame? Well, I told the conductor what happened, and he didn't seem to believe me. Acted as though I'd dreamed the whole thing. I made him look under the seat, even though he claimed no one could possibly fit there. It was obvious the man had slipped away, but he had been there, and it made me furious the way that conductor tried to pat me on the head and calm me down. I am not a woman who imagines things, mister. I'm afraid I didn't catch your name. Poirot, madame. This is Mr. Bouc, a director of the railway, and Dr. Constantine. Mrs. Hubbard offered a distracted pleased to meet you, I'm sure, to all three, then dove back into her story. Now, I won't pretend I was thinking as clearly as I might have been. The idea struck me that it must have been the man from the compartment next door, the unfortunate gentleman who was later found dead. I instructed the conductor to check the connecting door and, just as I suspected, it was not secured. I had him bolted immediately, and after he left, I took the extra precaution of propping my suitcase against it for good measure. When asked about the time, I couldn't say. I was far too distressed to check a watch. My conclusion now seems perfectly obvious. The person in my compartment was the killer. Who else could it possibly have been? As for where he went afterward, I have no idea. I kept my eyes tightly shut the entire time. He might have slipped out into the corridor, but I couldn't tell you. My eyes were closed, you understand. The whole ordeal left me trembling. Goodness, if my daughter knew what I'd been through, when it was suggested that perhaps I'd only heard noises from the adjoining compartment, I dismissed it outright. That man was right there with me. And I have proof. With a sense of triumph, I produced my handbag and began to empty its contents. 2 neatly folded handkerchiefs, a pair of spectacles, a bottle of aspirin, a packet of digestive salts, a tube of peppermint candies, a key ring, a small pair of scissors, a book of traveller's checks, a photograph of a rather homely child, some letters, several strands of imitation beads, and finally a small metal button. You see this? It isn't mine. I found it on the floor this morning when I arose. As I placed it on the table, one of the gentlemen leaned forward in recognition. Why, that's a button from a sleeping car attendant's uniform. Poirot offered a mild alternative. It could have simply fallen from the conductor's jacket. Madam, either during his search or when he was preparing your berth last night. Honestly, it's enough to try a person's patience. All this doubting. Let me set the record straight. Last night, before turning in, I was reading a magazine. I placed it on a small case near the window before switching off the light. Now, the conductor searched from near the door and bolted the connecting door, but he never went near that window. Yet this morning, that button was lying directly on top of my magazine. How do you explain that? I'd like to know. That, madame, Poirot replied, I call evidence. His acknowledgment soothed my irritation somewhat. Nothing angers me more than not being believed. You have provided us with most interesting and valuable information, he said gently. Now, may I pose another question? If you were apprehensive about Mr. Ratchett, why had you not already secured the connecting door yourself? But I had, I replied promptly. Well, to be perfectly honest, I'd asked that kind Swedish lady, a dear soul, to check it for me, and she assured me it was bolted. Why couldn't you verify it yourself? Because I was already in bed and my toiletry bag was hanging from the door handle. And what time did you make this request of her? Let me think. It must have been around 10:30 or 11:15. She had come by to ask if I had an aspirin. I directed her to my bag, and she fetched it for me. You were in bed at this time? Yes. I couldn't help but laugh at the memory. The poor dear was quite flustered. You see, she had initially opened the door to the next compartment by mistake. Mr. Ratchett's compartment. Precisely. You know how it is when you walk down the train and every door is closed. She opened his by accident and was terribly upset about it. He apparently laughed, and I suspect he might have said something rather rude. The poor woman was completely flustered. Oh, I make a mistake, she told me. I am ashamed. He is not a nice man. He says to me, you are too old, Doctor. Constantine gave a little chuckle, but Mrs. Hubbard silenced him with a sharp look. He was not a gentleman, she stated firmly. To speak that way to a lady, it is not something to laugh about. The doctor quickly offered his apology. Did you hear any sound from Mr. Ratchett's room after that incident? Poirot inquired. Well, not precisely a sound. What do you mean by that, madam? She hesitated. He snored. Ah, he snored, you say, dreadfully. The previous night, it kept me awake entirely. You did not hear this snoring after you were frightened by the man in your own room. Mr. Poirot? How could I possibly? He was dead by then. Ah, yes, of course, said Poirot, seeming momentarily flustered. He changed the subject. Mrs. Hubbard, do you recall the Armstrong kidnapping case? I certainly do, and to think the monster who did it got away clean. My goodness, I would have liked to have gotten my hands on him. He did not escape. He is dead. He died last night. You cannot mean? Mrs. Hubbard nearly rose from her seat. But I do. Ratchett was that man. Well, I never. I must write my daughter immediately. Now, didn't I tell you last night that man had a wicked face? I was absolutely right. My daughter always says when Mama has a feeling, you can bet your last dollar it's correct. Were you personally acquainted with any of the Armstrong family? No, they moved in very high society. But I always heard Mrs. Armstrong was a perfectly beautiful woman and that her husband adored her. You have been most helpful, Mrs. Hubbard. Perhaps you would provide your full name? Certainly. Caroline Martha Hubbard. Would you write your address here for me? As she did so, she continued talking, unable to contain her excitement. I simply cannot believe it. Cassetti, on this very train. I had a feeling about that man, didn't I, Mr. Poirot? Indeed, you did, madam. Incidentally, do you possess a scarlet silk dressing gown? Goodness, what a strange question. No, I do not. I have two with me, a warm pink flannel, one for the ship, and a purple silk one my daughter gave me as a souvenir. But why in the world do you ask about my dressing gowns? You see, someone wearing a scarlet kimono entered either your compartment or Mr. Ratchett's last night. As you noted, with all the doors shut, it is easy to become confused. Well, no one in a scarlet dressing gown came into my room. Then she must have gone into Mr. Ratchett's. Mrs. Hubbard pressed her lips together grimly. That would not surprise me in the least. Poirot leaned forward. So you heard a woman's voice in the next compartment. I don't know how you guessed that, but as a matter of fact, I did. Yet, when I asked earlier if you heard anything, you mentioned only the snoring. That was true. He snored for a good part of the time. As for the other matter, Mrs. Hubbard's cheeks coloured slightly. It isn't a very proper thing to discuss. What time did you hear this woman's voice? I couldn't say. I simply woke for a moment and heard a woman speaking, and it was perfectly clear where the sound was coming from. I thought to myself, well, that's the sort of fellow he is. I'm not surprised, and then I went back to sleep. I assure you, I would never have mentioned such a thing to three gentlemen if you hadn't practically pulled it out of me. Was this before or after your fright with the intruder? Why, you've already pointed out the obvious. He couldn't very well have been talking to a woman if he was dead, could he? My apologies. You must consider me quite foolish, madame. Even the sharpest minds can become a little confused now and then. I simply cannot believe it was that awful man, Cassetti.
What my daughter will think.
Poirot skillfully assisted the flustered woman in gathering her belongings before guiding her toward the exit. Just as she was about to leave, he spoke up. You have let your handkerchief fall, madame. Mrs. Hubbard glanced at the delicate piece of linen he offered. That isn't mine, Mr. Poirot. Mine is right here in my bag. My apologies. I assumed given the embroidered initial H. How very odd, but it certainly does not belong to me. My handkerchiefs are marked with my full initials, CMH, and they are practical items, not these flimsy, fashionable trifles from Paris. What use is such a scrap of cloth to anyone with a real sniffle? None of the three gentlemen present could provide a satisfactory answer to this practical inquiry, and Mrs. Hubbard departed with an air of vindication. The testimony of the Swedish woman. Book was turning over the button Mrs. Hubbard had left behind. This button, it perplexes me. Could it imply that Pierre Michel is involved somehow? He paused, waiting for a response that did not come. What is your opinion, my friend? That button opens a door to several interesting possibilities, Poirot replied thoughtfully. But let us first hear from the Swedish passenger before we analyze the evidence we have gathered. He sifted through the stack of passports before him. Ah, here it is, Greta Olsen, age 49 at M. Book's instruction. The restaurant car attendant soon escorted in a woman with a mild, placid face and hair wound into a yellowish-grey bun. She peered through her spectacles at Poirot, but remained perfectly composed. As she understood French, the interview proceeded in that language. Poirot began with the formalities he already knew, her name, age, and residence. He then inquired about her profession. She informed him she served as the matron at a missionary school near Istanbul and was a qualified nurse by training. "You are aware, of course, of what occurred last night, mademoiselle?" "Naturally. It is a terrible thing, and the American lady informed me the murderer was actually inside her room. It has come to my attention, mademoiselle, that you may have been the last person to see the deceased man alive. I cannot be certain. It is possible." I opened the door to his compartment by mistake. I was terribly embarrassed. It was a most awkward error. "You saw him clearly?" "Yes, he was reading." I offered my apologies at once and left. "Did he speak to you?" A faint blush coloured the respectable woman's cheeks. He laughed and muttered something. I did not entirely catch the words. Poirot tactfully moved on. "And what did you do afterward, mademoiselle?" "I went to see the American lady, Mrs. Hubbard. I requested some aspirin, and she was kind enough to provide it." "Did she ask you about the connecting door between her compartment and Mr. Ratchett's being locked?" "She did." "And was it?" "Yes, it was secured." "Then what did you do?" "Then I returned to my own compartment, took the aspirin, and went to bed." "Can you recall the time?" "When I settled into my berth, it was 5 minutes before 11 o'clock. I looked at my watch just before winding it." "Did you fall asleep easily?" "Not immediately. My headache eased, but I remained awake for a while." "Was the train still moving when you finally drifted off?" "I do not believe so. I think we had just come to a stop at a station as I was growing drowsy." "That would be Vinkovci. Now, your compartment, mademoiselle, is this one?" He pointed to its position on the diagram. "That is correct, yes. Did you have the upper or lower berth?" "The lower berth, number 10. And you shared the compartment?" "Yes, with a pleasant young English lady. She was very agreeable. She had been travelling from Baghdad. After the train departed Vinkovci, did she leave the compartment?" "No, I am quite sure she did not." "How can you be certain if you were asleep?" "I am a light sleeper, accustomed to waking at the slightest noise. I'm certain I would have woken if she had climbed down from the upper berth above me. Did you step out of your compartment at any point?" "Not until this morning." "Do you own a scarlet silk kimono, mademoiselle?" "No, I do not. I have a very comfortable dressing gown made of Jaeger wool. Perhaps a pale mauve robe, the kind one purchases in the East." Poirot nodded agreeably, adopting a conversational tone. He continued, "What brings you on this journey? Is it a holiday?" "Yes, I am travelling home for a holiday, but first I am stopping in Lausanne to visit my sister for a week or so." "Would you be so kind as to write down your sister's name and address for me?" "Of course." She accepted the paper and pencil he offered, and neatly wrote the information. "Have you ever visited America, mademoiselle?" "No, though I nearly did once. I was to accompany an invalid lady, but the trip was cancelled at the last moment. I was very disappointed. Americans are such good people. They donate generously to build schools and hospitals. They are very practical." "Do you recall hearing about the Armstrong kidnapping case?" "No. What was that?" Poirot explained the situation. Greta Olson was instantly outraged. Her coiled yellow hair seemed to tremble with her feeling. That such wicked men exist in the world. It tests one's faith. That poor mother. My heart truly aches for her. The kindly Swede took her leave, her pleasant face flushed and her eyes misty with tears. Poirot busied himself writing on a sheet of paper. "What are you writing there, my friend?" inquired Monsieur Boucs. "My dear fellow, I have a habit of being neat and orderly. I am constructing a small chronological table of events." He finished and handed the paper to Monsieur Boucs 9:15 p.m. Train departs Belgrade, approx. 9:40 p.m. The valet leaves Ratchett, having placed a sleeping draught beside him. Approx. 10:50 p.m. McQueen leaves Ratchett, approx. 10:40 p.m. Greta Olson sees Ratchett last confirmed sighting alive. Note: he was awake and reading a book. 12:10 a.m. Train departs Vinkovci, running late 12:30 a.m. Train becomes stuck in a snowdrift. 12:37 a.m. Ratchett's bell rings. The conductor answers. Ratchett states, "It is nothing. I made a mistake." Approx 1:17 a.m. Mrs. Hubbard believes a man is in her compartment and rings for the conductor. Book nodded his approval. "That is very clear," he remarked. "Does anything there strike you as peculiar?" "No, it all appears quite straightforward and legitimate. The crime seems clearly committed at 1:15 a.m. The watch evidence confirms it, and Mrs. Hubbard's account aligns perfectly. For my part, I will hazard a guess at the murderer's identity. I tell you, my friend, it is the large Italian. He hails from America, Chicago to be precise, and recall that an Italian's weapon is often the knife. And he stabs not just once, but repeatedly. That is a valid point. Without question, that is the solution. Undoubtedly, he and this Ratchett were partners in that kidnapping affair. Cassetti is an Italian name. Somehow Ratchett betrayed him, gave him what they call the double cross. The Italian hunted him down, sent those warning letters first, and finally took his brutal revenge. It is all quite elementary. Poirot shook his head with a trace of skepticism. "I fear it is scarcely that simple," he murmured. But Book, growing more fond of his theory by the minute, insisted. "I am convinced it is the truth," he then added, almost as an afterthought while gazing out at the relentless snow. "And what of the valet with the toothache who insists the Italian never left his compartment? That is the complicating factor." Poirot's eyes twinkled. "Yes, it is a troublesome detail, unfortunate for your theory, and remarkably fortunate for our Italian acquaintance that Miss Ratchett's valet should have suffered from toothache just then." "It will be explained," declared Buch with magnificent certainty. Poirot merely shook his head once more. "No, it is hardly so simple as that," he repeated softly. "The evidence of the Russian princess." "Let us now hear what Pierre Michel has to say regarding this button," Poirot suggested. The wagon-lit conductor was summoned again. He looked at them questioningly. Monsieur Buch cleared his throat. "Michel," he began.
"Here is a button from your uniform. It was discovered in the American ladies' compartment. What explanation do you have for this?" The conductor's hand moved automatically to his tunic. "I haven't lost a button, sir," he insisted. "There must be some confusion. That is quite strange. I cannot explain it, sir." The man appeared genuinely surprised, showing no hint of guilt or unease. Monsieur Buch leaned forward, his tone heavy with implication.
"Given where it was discovered, it strongly suggests this button came from the uniform of the person who was in Mrs. Hubbard's compartment last night when she sounded the alarm. But, sir, there was no one there. The lady must have dreamed it. She did not dream it, Michel. The man who killed Mr. Ratchett went that way, and he left this behind." As the meaning of Buch's words sank in, Pierre Michel became intensely agitated. "It isn't true, sir, it isn't," he cried out. "You are accusing me of this horrible act. Me, I am innocent, completely innocent. Why would I wish to harm a gentleman I had never even met? Where exactly were you when Mrs. Hubbard's bell rang?" "I have already said, sir, in the adjoining car, speaking with my fellow conductor." "Then we shall summon him." "Please do, sir, I beg you, do so." The conductor from the next car was called. He promptly verified Pierre Michel's account. He added that the conductor from the Bucharest section had been present as well. The three of them had been discussing the difficulties caused by the heavy snowfall. They had been talking for about 10 minutes when Michel thought he heard a bell as he opened the connecting doors. All of them heard it clearly, a bell ringing insistently. Michel had hurried off to respond. "You see, sir, I am not guilty," Michel pleaded anxiously. "But this button from a sleeping car uniform, how do you account for it?" "I cannot, sir. It is a complete mystery to me. All of my buttons are securely fastened. Both of the other conductors also stated they had not lost a button and affirmed they had never entered Mrs. Hubbard's compartment. "Compose yourself, Michel," said M'Book. "Now, think back carefully to the moment you ran to answer Mrs. Hubbard's bell. Did you encounter anyone in the corridor?" "No one, sir." "Did you see anyone moving away from you further down the corridor in the opposite direction?" "Again, no, sir." "Odd," remarked M'Book. "Not necessarily," Poirot countered. "It is merely a question of timing. Mrs. Hubbard wakes to find an intruder. For a brief period, perhaps a minute or two, she lies frozen, eyes shut. It was likely during that moment the man slipped out into the passage. Then she begins ringing the bell. But the conductor does not come immediately. It is only on the third or fourth ring that he hears it. I would argue there was ample opportunity." "For what? For what, my friend? Do not forget we are surrounded by deep snowdrifts. Our elusive killer had two clear options," Poirot said thoughtfully. "He could have withdrawn into one of the washrooms, or he could have vanished into a compartment. But they were all occupied." "Precisely? You are suggesting he retreated into his own compartment?" Poirot gave a slight nod. "It fits. It all fits," Monsieur Bouc murmured. "During that 10-minute interval when the conductor was away, the murderer leaves his own compartment, enters Ratchett's, kills him, locks and chains the door from the inside, exits through Mrs. Hubbard's compartment, and is safely back in his own room by the time the conductor arrives." Poirot softly interjected. "It is not quite so straightforward, my friend. Our good doctor here could tell you that." He glanced toward the physician, who offered a subtle, knowing shrug, a silent testament to the messy, unpredictable nature of violent acts. A detail the neat theory overlooked. With a wave of his hand, M'Book dismissed the three conductors. "We still have 8 passengers to interview," Poirot noted. 5 first-class passengers, Princess Dragomirov, Count and Countess Andrenier, Colonel Arbuthnot and Mr. Hardman. "And 3 second-class passengers, Miss Debenham, Antonio Foscarelli, and the lady's maid, Fräulein Schmidt." "Whom shall we see first, the Italian?" M'Book asked, a touch of obsession in his voice. "How you fixate on your Italian." "No, we will begin at the pinnacle. Perhaps Her Highness the Princess would be so gracious as to grant us a few moments of her time. Michel, please deliver that message to her." "Yes, sir," replied the conductor, who was preparing to exit the car. Bouc called after him, "And let her know we are happy to wait on her in her own compartment if she prefers not to come here." Princess Dragomirov, however, did not accept this offer. She entered the dining car, gave a slight regal nod, and seated herself across from Poirot. Her small, toad-like face seemed even more sallow than it had the previous day. She was undeniably unattractive, yet, much like the toad, her eyes were jewels, dark, commanding, and radiating a potent intellectual force. Her voice was a deep, distinct contralto, with a slight, gravelly texture. She immediately halted M'Book's flowery apologies. "Spare the apologies, gentlemen. I understand a murder has occurred. It is only natural you must question everyone. I am prepared to offer my full cooperation." "You are most gracious, madame," Poirot said. "It is merely my duty. What do you wish to know? Your full name and address, madame." "Perhaps you would prefer to write it yourself." Poirot offered paper and pencil, but the princess dismissed them with a wave. "You may write it. It is quite simple. Natalia Dragomirov, 17 Avenue Kleber, Paris. You are returning home from Constantinople, madame."
"I am. I was a guest at the Austrian embassy. My maid accompanies me. Would you kindly recount your movements from dinner onward last night?" "Certainly. I instructed the conductor to prepare my berth while I dined."
"I retired immediately after the meal and read until 11 o'clock, when I extinguished my light. Rheumatic pains prevented sleep. At approximately 1:45, I rang for my maid. She administered a massage and then read aloud until I grew drowsy. I cannot state precisely when she left. It may have been half an hour later, perhaps longer. The train had stopped by then. The train had stopped. You heard nothing unusual during that time, madame? I heard nothing out of the ordinary. What is your maid's name? Hildegard Schmidt. She has been in your service long? 15 years. You consider her trustworthy? Absolutely. Her family hails from one of my late husband's estates in Germany. You have visited America, I presume, madame? The abrupt shift in topic made the old lady arch her brows. Many times. Were you ever acquainted with a family named Armstrong, a family that suffered a great tragedy? A note of emotion entered the old woman's voice. You speak of dear friends of mine, monsieur. You knew Colonel Armstrong well, then? I knew him slightly. His wife, Sonia Armstrong, was my goddaughter. I was a close friend of her mother, the actress Linda Arden. Linda Arden was a genius, one of the world's greatest tragic performers. As Lady Macbeth, as Magda, no one could rival her. I admired her art profoundly, and I cherished her friendship. She is still living? Yes. Though she lives in absolute seclusion, her health is very fragile. She must recline upon a sofa most hours of the day. There was, I believe, a second daughter. Yes, considerably younger than Mrs. Armstrong. And she is alive, certainly. Where is she? The old woman fixed him with a penetrating stare. I must inquire as to the purpose of these questions. What possible connection do they have with the murder on this train? The connection is this, madame, Poirot said evenly. The murdered man was responsible for the kidnapping and death of Mrs. Armstrong's child. Ah, the princess's straight brows drew together. She drew herself up, her posture becoming even more rigid. A faint, grim smile touched her lips. In that case, I find this murder a thoroughly commendable event. You will forgive my admittedly partisan perspective. It is a most natural sentiment, madame. And now to return to the question you chose not to answer. Where might Linda Arden's younger daughter be, the sister of Mrs. Armstrong? Poirot inquired. Truthfully, monsieur, I cannot say, she replied. I have fallen out of touch with that younger branch of the family. My recollection is that she married an English gentleman some years back and moved to England, though the name escapes me at present. After a brief pause, she added, Is there anything else you require, gentlemen? Just one more point, madam, though it is rather personal. The colour of your dressing gown. Her eyebrows lifted slightly. I must assume you have your reasons. It is blue satin. That is all, madam. I am deeply grateful for your prompt and thorough answers. With a slight movement of her jewelled hand, she began to rise, and the others followed suit. She paused. Forgive me, monsieur, she said, but might I ask your name? Your face seems familiar.
I am Hercule Poirot, madame, at your service.
She was quiet for a moment. Hercule Poirot, she repeated. Yes, now I remember. This is destiny. She walked away, posture perfectly erect, her movements carrying a trace of stiffness. There is a true grande dame, remarked Monsieur Bouc. What is your impression, my friend? But Poirot only shook his head, his expression pensive. I am pondering, he said quietly, precisely what she meant by destiny. Chapter 7. The Testimony of Count and Countess Andrigny. Count Andrigny was summoned next. Though he entered the dining car alone, in person he was undeniably striking, at least 6 feet tall with broad shoulders and a trim waist. His excellently tailored English tweeds might have suggested he was English were it not for the distinctive cut of his moustache and the line of his cheekbones. "How may I assist you, monsieur?" he asked.
You understand, monsieur, Poirot began. Given the circumstances, I am required to question all passengers. Naturally, the Count responded with ease. Your position is quite clear, although I fear my wife and I will be of little help. We were both asleep and heard nothing whatsoever. Are you aware of the deceased man's identity, monsieur?
I understand it was the large American, a man with a rather disagreeable expression. He took his meals at that table.
He gave a slight nod toward the table Ratchett and McQueen had used. Indeed, monsieur, you are correct, but I refer to knowing his name. No, said the Count, looking genuinely perplexed by the line of questioning. If you wish to know his name, surely it is on his passport. The passport gives the name Ratchett, said Poirot. But that, monsieur, is an alias. He was in fact Cassetti, the man responsible for that infamous kidnapping case in America. Poirot watched the Count closely, but the man showed no visible reaction beyond a slight widening of his eyes. Ah, he said, that would certainly cast a new light on the affair. America is such an extraordinary country. Have you spent time there, Monsieur le Comte? I was in Washington for a year. Then, perhaps you knew the Armstrong family. Armstrong, it is hard to recall. One met so many people. He smiled and gave a slight shrug. But to return to the matter at hand, gentlemen. How else may I assist? At what time did you retire, Monsieur le Comte? Poirot's glance drifted to his seating plan. The Count and Countess occupied adjoining compartments, numbers 12 and 13. One of our compartments was prepared for the night while we were still dining. Afterwards, we spent some time in the other. Which number was that? Number 13. We played a hand of piquet. Around 11 o'clock, my wife went to bed. The conductor then prepared my own compartment, and I retired as well. I slept soundly until morning. Did you notice when the train stopped? I was not aware of it until today. And your wife? The Count offered a polite smile. My wife always takes a sleeping draught on train journeys. She took her usual dose of Trianol. He paused, his expression polite but closed. I regret that I cannot be of more assistance to you. Poirot slid a sheet of paper and a pen across the table. A mere formality, Monsieur le Comte, but if you would be so kind as to provide your name and address. The Count wrote with deliberate care. It is perhaps best that I write this myself, he said, his tone pleasant but edged. The spelling of my family estate can be troublesome for those unfamiliar with our language. He returned the paper and stood. There is no need to trouble my wife, he stated firmly. She can add nothing to what I have already told you. A faint, knowing light appeared in Poirot's eyes. Undoubtedly, he murmured. Yet for the sake of thoroughness, I believe a brief word with Madame la Comtesse would be prudent. I assure you it is entirely unnecessary. The Count's voice held a note of command. Poirot regarded him with a gentle, unblinking gaze. A simple formality, he insisted. You understand, it is required for the official report as you wish. The concession was given with clear reluctance. The Count offered a short, formal bow and departed. Poirot turned his attention to a passport. It detailed the Count's name and titles, and noted he was accompanied by his wife, Elena Maria, maiden name Goldenberg, age 20. A smudge of grease marred one corner, a diplomatic passport, observed M. Bouc. We must be cautious, my friend. To give offence would be unwise. Such people are far removed from an affair like this. Rest easy, my friend. Tact will be my guide. A mere formality, Poirot repeated, his voice softening as the Countess Andrenier entered the dining car. She appeared both delicate and captivating. You wished to see me, messieurs. Only a formality, madame. Poirot rose gallantly, guiding her to the seat opposite. We must ask if you observed or heard anything last night that might shed light on this unhappy event. Nothing at all, monsieur. I was asleep. You did not hear, for example, any disturbance in the adjoining compartment? The American lady there suffered a severe attack of hysterics and summoned the conductor. I heard nothing. You see, I had taken a sleeping draught. Ah, of course, then, I need detain you no further. As she rose gracefully, he added, One small moment. These particulars, your maiden name, your age, they are correct? Quite correct, monsieur. Perhaps you would sign this memorandum to that effect. She signed quickly, her handwriting elegant and sloping, Elena Andreni. An unexpected memory seemed to strike Poirot then of a bustling cafe in Vienna, where he once saw a young woman with the same proud tilt to her chin, utterly unaware of the future that awaited her. "Did you accompany your husband to America, madame?" "No, monsieur." She smiled, a faint blush colouring her cheeks. "We were not married then. Our marriage is but a year old." "Ah, I see. Thank you. By the way, does your husband smoke?" She paused, poised to leave, and studied him. "Yes." "A pipe?" "No. Cigarettes and cigars." "I thank you." She lingered, her dark, almond-shaped eyes watching him with open curiosity. They were lovely eyes, fringed with long lashes that swept against her pale complexion. Her lips, painted a vivid scarlet in the continental style, were slightly parted. She presented a picture of exotic beauty. "Why do you ask me that?" Madame Poirot gave an airy wave of his hand. "A detective must ask all manner of questions. For instance, perhaps you will tell me the colour of your dressing gown." She stared, then laughed, a light, musical sound. "It is corn-coloured chiffon. Is that truly important?" "It can be, madame. Are you truly a detective?" she inquired, her tone now almost playful. "At your service. I believed there were no detectives on the train while it passed through Yugoslavia, not until one reached Italy. I am not a Yugoslav detective, madame. I am an international detective."
You belong to the League of Nations?
"I belong to the world, madame," Poirot declared with a theatrical flourish. He continued, switching to English. "I work chiefly in London."
You speak English?
"I speak a little. Yes." Her accent was delightful. Poirot gave another small bow. "We will trouble you no more, madame. As you see, the ordeal was not so dreadful." She offered a smile, nodded, and left the compartment. "She is a pretty woman," observed Monsieur Bouc with appreciation. He sighed.
Well, that has not moved us forward.
"Indeed not," Poirot agreed. "Two individuals who neither saw nor heard a thing. A blank page. Shall we summon the Italian gentleman?" Poirot did not answer immediately. He was examining a small grease stain on a Hungarian diplomatic passport, his brow slightly furrowed. The testimony of Colonel Arbuthnot. Poirot gave a slight shake, as if waking from a reverie. His eyes held a playful glint as they met the expectant gaze of his friend. "Ah, my dear Bouc, you perceive I have grown snobbish in my methods. The first-class passengers, I feel, demand precedence over those in second class. Next, I believe we should speak with the distinguished Colonel Arbuthnot." Discovering the Colonel's command of French was decidedly minimal, Poirot switched to English for the interview. Arbuthnot's full name, age, home address, and precise military rank were established. Poirot then continued. "You are returning from India on leave, is that correct?" Colonel Arbuthnot, who cared not a whit for what any foreigner termed anything, answered with characteristic British terseness. "Yes." "Yet you did not travel by the P.O. steamship line?" "No. Might I inquire why?" "I elected to use the overland route for personal reasons," his tone seemed to add, "and that is none of your business, you meddlesome little man. You journeyed directly from India?" "I broke my travel," the Colonel stated dryly. "I spent one night visiting the ruins of Ur and 3 days in Baghdad as the guest of the air officer commanding, an old friend. 3 days in Baghdad. I understand the young English lady Miss Debenham also embarked from there. Did your paths cross?" "No, they did not." "I first made Miss Debenham's acquaintance when we shared a railway compartment on the convoy from Kirkuk to Nisibin." Poirot leaned forward, his manner becoming coaxing and slightly more embellished in its foreignness. "Monsieur, I must now appeal to you. You and Miss Debenham are the only two British subjects in this coach. It is essential I understand your mutual impressions of one another." "Highly irregular," Colonel Arbuthnot said coldly. "Not so irregular. Consider, this crime was in all likelihood committed by a woman. The victim was stabbed 12 times. Even the train conductor exclaimed immediately, 'It is a woman's work.' So, what is my first duty? To give every woman on this coach what Americans term the once-over. But to assess an Englishwoman is notoriously difficult. They are so reserved. Therefore, in the name of justice, I appeal to you. What is your judgment of Miss Debenham? What can you tell me of her character?" "Miss Debenham," said the Colonel with sudden heat, "is a lady." "Ah!" Poirot exclaimed, appearing immensely satisfied. "Then you would consider it impossible for her to be involved in this affair." "The notion is preposterous," Arbuthnot retorted. "The dead man was a complete stranger to her. She had never laid eyes on him before. She told you this herself." "She did. She remarked immediately on his rather disagreeable appearance. If a woman is responsible, as you seem so determined to believe on the flimsiest of grounds, I can assure you Miss Debenham is above suspicion." "You feel strongly on the subject?" Poirot remarked with a faint smile. Colonel Arbuthnot fixed him with an icy stare. "I haven't the faintest idea what you mean." The stare appeared to disconcert Poirot. He looked down, fussing with the papers before him. "Let us set that aside and be practical," he said, his tone shifting to one of brisk efficiency. "We have reason to believe the crime occurred at approximately 1:15 last night. Standard procedure requires we ask every passenger for their account of that time. Naturally, at approximately 1:15, to the best of my recollection, I was engaged in conversation with the young American gentleman, the secretary to the deceased. I see." "Were you in his compartment, or was he in yours?" "I was in his." "That would be the young man named McQueen." "Correct. Was he a friend or an acquaintance?" "No, I had never met him before this journey. We struck up a casual conversation yesterday and found a mutual interest. As a rule, I don't care for Americans. I don't see much use for them." Poirot smiled faintly, recalling McQueen's own pointed criticisms regarding Britishers. "But I found myself liking this young man. He harbored some foolish, naive notions about the situation in India. That's the trouble with Americans. They can be so sentimental still. He was interested in my perspective, drawn from nearly 30 years in the country. I, in turn, was curious about his views on the American financial climate. We drifted into a broader discussion on world affairs. I was genuinely surprised when I checked my watch and saw it was nearly 2:00. "That is when your conversation ended?" "Yes." "What did you do then?" "I walked to my own compartment and retired for the night." "Your bed was already prepared?" That is compartment number 15, if I recall correctly, the second from the end, farthest from the dining car." "Yes. Where was the conductor when you went to your compartment?" "Seated at a small table at the end of the corridor. In fact, McQueen summoned him just as I was leaving." "For what purpose?" "To make up his bed, I assume. It hadn't been prepared for the night." "Now, Colonel Arbuthnot, I need you to think very carefully. During your discussion with Mr. McQueen, did anyone pass by in the corridor outside?" "Quite a few people, I should imagine. I wasn't paying particular attention." "Ah, but I'm referring more specifically to, let us say, the final hour and a half. You disembarked at Vinkovci, did you not?" "Briefly, yes. A blizzard was raging. The cold was frightful. One was almost grateful to return to the stuffy heat of the train, though ordinarily I find the overheating on these services to be scandalous." M. Book sighed. "It is terribly difficult to satisfy everyone," he remarked. "The English open everything, then others come along and shut it all. A constant struggle." Neither Poirot nor the Colonel acknowledged this aside. "Now, monsieur, cast your mind back." Poirot urged gently. It was bitterly cold outside. You returned to the train.
You resumed your seat. You smoked perhaps a cigarette, perhaps a pipe. He paused almost imperceptibly. A pipe for me, McQueen smoked cigarettes. The train departs. You smoke your pipe. You debate the state of Europe, of the world. It is late. Most passengers have retired. Does anyone pass the door during that time, think? Arbuthnot frowned, concentrating. Hard to say, he admitted. You understand? I wasn't actively watching, but you possess a soldier's eye for detail.
You notice without consciously noting, so to speak. The colonel thought again, but shook his head. I couldn't swear to it. I don't recall anyone passing except the conductor. Wait. There was a woman, I believe. You saw her? Was she old or young? Didn't see her. Wasn't looking that way. Just a rustle of fabric and a distinct smell of perfume. Perfume? A noticeable scent? Rather cloying, fruity. The sort you'd notice from a distance. But understand, the colonel added hastily, this might have occurred earlier in the evening. As you said, it was one of those subconscious observations. At some point I remember thinking, woman perfume applied liberally. But I couldn't pin down the time except, yes, it must have been after Vinkovci. Why do you say that? Because I remember catching a whiff, you know, just as I was commenting on what a complete disaster Stalin's 5-year plan was turning out to be. The juxtaposition was rather absurd. Now that I think of it, the word woman had sparked a chain of thought for me, leading my mind to the status of women in Russia. I'm certain we didn't actually begin discussing Russia until much later in our conversation. Can you be more precise than that? Not really. It would have been within the last half hour, roughly, after the train came to a halt. He gave a nod. Yes, I feel quite sure it was. Very well. We'll move on. Have you spent any time in America, Colonel Arbuthnot?
Never have.
No desire to either. Are you acquainted with a Colonel Armstrong? I've known a few Armstrongs. There was Tommy Armstrong with the 60th. Surely you don't mean him. And Selby Armstrong, he fell on the Somme. I refer to the Colonel Armstrong who married an American woman and whose young child was taken and murdered.
Ah, yes, I recall reading about that. A dreadful business.
I don't believe our paths ever crossed personally, though I certainly knew of him. Toby Armstrong, a decent man, well-liked, had a fine career, earned the Victoria Cross. The man who was killed last night was responsible for the death of Colonel Armstrong's child. Arbuthnot's expression hardened. Then, in my view, the bastard got what was coming to him, though I'd have preferred to see him face proper justice, hanged by the neck, or electrocuted, I suppose, over there. So, Colonel Arbuthnot, you favour the rule of law over personal revenge? Well, we can't have people running about settling scores with daggers like Corsicans or gangsters, the colonel stated. Say what you will, trial by jury is a solid institution. Poirot studied him thoughtfully for a moment. Yes, he said, I am sure that is your conviction. Now, Colonel, I do not believe I have further questions. Is there anything from last night that you recall or that occurs to you now upon reflection as being at all suspicious? Arbuthnot pondered briefly. No, he said, nothing at all. Unless he paused, it's probably nothing. Please continue. Well, it's trivial, really, a minor detail. But as I was returning to my compartment, I noticed the door of the one just beyond mine, the very last one. Number 16. Yes. Its door wasn't fully closed. The man inside peered out in a rather shifty manner, then shut it quickly. Naturally, it likely means nothing, but it struck me as odd. One usually opens a door properly to look out. It was the furtive quality that caught my attention. I see, said Poirot, his tone doubtful. I told you it was nothing significant, Arbuthnot said, almost apologetically. But you know how it is, the early hours, everything quiet. The moment took on a sinister air, like something from a cheap thriller. Pure nonsense, of course. He stood. If that's all. Thank you, Colonel. That will be all. The soldier hesitated, his initial irritation at being interrogated by outsiders having faded. Regarding Miss Debenham, he said, somewhat awkwardly. You have my word, she's thoroughly respectable. She's the right sort. Colouring slightly, he took his leave. What, Dr. Constantine inquired with curiosity, does the right sort mean? It means, Poirot explained, that Miss Debenham's father and brothers attended the same type of school as Colonel Arbuthnot. Oh, said Dr. Constantine, disappointed. So it has no bearing on the crime. Precisely, said Poirot. He sank into a brief reverie, drumming his fingers lightly on the table. Then he looked up. Colonel Arbuthnot smokes a pipe. In Mr. Ratchett's compartment, I discovered a pipe cleaner. Mr. Ratchett smoked only cigars. You believe? He is the only person so far who acknowledges smoking a pipe, and he was aware of Colonel Armstrong. He may have even known him personally, though he declines to admit it. So it is possible. Poirot shook his head emphatically. That's precisely the point. It's simply not possible, utterly unthinkable, that a decent, somewhat straightforward, honourable English gentleman would ever stab a foe a dozen times with a blade. Don't you all sense how completely out of the question it is? That is the psychological element, M. Bouc agreed, and one must respect the psychological element. This crime bears a distinct signature, and it is most assuredly not the signature of Colonel Arbuthnot. But now let us proceed to our next conversation. This time M. Bouc did not bring up the Italian passenger, but the man was very much on his mind. The testimony of Mr. Hardman, the final first-class passenger to be questioned. Mr. Hardman was the large, showy American who had been seated at the same dining table as the Italian and the valet. He wore a rather loud plaid suit, a bright pink shirt, and a flashy tie pin, working a piece of chewing gum in his mouth as he stepped into the dining car. His face was broad, fleshy, and coarse-featured, yet carried a generally good-natured expression.
Morning, gentlemen,
he said. What can I do for you? You are aware of the murder, Mr. Hardman? Sure am. He shifted the gum skillfully. We are required to interview all passengers on the train. Perfectly fine by me. Figure that's the only way to handle a job like this. Poirot glanced at the passport before him. You are Cyrus Bethman Hardman, a United States citizen, 41 years old, a travelling salesman for typewriter ribbons. Yep, that's me. You are travelling from Istanbul to Paris? That's correct. The reason? Business. Do you always travel first class, Mr. Hardman? Yes, sir. The company covers my travel costs. He gave a knowing wink. Now, Mr. Hardman, we come to the events of last night. The American nodded. What can you tell us about the affair? Absolutely nothing. Ah, that is unfortunate. Perhaps, Mr. Hardman, you will tell us precisely what you did last night from dinner onward. For the first time, the American did not have an immediate reply. After a pause, he said, Hold on, gentlemen. Just who are you exactly? Bring me up to speed. This is M. Bouc, a director of the Compagnie des Wagons Litz. This gentleman is the doctor who examined the body. And you? I am Hercule Poirot. I am engaged by the company to investigate this matter. I've heard of you, said Mr. Hardman. He reflected for another moment. Guess I'd better come clean. It would certainly be advisable for you to tell us everything you know, Poirot said dryly. You'd be talking a blue streak if I actually knew anything. But I don't. I know nothing at all. Just like I said. But I ought to know something. That's what burns me up. I really ought to. Please explain, Mr. Hardman. Mr. Hardman sighed, removed the chewing gum, and reached into a pocket. Simultaneously, his whole demeanour seemed to shift. The theatrical quality faded, replaced by a more genuine persona. The broad, nasal twang of his voice softened. "That passport's a bit of a front," he admitted. "This is who I really am." He flipped a card across the table. Poirot examined it closely, with Book peering over his shoulder. It read, "Mr. Cyrus B. Hardman, McNeil's Detective Agency, New York." Poirot recognized the name, one of the most well-known and respected private investigation firms in New York City. "Now, Mr. Hardman," Poirot said, "let us hear the meaning of this." "Sure thing. Here's how it happened. I'd come over to Europe shadowing a pair of grifters. Nothing to do with this business. The trail ended in Istanbul. I wired my boss and got instructions to head back, and I would have been on my way to good old New York when I received this." He slid a letter across the table. The letterhead was from the Tocatlian Hotel. It read, "Dear Sir, you have been pointed out to me as an operative of the McNeil Detective Agency. Kindly report to my suite at 4 o'clock this afternoon. It was signed S.E. Ratchett." "Well?" I reported at the specified time, and Mr. Ratchett laid out the situation for me. He showed me a couple of threatening letters he'd received. He was alarmed, acted like he wasn't, but he was plenty shaken up, no question. He then made me a proposition. I was supposed to be on the same train to Paris, keeping an eye out to make sure nobody got to him. So I took that train, and wouldn't you know it, despite my best efforts, somebody managed to get him anyway. I have to admit, it doesn't reflect well on me at all. He gave me clear instructions on how to proceed. He had the whole thing planned out. His idea was for me to be in the compartment right next to his, but that plan fell apart immediately. The only spot I could secure was berth number 16, and even that took some doing. I think the conductor likes to hold that one back for himself. But anyway, once I assessed the layout, number 16 actually seemed like a decent position. The dining car was just ahead of the Stamboul sleeping car, and the forward platform door was locked at night. That meant anyone trying to reach him would have to come through the rear platform door or make their way through the train from the back. Either way, they'd have to pass right by my compartment. I didn't know who might try anything, but I knew what to look for. Mr. Ratchett described the man to me. All three men leaned in, their interest sharpening. Hardman continued. He said the guy was small, dark, and had a voice that sounded almost like a woman's. Ratchett also mentioned he didn't think anything would happen on the first night. He figured it was more likely to be the second or third. Book nodded. He knew something all right, Poirot added thoughtfully. He clearly knew more than he shared with his secretary. Did he tell you anything about why this enemy was after him? Did he explain the threat? No, he was pretty tight-lipped about that part. Just said the man wanted him dead and was determined to make it happen. Poirot repeated the description slowly. A small man, dark, with a womanish voice. Then, fixing a sharp look on Hardman, he asked, "You knew who he really was, of course." "Who, mister? Ratchett." "You recognized him, didn't you?" "I'm not following Ratchett was Cassity, the man behind the Armstrong kidnapping and murders." Mr. Hardman let out a long, low whistle. "Well, that's a real shocker," he said. "No, sir. I didn't recognize him. I was out west when that trial happened. I probably saw his picture in the papers. But you know how those press photos are? You can hardly recognize your own mother after they're done with her. I have no doubt plenty of people had a score to settle with Cassetti. Can you think of anyone connected to the Armstrong case who fits that description? Small, dark, with a womanish voice?" Hardman thought for a moment. "That's a tough one.
Almost everyone involved in that case is gone now. There was the maid, the one who jumped from the window," Poirot reminded him. "Right, that's true. She was from Europe somewhere. Maybe she had family over there. But you have to remember Cassetti had been pulling these kidnappings for a while. This might not just be about the Armstrongs. We have reason to believe this crime is directly tied to that case," Poirot stated. Mr. Hardman raised an eyebrow, but Poirot offered nothing more. The American shook his head slowly.
I can't recall anyone matching that description from the Armstrong business, he said. But then again, I wasn't directly involved and didn't follow all the details. Please continue your account, Mr. Hardman. There isn't much more to tell. I slept during the day and stayed awake on watch at night. The first night, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Last night seemed the same from my post. I kept my door slightly open and watched. No one suspicious came by. You are certain of that? I'm absolutely positive. No one boarded the train from outside after we started, and no one came through from the rear cars. I'd swear to it. Could you see the conductor from where you were? Yes, he sits on that little seat, right near my door. Did he leave that seat at all after the train stopped at Vinkovci? Was that the last station? He confirmed that yes, he had heard a couple of bells ring right after the train had finally stopped for good. After that, he moved past me into the rear coach and stayed there for maybe 15 minutes. Then a bell started ringing like crazy, and he came hurrying back. I stepped out into the corridor myself to see what all the fuss was about. I was feeling a little jumpy, you understand, but it turned out to be just the American lady. She was kicking up a real storm over something. I couldn't help but smile. Next, he went to another compartment and returned with a bottle of mineral water for someone. After that, he settled into his seat and didn't move again until he went up to the far end, later to make up a berth for a passenger. As far as I could tell, he stayed put after that until around 5 this morning. Did he doze off at any point? I really couldn't say. He might have. Poirot gave a nod. Absent-mindedly, he straightened the papers on the table before picking up the official form once more. "Would you be kind enough to initial this for me?" he asked. The man complied. "I assume there is no one on the train who can verify your identity, Mr. Hardman." "On this train?" "Not exactly, no. Young McQueen might recognize me. I've seen him in his father's office in New York often enough, but that doesn't mean he'd pick me out from a crowd of other agents." "No, Mr. Poirot, you'll just have to wait and cable New York once the snow clears. But it's all on the level. I'm not spinning you a yarn. Well, I'll be on my way. It was a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Poirot." Poirot offered his cigarette case. "Unless you prefer a pipe?" "Not for me, thanks." He took a cigarette, then walked off with a brisk step. The 3 men exchanged glances after he had gone. "Do you believe he is genuine?" Dr. Constantine inquired. "Yes, yes, I recognize the type. Besides, his account would be very simple to disprove if it were false." "He has provided us with a rather interesting piece of evidence," remarked M. Buke. "Indeed he has. A small man, dark, with a high-pitched voice," M. Buke said thoughtfully. "A description that does not match anyone else on this train," Poirot observed. Chapter 10. The Italian's Testimony. "And now," said Poirot, his eyes twinkling, "we shall delight M. Buke's heart and speak with the Italian." Antonio Foscarelli entered the dining car with a light, almost feline step. His face was bright and cheerful, a typically Italian face, sunny and dark-complexioned. He spoke French fluently, with only a slight accent. "Your name is Antonio Foscarelli?" "Yes, sir. I see you're a naturalized American citizen." The man grinned. "That's right, sir. It's better for business. You are an agent for Ford Automobiles." "Yes, you see." What followed was a torrent of enthusiastic explanation. By the time he finished, there seemed to be very little about Foscarelli's business methods, his travels, his income, or his opinions on the United States and most European countries that the 3 men did not know. This was clearly not someone from whom information had to be extracted. It poured out freely. His good-natured, almost boyish face shone with satisfaction as, with one last expressive gesture, he paused to wipe his forehead with a handkerchief. "So you understand," he declared. "I handle big deals. I am modern. I understand salesmanship. You have spent the last 10 years on and off in the United States." "Yes, sir." "Ah, I remember clearly the day I first boarded the ship, heading to America so far away. My mother, my little sister, Poirot gently steered him away from the tide of nostalgia. "During your time in the United States, did you ever encounter the deceased?" "Never. But I know the type." "Oh, yes." He snapped his fingers meaningfully. "Very respectable on the outside, very well dressed, but underneath it's all rotten. From my experience, I'd say he was a major criminal. I offer you my opinion for what it's worth." "Your opinion is quite correct," Poirot said dryly. "Ratchett was Cassetti, the kidnapper. What did I tell you? I've learned to be very sharp, to read a face. It's essential. Only in America do they really teach you how to sell properly. Do you recall the Armstrong case?" "I don't remember it clearly. The name, yes, it sounds familiar. It was a child. A little girl, wasn't it?" "Yes. A truly heartbreaking case. The Italian appeared to be the first to question that assessment. "Ah, well, these things they occur," he remarked with a philosophical shrug, "in a vast modern nation like the United States." Poirot interrupted him. "Did you have any acquaintance with members of the Armstrong family?" "No, I do not believe so. It is hard to be certain." "I could provide you with some sales statistics. Just last year I personally sold—" "Monsieur, please remain on the subject." The Italian's hands flew up in a gesture of apology. "1,000 pardons. Kindly recount your precise movements last night from dinner onward." "Certainly, I remained in the dining car as long as possible. It is more entertaining. I conversed with the American businessman at my table. He sells office supplies. Eventually I returned to my compartment. It was unoccupied. The dreary Englishman who shares it was still off attending to his employer. When he finally returned, he wore his usual long face. He would not converse, only yes and no, a dismal people. The English, so lacking in warmth, he sat rigidly in his corner, reading. Later, the conductor arrived to prepare our berths. "Numbers 4 and 5? Poirot murmured, "Precisely the compartment at the end. I took the upper berth. I read and smoked a cigarette." The small Englishman seemed to have a toothache. He produced a little bottle of something with a potent odour. He lay in his bed and moaned. I fell asleep. Each time I awoke, I could hear him groaning. "Are you aware if he left the compartment during the night?" "I do not believe so. I am certain I would have noticed. The light from the corridor, one wakes instinctively, thinking it is a customs inspection at some border. Did he ever speak of his employer? Express any resentment toward him?" "I have told you, he did not speak. He was not a congenial person. A cold fish." "You mentioned smoking? A pipe? Cigarettes or cigars?" "Only cigarettes. Poirot offered him one, which he took." M'Bouk inquired, "Have you ever visited Chicago?" "Oh, yes, a splendid city. Though I know New York, Washington, and Detroit better. Have you been to America?" "No, you really must go. It is—" Poirot slid a sheet of paper toward him. "If you would sign this and provide your permanent address, please." The Italian wrote with a flourish, then stood, his smile remained charming. "Is that all? You have no further need of me? Good day, gentlemen. I do wish we could escape this snow. I have a business appointment in Milan." He shook his head mournfully. "I will likely lose the contract." He left. Poirot looked at his companion. "He has spent considerable time in America," observed M'Bouk, "and he is Italian. Italians are known for the knife. They are also accomplished liars." "I do not trust Italians." "That is evident," Poirot replied, with a slight smile. "You may be correct, but I must point out, my friend, there is not a shred of tangible evidence against him. And what of psychology? Do not Italians stab?" "Undoubtedly," said Poirot, "particularly in the passion of a fight. But this is a different sort of offence. I have a small notion, my friend, that this is a crime meticulously planned and executed. It is a far-sighted, calculated act. It is not, how shall I say, a Mediterranean crime. It bears the marks of a cool, resourceful, deliberate mind, I suspect an Anglo-Saxon mind." He picked up the 2 remaining passports. "And now," he said, "let us speak with Miss Mary Debenham." When Mary Debenham entered the dining car, she aligned perfectly with Poirot's earlier impression. Impeccably dressed in a simple black suit with a pale grey blouse, the smooth waves of her dark hair were perfectly in place. Her demeanour was as composed and unflustered as her appearance. She sat opposite Poirot and M. Buke and regarded them with a calm, inquiring look. "Your name is Mary Hermione Debenham, and you are 26 years of age," Poirot began. "Yes, English." "Yes. Would you be so kind, mademoiselle, as to write your permanent address on this paper?" She complied. Her handwriting was clear and precise. "And now, miss, what can you share about the events of last night?" "I'm afraid I have nothing to share. I went to bed and slept. Does it trouble you greatly, miss, that a crime has taken place on this train?" The question clearly caught her off guard. Her grey eyes widened slightly. "I'm not sure I follow. It was a very straightforward question. Allow me to repeat it. Are you greatly troubled that a crime occurred on this train? I haven't considered it from that perspective. No, I wouldn't say I am troubled at all." "So a crime is just part of the daily routine for you, is it? Naturally, it's an unpleasant incident," Mary Debenham replied calmly. "You are very Anglo-Saxon, miss. You feel no emotion." She offered a faint smile. "I'm afraid I can't produce hysterics to prove my sensitivity. People die every day, after all." "They die, yes, but murder is somewhat less common." "Oh, certainly. You were not familiar with the deceased?" "I saw him for the first time at lunch here yesterday." "And what was your impression of him?" "I hardly paid him any attention." "He didn't strike you as having an evil character?" She gave a slight shrug. "Really, I can't say I thought about it." Poirot studied her intently. "You are, I think, a little disdainful of my method of inquiry," he said with a twinkle. "You believe an English investigation would be different, all cut and dried, strictly factual, a tidy procedure. But I, miss, have my little idiosyncrasies. I first observe my witness. I assess their character, and I shape my questions accordingly. Just a moment ago I was questioning a gentleman eager to share all his opinions on every subject. With him I kept strictly to the point. I required yes or no, this or that. Then you arrive. I see immediately that you are orderly and methodical. You will stick to the matter at hand. Your answers will be brief and precise. And because Miss Human Nature is contrary, I ask you entirely different questions. I ask what you felt, what you thought. This method does not appeal to you. If you'll forgive my saying so, it seems rather a waste of time. Whether or not I liked Mr. Ratchett's face is unlikely to help discover who killed him. Do you know who the man Ratchett truly was, miss?" She nodded. "Mrs. Hubbard has been telling everyone. And what is your view of the Armstrong case?" "It was utterly abominable," the girl stated crisply. Poirot regarded her thoughtfully. "You are travelling from Baghdad, I believe, Miss Debenham?" "Yes." "To London?" "Yes." "What were you doing in Baghdad?" "I was employed as a governess for 2 children." "Are you returning to your position after your holiday?" "I'm not certain." "Why is that?" "Baghdad is rather remote. I think I would prefer a position in London if I can find a suitable one." "I see. I thought perhaps you might be planning to be married." Miss Debenham did not reply. She raised her eyes and met Poirot's gaze directly. The look plainly stated, "You are being impertinent." "What is your opinion of the lady sharing your compartment, Miss Olson? She seems a pleasant, simple person." "What colour is her dressing gown?" Mary Debenham stared. "A sort of brownish colour, natural wool." "Ah. I may mention, I hope without indiscretion, that I noted the colour of your own dressing gown on the journey from Aleppo to Istanbul. A pale mauve, I believe." "Yes, that's correct. Do you own any other dressing gown, miss? A scarlet one, for instance? No, that is not mine. Poirot leaned forward. He was like a cat poised to spring. Whose then? The girl drew back a little, startled. I don't know. What are you implying? You didn't say, no, I don't have anything like that. You said, that isn't mine, which suggests it does belong to someone. She gave a slow nod. Someone else on this train? Exactly. Who does it belong to, as I mentioned? I'm not certain. I woke up around 5 this morning with a sense that the train had been stopped for quite a while. I opened my door and glanced down the corridor, wondering if we'd reached a station. I noticed a figure some distance away wearing a bright red kimono. And you have no idea who it was?
What did she look like? Fair hair, dark or grey?
It's hard to say. She was wearing a close-fitting cap, and I only saw the back of her head. What about her figure?
Fairly tall and slender, I'd guess, but it's tricky to be sure.
The kimono had an embroidery of dragons on it. Yes, dragons, she echoed quietly. He fell silent for a moment, murmuring almost to himself. It doesn't add up. None of this makes any sense. Then, looking back at her, he said, I won't detain you any longer, miss. Oh! She seemed momentarily surprised, but stood up promptly. At the doorway, she paused and turned back. The Swedish passenger, Miss Olsen, I believe, seems quite distressed. She mentioned you told her she was the last person to see that man alive. I think she's worried you suspect her because of it. Could I reassure her she's mistaken? Truly, she's the sort who wouldn't harm a fly. A slight smile touched her lips as she spoke. What time was it when she went to get the aspirin from Mrs. Hubbard? Just after 10:30. How long was she gone? About 5 minutes. Did she leave her compartment again during the night? No. Poirot turned to the doctor. Could the murder have taken place that early? The doctor shook his head. Then you may reassure your friend, miss. Thank you. Her smile warmed briefly, inviting a shared understanding. She's rather like a nervous sheep, really, gets anxious and fretful. With that, she turned and left. The testimony of the German lady's maid. M. Buch studied his friend with curiosity. I'm not entirely following you, my friend. What were you attempting to do just now? I was testing for a weakness, Poirot replied. A weakness, indeed, a crack in a certain young lady's composure. I wanted to unsettle her calm demeanour. Did I succeed? I cannot say. But I do know this. She did not anticipate my line of questioning. You suspect her, Mins Buch said slowly. But why? She appears to be a perfectly charming woman, the last person one would associate with a crime like this. I concur, Dr. Constantine added. She seems dispassionate, almost cold. She isn't the type to stab a man. She'd more likely take him to court. Poirot sighed. You must both abandon the notion that this was a spontaneous, impulsive act. As for my reasons for suspecting Miss Debenham, there are two. One stems from a conversation I overheard, which you are not yet aware of. He recounted to them the peculiar exchange he had caught during the journey from Aleppo. That is certainly odd, M. Buch remarked afterward. It demands an explanation. If it implies what you think it does, then both she and that rigid Englishman are involved together. Poirot nodded. And yet, the facts do not support that theory. Consider, if they were accomplices, what would we expect? Each would provide an alibi for the other, correct? But that is not the case. Miss Debenham's alibi comes from a Swedish stranger she'd never met, and Colonel Arbuthnot's is supported by Mr. McQueen, the victim's own secretary. No, that solution is far too simple. You mentioned a second reason for your suspicion, Monsieur Buch reminded him. Poirot offered a thin smile. Ah, but that is purely psychological. I ask myself, is Miss Debenham capable of orchestrating this crime? Behind this affair, I am certain, lies a cool, intelligent, and remarkably resourceful mind. Miss Debenham fits that description, Poirot noted. M. Bouc shook his head in disagreement. I believe you are mistaken, my friend. I cannot picture that young Englishwoman as a criminal. Perhaps, Poirot replied, picking up the final passport. Now to the last name on our list, Hildegard Schmidt, the lady's maid. When summoned, Hildegard Schmidt entered the dining car and stood waiting respectfully. Poirot gestured for her to sit, which she did, folding her hands calmly in her lap. She appeared to be a placid, thoroughly respectable woman, though perhaps not the most perceptive. Poirot's approach with her was a marked contrast to his questioning of Mary Debenham. He was at his most kind and genial, putting her at ease.
After having her write down her name and address, he gently began his inquiries in German. "We are trying to learn everything possible about last night's events," he explained. "We understand you may not have direct information about the crime itself, but sometimes people see or hear things that seem unimportant to them, yet are very valuable to us. Do you follow?" She did not seem to... Her broad, kindly face maintained its expression of placid confusion as she answered, "I do not know anything, sir. Let us start simply. You recall that your mistress sent for you last night?" "Yes, sir, that is correct. Do you remember the time?" "I do not, sir. I was asleep when the attendant woke me. Of course, was it unusual for you to be called in this manner?" "No, sir. The gracious lady often needed attention during the night. She slept poorly." "Very well. So you received the summons and got up. Did you put on a dressing gown?" "No, sir. I put on a few clothes. I would not think it proper to visit Her Excellency in my dressing gown. And yet it is a very handsome dressing gown, a scarlet one, is it not?" She stared at him, bewildered. "It is a dark blue flannel dressing gown, sir." "Ah, a little joke on my part, nothing more. So you went to the princess. What did you do when you arrived?" "I gave her a massage, sir, and then I read aloud. I do not read very well, but Her Excellency says that is actually better. It helps her fall asleep. When she grew drowsy, she dismissed me, so I closed the book and returned to my compartment." "Do you know what time that was?" "No, sir." "How long were you with her?" "About half an hour, sir." "Good. Please continue." "First, I fetched an extra blanket from my own compartment because it was quite cold despite the heating. I arranged it over her, and she wished me good night. I poured her some mineral water, then turned off the light and left." "And after that?" "Nothing more, sir. I went back to my carriage and went to sleep." "Did you meet anyone in the corridor?" "No, sir." "You did not, for example, see a woman in a scarlet kimono decorated with dragons?" Her mild eyes widened. "No, indeed, sir. There was no one about except the attendant. Everyone was asleep. But you did see the conductor?" "Yes, sir." "What was he doing?" "He was coming out of one of the compartments, sir." "What?" Monsieur Bouc leaned forward abruptly. "Which one?" Hildegard Schmidt looked frightened again, and Poirot shot his friend a reproachful glance. "Naturally," Poirot said smoothly. "The conductor often has to answer bells at night. Can you remember which compartment it was?" "It was around the middle of the coach, sir. 2 or 3 doors down from the princess's room." "Please describe exactly where this happened and what occurred." "He nearly ran into me, sir. It was when I was returning from my compartment with the blanket for the princess." "He came out of a compartment and almost collided with you? Which way was he heading?" "Toward me, sir," he apologized, and then continued down the corridor toward the dining car. A bell started to ring, but I don't believe he went to answer it. She hesitated before adding, "I don't follow. How could that be?" Poirot replied in a comforting tone. "It is merely a question of timing," he explained. "A routine matter. This unfortunate conductor appears to have had an active night, first rousing you and then responding to calls. It was not the same man who woke me, monsieur. It was a different one." "Indeed, a different one. Had you seen him previously?" "No, monsieur.
I see. Do you believe you could identify him if you saw him again? I believe so, monsieur. Poirot leaned over and murmured something to Mr. Bouc, who then rose and went to the door to issue an instruction. Poirot resumed his questions in a casual, amiable fashion. Have you ever visited America, Frau Schmidt? Never, monsieur. It must be a wonderful country. You have likely heard by now who the murdered man truly was, that he was responsible for a child's death. Yes, I have heard, monsieur. It was detestable evil. A just God would not permit such things. We are not so wicked as that in Germany. Tears welled in the woman's eyes, her sturdy maternal spirit deeply stirred. It was a monstrous crime, Poirot stated solemnly. He then produced a piece of fine cambric from his pocket and offered it to her. Is this your handkerchief, Frau Schmidt? There was a brief silence as she inspected it. After a moment she looked up, a faint flush colouring her cheeks. Oh no, certainly not. It is not mine, monsieur. You see, it has the initial H. That is why I assumed it might be yours. Ah, monsieur, that is a lady's handkerchief, and a costly one, hand-embroidered. I would say it comes from Paris. It is not yours, and you do not know to whom it belongs. I? Oh, no, monsieur, of the three men listening. Only Poirot detected the slight but telling hesitation in her reply. Monsieur Bouc whispered to him, and Poirot gave a slight nod before addressing the woman again. The three sleeping-car attendants will now come in. Would you be so kind as to indicate which one you encountered last night while you were taking the rug to the princess? The three men entered. Pierre Michel, the tall, fair conductor of the Athens-Paris coach, and the stocky, burly conductor from the Bucharest carriage. Hildegard Schmidt looked them over and promptly shook her head. No, monsieur, she said firmly. None of these is the man I saw. These are all large, tall men. The one I saw was slight and dark, with a thin moustache. His voice, when he said "pardon," was faint, almost like a woman's. I remember him quite clearly, monsieur. Chapter 13. Summary of the passenger's evidence. A slight, dark man with a feminine voice. M. Bouc repeated, after the three conductors and Hildegard Schmidt had been dismissed. But I comprehend nothing, absolutely nothing. So the enemy this Ratchett mentioned was on the train after all? Then, where is he now? How can he have simply evaporated into the air? My head is spinning. Say something, my friend. I beg you. Demonstrate how the impossible can be made possible. That is a fine phrase, Poirot remarked. The impossible cannot have occurred, therefore the impossible must be possible in spite of all appearances. Then explain to me quickly what truly happened on this train last night. I am not a magician, my dear fellow. I am like you, a profoundly puzzled man. This affair progresses in a most peculiar fashion. It does not progress at all. It remains precisely where it was. Poirot shook his head. No, that is incorrect. We have advanced. We now know certain facts. We have heard the passengers' testimonies. And what have they told us? Nothing whatsoever. I would not say that, my friend. I exaggerate, perhaps. The American, Hardman, and the German maid. Yes, they have contributed something to our understanding, which is to say, they have rendered the entire business more baffling than it was before. No, 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 Poirot said soothingly. M. Bouc turned to face him directly. Let's hear the wisdom of Hercule Poirot, then, came the invitation. Have I not already confessed to being as perplexed as you are? Poirot replied, Nevertheless, we can confront our dilemma, we can arrange the facts we possess with order and method. Please proceed, monsieur, Dr. Constantine encouraged. Poirot cleared his throat, adjusting a sheet of blotting paper before him. Let us review the case as it currently stands. We begin with indisputable facts. This man, Ratchett, also known as Cassetti, was stabbed 12 times and died last night. That is our first fact, I grant you that, my friend. I grant it, said Monsieur Bouc, with a hint of irony, waving a hand. Unperturbed, Poirot continued calmly, I will set aside for the moment certain peculiar physical details which Dr. Constantine and I have privately discussed. I will return to them. The next significant fact, in my view, is the time of the crime. That is one of the few things we actually do know, Monsieur Bouc asserted. The crime was committed at 1:15 this morning. All the evidence points to it. Not all of it. You exaggerate. There is, admittedly, a reasonable amount of evidence supporting that view. I am pleased you concede that much. Poirot proceeded, undisturbed by the interruption. We are presented with three distinct possibilities. First, the crime occurred at 1:15, as you suggest. This is supported by the testimony of the German lady Hildegard Schmidt and aligns with Dr. Constantine's medical assessment. Second, the crime was committed later, and the evidence of the watch was deliberately fabricated. Third, the crime was committed earlier, with the evidence similarly faked for the same deceptive purpose. Now, if we accept the first possibility as the most probable and the best supported, we must also accept the logical consequences. If the murder happened at 1:15, the killer could not have left this train. The immediate questions become, where is he now, and who is he? To begin answering that, we must scrutinize the evidence meticulously. Our initial introduction to the figure of the small, dark man with a womanish voice comes from Mr. Hardman. He states that Ratchett described this person to him and hired him specifically to watch for the man. There is no corroborating evidence for this claim. We have only Hardman's word. This leads us to a pivotal question. Is Hardman truly who he claims to be, an agent for a New York detective agency? What makes this case so uniquely fascinating is our complete lack of the usual police resources. We cannot verify the authenticity of anyone's identity or background. We must rely solely on logical deduction. This, to me, elevates the matter into a pure contest of intellect. There is no routine legwork. I ask myself, can we accept Hardman's story about himself? After consideration, my answer is yes. I believe we can. You rely on intuition, what Americans might call a hunch, inquired Dr. Constantine. Not at all. I consider the probabilities. Hardman is travelling under an assumed passport. This immediately makes him an object of suspicion. The very first action of the official police upon their arrival will be to detain Hardman and cable inquiries to verify his story. For many of the other passengers, establishing their bona fides will be complex and may not even be attempted, given the absence of immediate suspicion. But in Hardman's case, it is straightforward. Either he is a detective or he is not. Therefore, I believe his account will be confirmed. Does this mean you absolve him of suspicion? Absolutely not. You misunderstand me. For all I know, any American detective might possess private motives for wishing Ratchett dead. No, my point is simply that I think we can accept his professional identity as genuine. The real mystery lies not in his occupation, but in the shadows just beyond his testimony. The account of Ratchett seeking him out and hiring him is plausible and likely true, though not absolutely certain. To accept it, we must look for supporting evidence. We find that confirmation in an unexpected place. The testimony of Hildegard Schmidt. Her description of the man she saw in the wagon-lit uniform matches perfectly. Is there further proof? Yes. There is the button Mrs. Hubbard discovered in her compartment. There is also a corroborating detail you might have missed. What is that? The fact that both Colonel Arbuthnot and Hector McQueen mention the conductor passing their compartment. They thought nothing of it. But Pierre Michel has stated he never left his post except on specific occasions, none of which would have taken him past their carriage. Therefore, the story of a small, dark man with a womanish voice, dressed in a conductor's uniform, is supported by the testimony, direct or indirect, of 4 separate witnesses. Dr. Constantine raised a small objection. If Hildegard Schmidt's story is accurate, why didn't the real conductor mention seeing her when he answered Mrs.
Hubbard's bell. That is easily explained, came the reply. When he arrived, the maid was already inside with her mistress. By the time Schmidt returned to her own compartment, the conductor was still with Mrs. Hubbard. M. Book had been waiting with growing impatience. Yes, yes, I admire your caution, your step-by-step method, he said, but you have not yet addressed the crucial issue. We all agree this person existed. The question is, where did he go?
The detective shook his head reproachfully. You are putting the cart before the horse. Before I ask where this man vanished, I must ask, did such a man truly exist at all? You see, if the man were merely an invention, a clever fabrication, making him disappear becomes a simple trick. So, I first establish that he is a real flesh-and-blood person. And having established that he is real, well then, where is he now? There are only 2 logical answers, my friend. Either he is still concealed on this train in a place of such extraordinary ingenuity we cannot yet conceive of it, or he is, as one might say, 2 people. That is, he is both himself, the man feared by Ratchett, and also a passenger on the train, so expertly disguised that Ratchett failed to recognize him.
Book's face lit up, then clouded. It is an idea, but there is one objection. The man's height. That is what you would say, is it not? The detective interjected.
With the exception of Ratchett's valet, all the male passengers are notably tall. The Italian, Colonel Arbuthnot, Hector McQueen, Count Andrigny. That leaves the valet, which seems an unlikely possibility. But there is another avenue. Remember the womanish voice? This presents 2 alternatives. The man could be disguised as a woman, or, alternatively, he might actually be a woman. A tall woman dressed in men's clothing would appear small. But surely Ratchett would have realized. Perhaps he did. Perhaps this woman had already attempted his life once before, wearing men's clothes to better accomplish her goal. Ratchett may have guessed she would use the same trick again, so he instructed Hardman to look for a man, yet he still mentioned the womanish voice, a telling slip. It is a possibility, Monsieur Bouc conceded, but... Listen, my friend, I should now tell you of certain troubling inconsistencies Dr. Constantine noticed. He then detailed at length the conclusions they had drawn from the peculiar nature of the dead man's wounds. M. Bouc groaned and held his head. I know, the detective said, not without sympathy, as the weight of the puzzle settled heavily in the cramped, snowbound compartment. I understand exactly what you're feeling. It makes your head spin, doesn't it? This entire situation is a fantasy, Mem Bouc exclaimed. Precisely. It is absurd, utterly improbable. It simply cannot be. I have said the very same thing, and yet, my friend, the facts remain before us. One cannot argue with the evidence. It is pure madness, isn't it? It is so insane, my friend, that I am sometimes haunted by the sensation that the truth must, in fact, be incredibly straightforward, but that is merely one of my little notions. 2 killers, M. Bouc groaned, the weight of the idea pressing down on him. And on the Orient Express, of all places. The thought was so profoundly distressing it nearly brought him to tears. And now, said Poirot with unsettling cheer, let us make this fantasy more fantastic still. Last night on this train there were 2 mysterious strangers. First, the sleeping car attendant who matches the description provided by Mr. Hardman and who was seen by Hildegard Schmidt, Colonel Arbuthnot, and Mr. McQueen. Then there is the woman in the red kimono, a tall, slender figure, seen by Pierre Michel, by Miss Debenham, by Mr. McQueen, and by myself. She was even smelled, I might add, by Colonel Arbuthnot. Who was she? No one aboard admits to owning such a garment. She too has disappeared into thin air. Was she one and the same as the impostor attendant, or was she an entirely separate person? Where are they now? And, just as importantly, where is the attendant's uniform and that scarlet kimono? Ah, now that is a concrete line of inquiry. M'Book sprang to his feet, his eagerness renewed. We must search all the passengers' luggage immediately. Yes, that will give us something tangible. Poirot also stood. Allow me to make a prediction, he said. You know where they are? I have a small idea. Where, then, you will find the scarlet kimono packed among the belongings of one of the male passengers, and you will discover the wagon-lit uniform in the baggage of Hildegard Schmidt. Hildegard Schmidt? You believe? Not what you are thinking. I will phrase it this way. If Hildegard Schmidt is guilty, the uniform might be found in her things, but if she is innocent, it certainly will be found there. But how could? M'Book began, then stopped abruptly. What is that noise approaching? He cried. It sounds like a locomotive gathering speed. The clamour grew nearer, a mixture of shrill cries and protests in a woman's voice. The door at the far end of the dining car burst open. Mrs. Hubbard erupted into the room. It's too horrible, she wailed. Simply too horrible in my sponge bag, my very own sponge bag, a huge knife covered all over in blood. Then, swaying forward, she collapsed in a dead faint directly onto M'Bouk's shoulder, the evidence of the weapon. With more haste than gallantry, M'Bouk deposited the unconscious woman, letting her head rest upon the table. Dr. Constantine shouted for one of the restaurant car attendants, who came running. Keep her head like that, instructed the doctor. If she comes to, give her a small brandy. Understood? He then hurried off after Poirot and Bouc, his interest consumed entirely by the crime. Swooning middle-aged ladies held no appeal for him whatsoever. It is possible Mrs. Hubbard revived somewhat quicker under this brisk treatment than she might have otherwise. Within minutes she was sitting up, taking tentative sips of brandy from a glass offered by the attendant, and resuming her narrative. I simply cannot convey how dreadful it was. I don't suppose anyone on this train can possibly understand my sensitivities. I've always been very, very delicate ever since I was a little girl. The mere sight of blood, oh, why, even now I feel quite faint just thinking of it. The attendant offered the glass again. A little more, madame. Do you really think I should? I am a lifelong teetotaler. I never touch spirits or wine, not at any time. Everyone in my family abstains. Still, perhaps since this is purely medicinal. She took another sip. Meanwhile, Poirot and M'Bouk, with Dr. Constantine close behind, had rushed from the restaurant car and down the corridor of the Istanbul coach toward Mrs. Hubbard's compartment. It seemed every traveller on the train had gathered outside her door. The conductor, wearing a deeply harassed expression, was trying to hold them back. But there is nothing to see, he insisted, repeating the sentiment in several languages. Let me pass, please, said M'Bouk, pushing forward. Pushing his considerable frame through the cluster of curious travellers, he finally entered the compartment, with Poirot following closely. The conductor let out a relieved sigh. I am very glad you are here, monsieur. It has been chaos. The American lady, such screaming. I truly believed for a moment we had another murder. She was shrieking like a madwoman, insisting she must fetch you, and then she rushed off down the corridor, announcing the dreadful news to anyone within earshot. He gestured toward the adjoining door. It is there, monsieur. I have not touched a thing. Dangling from the handle of the connecting door was a large check-patterned rubber sponge bag. Directly beneath it on the floor lay a straight-bladed dagger, a cheap, imitation oriental piece with an ornate hilt and a tapering blade. The blade was marred with dark, rust-like stains. Poirot picked it up with delicate fingers. "Indeed," he murmured. "It seems we have found our missing weapon. Would you not agree, Doctor?" The doctor took it. "You need not handle it so delicately," Poirot added. "Any fingerprints will belong solely to Mrs. Hubbard." Constantine's inspection was brief. "This is undoubtedly the weapon. It could have inflicted any of the wounds." "My friend, I beg you, do not say that," Poirot replied, a note of theatrical exasperation in his voice. "We are already drowning in a sea of coincidence. Two separate individuals decide to stab Mr. Ratchett on the same night. It is simply too convenient that they would both choose the exact same theatrically tacky souvenir. Well, the coincidence may not be as vast as it appears," the doctor countered. "Factories produce thousands of these gaudy daggers for tourist markets all over the world. You offer a small comfort, but only a very small one," Poirot said. He studied the door thoughtfully, removed the sponge bag, and tried the handle. It was locked. He slid back the bolt positioned above it and tried again, but the door remained firmly shut. "We locked it from the other side, you recall," Constantine reminded him. "True," Poirot replied absently, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. He seemed lost in a private puzzle. "Yet it fits, does it not?" interjected M'Bouk. "The assassin passes through this carriage. As he closes this door behind him, he feels the sponge bag. An idea strikes him, and he quickly conceals the bloody knife inside. Then, unaware he has disturbed Mrs. Hubbard, he slips out through the other door into the corridor." "That is one way it must have happened," Poirot murmured in agreement, though the perplexed look never left his face. "But what is it?" Miss M'Bouk demanded. "Something is troubling you. What point have we missed?" Poirot shot him a quick glance. "The same detail does not strike you? No, evidently not. Ah, well, it is a minor thing. The conductor reappeared. The American lady is returning." Dr. Constantine looked somewhat abashed, recalling his earlier dismissal of her. Mrs. Hubbard, however, had no interest in past slights. Her energies were entirely focused on the present. "I'm going to say one thing plain," she announced breathlessly from the doorway. "I am not spending another minute in this compartment. I wouldn't sleep here tonight for $1 million cash money. But, madam, I know what you're about to say, and my answer is no. I'd rather sit up all night on a hard bench in that corridor." Her voice broke, and she began to cry. "Oh, if my daughter back in Chicago could see me now in such a state." Poirot interrupted with firm gentleness. "You misunderstand. Your request is entirely reasonable. Your luggage will be moved to another compartment immediately." Mrs. Hubbard lowered her handkerchief, her demeanour shifting instantly. "Is that so? Well, I feel better already. But the train is full unless one of you gentlemen—" M'Bouk began to speak. "Madame, we will have your luggage transferred from this coach entirely," the conductor announced. "You will be given a compartment in the next carriage, the one that was attached at Belgrade." "Oh, that's wonderful. I don't consider myself an unusually nervous person, but the idea of sleeping right beside a compartment with a dead man," she gave a visible shudder, "it would unsettle me completely." "Monsieur Michel," M'Bouk called out, "please move this luggage to an empty compartment in the Athens to Paris coach." "Of course, monsieur. Should it be the same number as before? Compartment No. 3. "Actually," Poirot interjected before his colleague could answer, "I believe it would be preferable for Madame to have a completely different number. Compartment No. 12, perhaps." "Very good, monsieur." As the conductor gathered her belongings, Mrs. Hubbard turned to Poirot with sincere appreciation. "That's very thoughtful and considerate of you. I truly do appreciate it." "It is nothing, madame. We shall accompany you and ensure you are properly settled." The three men escorted Mrs. Hubbard to her new quarters. She looked around with satisfaction. "This is just fine. Does it suit you, madame? You will notice it is identical to the compartment you left." "That's right, only it faces the opposite direction. But that hardly matters. These trains seem to go one way and then the other anyway." I told my daughter I want a seat facing the engine, and she said, 'But, Mother, that won't help a bit, because if you fall asleep facing one way, you'll wake up and the train will be going the other.' And she was absolutely correct. Why, just last night we entered Belgrade heading one way and left going the opposite direction. At least, Madame, you are now comfortable and content. Well, I wouldn't go that far. Here we are, stuck in a snowdrift, with nobody doing a thing about it, and my ship sails the day after tomorrow." "Madame," said M'Bouk, "we are all in the same unfortunate situation, every one of us. I suppose that's true," Mrs. Hubbard conceded, "but I don't believe anyone else had a murderer traipse straight through their room in the dead of night." "What continues to puzzle me, Madame," Poirot said, "is how the man entered your compartment if the connecting door was latched, as you stated. You are certain it was secured?"
Why? The Swedish lady tested it right in front of me.
"Let us reconstruct that moment. You were resting in your berth, like so, and from that position you could not see the bolt yourself, correct?"
No, because of that sponge bag. Oh dear, I'll need to buy a new one. Just looking at this one turns my stomach.
Poirot lifted the sponge bag and hooked it over the handle of the communicating door to the adjoining carriage. "Precisely, I understand now," he observed. "The bolt sits just beneath the handle. The sponge bag obscures it. From where you were lying, you could not see whether the bolt was actually engaged or not. Why, that's exactly what I've been telling you. And Miss Olsen, the Swedish lady, stood here between you and the door. She tried it and informed you it was bolted." "That's correct." "Nevertheless, Madame, she may have been mistaken. You see my meaning," Poirot appeared eager to clarify. "The bolt is merely a small metal piece, like so, turned to the right. The door is locked, left straight. It is not. It is possible she only attempted the door, and finding it secured from the other side, assumed it was also fastened on yours. Well, I suppose that would have been rather foolish of her. Madame, the kindest and most amiable souls are not always the most perceptive." "I guess that's true enough. Incidentally, Madame, did you travel out to Smyrna by this same route?" "No. I sailed directly to Istanbul. A friend of my daughter's, a Mr. Johnson, a perfectly lovely man. I'd like you to meet him some day. Met me and showed me all around the city, though I found it rather a letdown, to be honest. So much of it seemed to be crumbling."
And all those mosques where you have to shuffle those enormous covers over your shoes.
"Where was I?" "You were saying that Mr. Johnson met you." "That's right. He saw me onto a French messagerie ship bound for Smyrna, and my son-in-law was waiting right on the dock. What he'll say when he hears about all this, my daughter assured me this would be the safest, easiest journey imaginable."
"Just stay in your compartment," she insisted, "and go straight to Paris, where the American Express agent will be waiting for you."
"Oh, but what should I do about my steamship ticket? I really must notify them. There's no way I can make that sailing now. This whole situation is simply dreadful." Mrs. Hubbard's eyes welled up again, threatening another wave of tears. Seizing the moment, Poirot, who had been growing somewhat restless, intervened gently. "You have suffered a severe shock, Madame.
"Allow me to have the dining car attendant bring you some tea and biscuits." "I'm not entirely sure I want tea," Mrs. Hubbard replied, dabbing her eyes. "That feels more like an English custom. Coffee, then. You require something restorative. That brandy has left my head feeling rather peculiar. Coffee might be just the thing." "Splendid. You must recover your strength. My, what an unusual way of putting it. But first, Madame, a small formality. Would you permit me to examine your luggage?" "Whatever for?" "We are beginning a search of all passenger baggage. I do not wish to recall a distressing episode, but your sponge bag, you remember?" "Good heavens, perhaps you'd better. I simply couldn't stand another shock like that." The inspection was brief. Mrs. Hubbard travelled light, a hat-box, a modest suitcase, and a well-stuffed travelling bag. The contents of all three were ordinary and unremarkable. The process would have taken only a minute or two had Mrs. Hubbard not prolonged it by insisting they properly admire photographs of my daughter, and two rather plain children, my daughter's little ones. Aren't they just precious? Chapter 15. The examination of the passenger's luggage. After offering a few polite assurances and promising to have coffee sent to her, Poirot was finally able to excuse himself, rejoining his two companions in the corridor.
"Well, we have begun and found nothing," remarked M'Bouc. "Whom should we approach next? The simplest method, I believe, is to proceed carriage by carriage along the train. That would mean we start with compartment number 16, the agreeable Mr. Hardman." Mr. Hardman, enjoying a cigar, greeted them cordially. "Come on in, gentlemen, if you can all fit. It's a little tight in here for a gathering." Bouc explained the purpose of their visit, and the large detective nodded in understanding. "Sure, that's fine. To be honest, I was wondering when you'd get around to it. Here are my keys, and if you want to check my pockets too, be my guest should I hand the bags down. The conductor will manage that, Michel." The contents of Mr. Hardman's two suitcases were swiftly inspected and deemed acceptable, though they held a rather generous supply of liquor. Mr. Hardman gave a knowing wink. "They don't usually go through your bags at the borders, not if you take care of the conductor. I slipped him a roll of Turkish bills right off, and it's been smooth sailing so far." "And in Paris?" Hardman winked again. "By the time I reach Paris," he said, "whatever's left of this little stash will be in a bottle labelled hair tonic." "You are not an adherent of prohibition, Monsieur Hardman," observed M'Bouc with a smile. "Well," Hardman replied, "I can't say prohibition has ever been much of a concern to me." "Ah," said M'Bouc. "The speakeasy," he pronounced the word carefully, as if tasting it. "Your American terms are so colourful, so expressive. I myself would very much like to visit America one day," Poirot remarked. "You'd pick up some modern methods over there," Hardman said. "Europe needs a wake-up call. It's half asleep. It is true that America is the nation of progress," Poirot agreed. "There is much I admire about your countrymen. Only perhaps I am old-fashioned, but I find the American woman somewhat less captivating than the women of my own country. The French or Belgian girl, playful and charming. I believe there is no one who compares." Hardman turned briefly to gaze out at the falling snow. After a quiet moment, he said, "You might be right about that, Poirot. I suppose every country has its own idea of beauty," he said. The snow seemed to glare back at him, and he blinked. "It's almost blinding, isn't it? Honestly, gentlemen, this whole situation is wearing on me. A murder, all this snow, and we're just sitting here waiting. I'd much rather be taking action, chasing down a lead or a suspect." Poirot offered a faint smile. The classic American drive for progress. The conductor finished with the luggage, and they proceeded to the next compartment. Colonel Arbuthnot was settled in his seat, pipe in hand, flipping through a magazine. After Poirot explained their task, the colonel readily agreed. His two leather suitcases were packed with military precision. "The rest of my things are coming by ship," he mentioned. The inspection was brief. Poirot's eyes fell on a package of pipe cleaners. "You prefer this particular brand?" he inquired. "Generally, yes, when I can find them." "Ah," Poirot murmured, once they were back in the corridor. Dr. Constantine pointed out that these cleaners matched the one discovered in the victim's compartment. "All the same," Poirot whispered, "it feels out of character, and in my experience, character tells you nearly everything." They approached the next door, which belonged to Princess Dragomirov. A knock was answered by her low, commanding voice, granting them entry. M'Bouc took the lead, his explanation layered with deference. The princess listened, her expression as still as a pond. "If it is required, gentlemen," she stated calmly when he finished, "then so be it. My maid holds the keys. She will assist you?" "Does your maid always keep your keys, madame?" Poirot asked. "Naturally, monsieur, and if at some border in the night a customs official demanded a bag be opened." The old woman gave a slight shrug. Unlikely, but in that event the conductor would fetch her. You trust her completely, then? I have said so, the princess replied, her tone steady. I do not keep people around me whom I distrust. Indeed, Poirot mused, trust is a rare commodity nowadays. Perhaps it is wiser to have a loyal, plain attendant than a fashionable one, a clever Parisian, for instance. He watched as her dark, shrewd eyes slowly turned and fixed upon him. What precisely are you suggesting, Poirot? Nothing, madame. Nothing at all. But you are. You believe a woman of my standing should have a stylish French maid? Is that not so? It might be considered more typical, madame. She shook her head. Schmidt is devoted to me. She let the words hang in the air. Devotion. It is beyond price. The German maid arrived with the keys. The princess instructed her in their shared language to open the cases and aid the search. She herself remained outside, gazing at the relentless snow, and Poirot stayed with her, leaving M. Bouc to the luggage. She looked at Poirot with a sharp, almost amused expression. Well, monsieur, do you not wish to rummage through my belongings yourself? He shook his head. It is a mere formality, madame. Nothing more. Are you certain? In your case, yes. And yet I knew Sonia Armstrong. I loved her. What do you conclude from that? That I would not dirty my hands with a creature like Cassetti? Perhaps you are correct. For a moment she was quiet, the only sound the muffled rustling from within the compartment. Then she spoke again, her voice dropping to a colder, more deliberate register. Do you know what should have been done with a man like that? In my youth, I would have told my servants, take this man, whip him until he is dead, and throw his body on the refuse pile. That is how such matters were handled then, monsieur. Poirot said nothing, merely listening with focused attention. She studied him with a sudden, impatient energy. You are quiet, M.P. Poirot. What is it you are thinking, I wonder? He met her gaze directly, his own eyes unblinking. Madame, I believe your true power lies in your determination, not in your physical form. She looked at her slender arms clothed in black, ending in those pale, ring-adorned hands. You are correct, she acknowledged. There is no strength here, none at all. I cannot decide if that is a regret or a relief. Abruptly, she turned back toward her carriage, where her attendant was securing the luggage. The princess dismissed M. Bouc's apologies with a wave. There is no need for apology, monsieur, she stated. A murder has occurred. Certain procedures must follow. It is as simple as that. You are most gracious, madame. With a slight nod, she took her leave. The doors to the following compartments were closed. M. Bouc hesitated, running a hand through his hair. This is delicate, he murmured. They carry diplomatic papers. Their belongings are typically exempt from inspection. From customs, yes, but murder alters the rules. I understand. Still, we must avoid unnecessary complications. Set your mind at ease, my friend. The Count and his wife will be reasonable. Observe how accommodating Princess Dragomirov was. She is a true aristocrat. These others hold similar status, but the Count struck me as a man of a more confrontational nature. He was displeased when you insisted on questioning his wife. This will irritate him further. Perhaps. Well, we could bypass them. Surely they are uninvolved. Why invite trouble? I cannot share your view, Poirot replied. I am confident Count Androny will be cooperative. Let us at least make the attempt. Before M. Bouc could object, Poirot gave a firm knock on the door of compartment 13. A voice from within called, "Come in." The Count was seated near the door, absorbed in a newspaper. His wife was nestled in the far corner by the window, a pillow behind her head, seeming to have been asleep. "Forgive the intrusion, Monsieur le Comte," Poirot began. "We are conducting a search of all baggage on the train. In most instances it is a mere formality, but one that must be completed. Men Bouc notes that, given your diplomatic status,
you could legitimately decline this inspection. The Count reflected for a moment. I appreciate the consideration, he said. However, I do not wish for special treatment. I prefer our luggage to be examined like everyone else's. He turned to his wife. You have no objection, I hope, Elena? None whatsoever, the Countess replied without pause. A swift and somewhat cursory inspection ensued. Poirot appeared to be covering a slight awkwardness by making trivial comments, such as noting a damp label on a blue leather case bearing initials and a coronet. The Countess did not respond to this remark. She seemed rather disinterested in the entire affair, remaining curled in her corner, gazing absently out the window, while the men examined her belongings in the adjoining space. Poirot concluded by quickly checking the small cabinet above the wash-basin, noting its contents, a sponge face cream powder and a small bottle labelled as a sleeping aid. With polite exchanges, the search party withdrew. They proceeded to Mrs. Hubbard's compartment, then the compartment of the deceased, and Poirot's own next. They moved to the second-class carriages. The first, containing compartments 10 and 11, held Mary Debenham, who was reading, and Greta Olsen, who was startled awake by their entrance. Poirot repeated his explanation. The Swedish woman seemed flustered, while Mary Debenham remained composed and detached. Addressing the Swedish lady, Poirot suggested, "If you allow, mademoiselle, we will inspect your baggage first. Afterwards, perhaps you would be kind enough to check on the American lady's condition. We have settled her into a compartment in the next carriage, though she remains deeply distressed by what she found. I requested coffee be brought to her, yet I suspect she is one of those people for whom a sympathetic listener is the greatest necessity." The kind lady was immediately concerned. She would go at once. It must have been a dreadful shock to the system, especially as the poor woman was already anxious from the journey and being separated from her daughter. Yes, of course, she would go immediately. Her suitcase wasn't locked, and she would bring along some smelling salts. She hurried away. An inspection of her belongings was brief. They were exceedingly sparse. She clearly had not noticed the missing wires from her hat-box. Miss Debenham had set her book aside and was observing Poirot when asked. She handed her keys to him. As he lifted a case and opened it, she spoke. "Why did you send her away, Monsieur Poirot?" "I, mademoiselle?" "To attend to the American passenger, of course. A perfectly good excuse, yet an excuse none the less. I'm afraid I do not follow you." "I believe you follow me very well indeed." She offered a faint smile. "You wished to speak with me alone? Was that not your intention?" "You are placing words in my mouth, mademoiselle. And ideas in your head? No, I think not. The ideas are already there. That is correct, is it not? Mademoiselle, there is a proverb. He who excuses himself accuses himself. Is that the one? You must allow me some credit for observation and basic sense. For some reason you have decided I know something about this grubby affair, the murder of a man I never laid eyes on before. You are constructing a fiction, mademoiselle?" "No, I am not constructing anything. But it strikes me that a great deal of time is wasted by not speaking plainly, by dancing around a subject instead of addressing it directly. And you dislike wasted time. You prefer the straightforward approach. The direct method, eh bien, I shall give it to you. I will ask you about the meaning of certain words I overheard during our journey from Syria. I had stepped onto the platform at the Konya station to, as the English say, stretch my leg. Your voice, and the Colonel's, mademoiselle, came to me through the night air. You said to him, 'Not now. Not now, when it's all over, when it's behind us. What did you mean by those words?' She replied very softly, 'Do you imagine I meant murder? It is I who am asking the question, mademoiselle.' She sighed, seeming lost in thought for a moment. Then, as if collecting herself, she said, 'Those words had a meaning, monsieur, but not one I can share with you. I can only give you my solemn word of honour that I had never seen this man Ratchett in my life before boarding this train." "And you decline to explain the words?" "Yes, if you wish to phrase it so, I decline. They related to a private obligation I had undertaken, an obligation that is now concluded." "What do you mean by that?" "It is finished, is it not?" "Why would you think so?" "Listen, mademoiselle, let me remind you of another moment. The train was delayed on the day we were to reach Istanbul. You were remarkably agitated. You, who are so composed, so self-possessed, you lost that composure. I did not want to miss my connection. So you said. But, mademoiselle, the Orient Express departs Istanbul daily. Even had you missed that connection, it would have meant a delay of only 24 hours. For the first time, Miss Debenham showed a flash of irritation. You do not seem to realize that one may have people expecting one's arrival in London, and that a day's delay disrupts plans and causes considerable annoyance. Ah, it is like that. There are people awaiting you. You do not wish to inconvenience them? Naturally. And yet it is peculiar. What is peculiar? Here on this train we again have a delay. This time the delay was far more serious, with no chance of sending a telegram to your friends, or reaching them on the long distance. You mean the telephone? Ah, yes, the portmanteau call, as they say in England. Mary Debenham allowed herself a faint smile. Trunk call, she corrected gently. It is, as you say, incredibly frustrating to be cut off from all communication, whether by telephone or telegraph. And yet, mademoiselle, your demeanour is markedly different now. That earlier impatience is gone, replaced by a calm, almost philosophical acceptance. Mary Debenham felt a flush rise to her cheeks and bit her lip, her brief amusement vanishing. You do not answer, mademoiselle. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware a question required an answer. An explanation for this shift in your attitude would be illuminating. Don't you think you're making rather a mountain out of a molehill, Monsieur Poirot? Poirot offered a conciliatory gesture with his hands. It is perhaps a professional failing of detectives. We expect human behaviour to follow a consistent pattern. We make little allowance for a simple change of mood. Mary Debenham remained silent. You are acquainted with Colonel Arbuthnot, mademoiselle. He sensed her relief at the change of topic. I met him for the first time on this journey.
Do you have any cause to believe he was previously acquainted with the man Ratchett? She shook her head with conviction. I am absolutely certain he was not. What makes you so sure? His manner of speaking about the man. And yet, mademoiselle, we discovered a pipe cleaner on the floor of the deceased's compartment. Is Colonel Arbuthnot not the sole pipe smoker aboard this train?
He observed her closely, but she showed neither surprise nor distress, replying coolly, That's nonsense. It's utterly absurd. Colonel Arbuthnot is the last person on earth to be involved in a crime, particularly such a theatrical, melodramatic affair. Her words so closely mirrored Poirot's own private thoughts that he nearly agreed aloud. Instead, he said, I must remind you that your acquaintance with him is, after all, quite brief. She gave a slight shrug. I'm familiar enough with the type, he asked, his voice softening. And you still refuse to explain those words you spoke when it's behind us? Her reply was icy. I have nothing further to say. It is of no consequence, said Hercule Poirot. I shall discover the meaning. He bowed and exited the compartment, shutting the door firmly behind him. Was that prudent, my friend? Inquired Embus. You have alerted her, and through her you have undoubtedly alerted the colonel as well. My friend, if one wishes to flush a rabbit from its hole, one sends in a ferret. If the rabbit is there, it runs. That is all I have done. They proceeded to the compartment of Hildegard Schmidt. The woman stood waiting, her expression respectful and impassive. Poirot cast a swift eye over the items in the small case on the seat before signalling the attendant to retrieve the larger suitcase from the overhead rack.
The keys? He asked.
"It is not locked, monsieur." Poirot unfastened the clasps and raised the lid. "Aha!" he exclaimed, turning to Monsieur Bouc. "You recall my words? Observe this for a moment." Lying atop the contents of the suitcase was a brown wagon-lit uniform, hastily rolled into a bundle. The German woman's stolid composure shattered. "Ach!" she cried out. "That is not mine. I did not put it there. I have not opened this case since we left Istanbul. I swear it is true." She looked between the two men, her face pleading. Poirot took her gently by the arm, his tone soothing. "There, now, all is well. We believe you. Do not distress yourself. I am as certain you did not conceal that uniform as I am certain you are an excellent cook." "You are a good cook, are you not?" Bewildered, the woman managed a faint, reluctant smile. "Yes, indeed, all my employers have said so. She stopped abruptly, her mouth open, fear returning to her eyes. "No, no." Poirot reassured her. "All is well, I assure you. Let me tell you what I believe happened. The man you saw, the one in the wagon-lit uniform, emerged from the dead man's compartment. He collided with you in the corridor. That was his first piece of very bad luck. He had desperately hoped to remain unseen. What now? The uniform had to go. It was no longer a shield, it was a liability. His eyes flicked toward Monsieur Bouc and Dr. Constantine, who were listening intently. The snow, you understand, had ruined everything. It complicated his every move. Where could he possibly hide the clothes? Every compartment was occupied. Then he spotted one with its door ajar, clearly empty. It had to belong to the woman he'd just bumped into. He slipped inside, stripped off the uniform, and shoved it hastily into a suitcase on the overhead rack. It might be days before anyone found it. "And then?" asked Monsieur Bouc. "That requires further discussion," Poirot replied with a meaningful look. He held up the tunic. The third button down was missing. Poirot slid his hand into the pocket and produced a conductor's master key used for unlocking all the compartment doors. "So that explains how our man moved through locked doors," said Monsieur Bouc. "Your questions to Mrs. Hubbard were quite unnecessary. Locked or not, he could simply use the key. If he had a uniform, why not the key to go with it?" "Why not, indeed?" Poirot agreed. "We should have considered it. Recall that Michel stated Mrs. Hubbard's corridor door was locked when he responded to her bell." "That is correct, monsieur," the conductor confirmed. "It made me think the lady was perhaps dreaming. The sequence is clear now," Bouc continued. "He likely intended to relock the communicating door as well, but perhaps a sound from the bed startled him." "Our task now," said Poirot, "is to locate the scarlet kimono, indeed, and these final two compartments are occupied by men. We shall search them regardless."
Absolutely. Besides, I recall your earlier point. Hector McQueen was perfectly willing to submit to the search. "Be my guest," he said with a wry grin. "I'm fairly certain I'm the most suspicious person on this train at the moment. All you need to do is find a will where the old man left me everything, and my fate will be sealed." Monsieur Bouc fixed him with a suspicious stare. "Only joking," McQueen added quickly. "He wouldn't have left me a dime, honestly."
"I was just useful to him, with languages and such. You can get taken advantage of if you only speak plain American. I'm no expert, but I know enough French, German, and Italian to handle taxis and hotel bills." His voice was slightly louder than normal, betraying a hint of unease beneath his cooperative facade. Poirot finished his search and emerged. "Nothing," he announced. "Not even a single incriminating document." McQueen sighed in apparent relief. "Well, that's a weight off my shoulders," he said lightly. They proceeded to the last compartment. A search of the large Italian's luggage and that of the valet produced nothing. The three men stood together at the end of the carriage, looking at one another. "What comes next?" asked Monsieur Bouc. "We will return to the dining car," Poirot decided. "We have gathered all the physical evidence we can.
We have the passengers' testimonies, the evidence from their baggage, and the evidence of our own eyes.
No more help will come from external sources. Now we must rely entirely on our intellects. He felt in his pocket for his cigarette case and found it empty. "I will join you shortly," he said. "I require more cigarettes. This is a most perplexing, a most peculiar case. Who was wearing that scarlet kimono? Where is it now? I wish I knew."
There is an element here, some missing factor that eludes me. It is challenging because someone has deliberately made it so, but we will unravel it. Excuse me for a moment. He moved briskly along the corridor to his own compartment. He knew he had a fresh supply of cigarettes in one of his suitcases. He lifted it down and clicked open the locks. Then he knelt back, staring. Neatly folded on top of his belongings was a thin scarlet silk kimono embroidered with coiling dragons.
"Ah," he murmured softly. "So it is like that. A direct challenge. Very well. I'll take it from here, Part 3. Hercule Poirot sits back and thinks, Chapter 1. Which one of them, Monsieur Bouc and Dr. Constantine, were deep in conversation when Poirot stepped into the dining car. Bouc's expression was gloomy. "Here he is," Bouc announced as Poirot appeared. He waited for the detective to settle into his seat before continuing. "My friend, if you manage to unravel this mystery, I will truly become a believer in miracles. The case troubles you?" Poirot inquired. "Naturally, it troubles me," Bouc replied, with a sigh. "I cannot make any sense of it." "I must concur," Dr. Constantine added, his gaze fixed on Poirot with keen interest. "To be perfectly honest, I cannot envision what your next move will be." "No?" Poirot murmured, his tone thoughtful. He produced his cigarette case and lit one of his signature small cigarettes. His eyes took on a distant, reflective quality. "That, for me, is the fascinating challenge here," he said. "We are isolated from all conventional investigative avenues. Are the people from whom we have taken statements telling the truth, or are they lying? We possess no external means of verification, only the resources we can muster from our own minds. This is a true exercise for the intellect." "That is all very well in theory," countered Monsieur Bouc, a hint of impatience in his voice. "But what do you have to build upon? What is your foundation? I explained this earlier. We have the passengers' testimonies and the evidence of our own observations." "The passengers' evidence," Bouc scoffed. "It told us precisely nothing of value." Poirot shook his head gently. "I must disagree, my friend. Their statements provided several points of considerable interest." "Really?" Bouc said, his skepticism evident. "I failed to notice them." "That is because you did not listen with the necessary attention." "Very well, then, enlighten me. What did I miss? Let us consider a single instance, the first testimony we heard from the young Mr. McQueen. He uttered, in my opinion, one profoundly revealing sentence." "Regarding the letters?" "No, not the letters. If I recall correctly, his exact words were, 'We travelled extensively. Mr. Ratchett wished to see the world. He was hindered by knowing no foreign languages. I functioned more as a tour guide than a secretary." Poirot looked from the doctor's face to that of Monsieur Bouc, his expression expectant. "Well, do you still not perceive it? This is, frankly, inexcusable, especially as you were given a second clue moments later when he remarked, 'You're likely to be taken advantage of if you speak nothing but good American.' You mean to imply—" Monsieur Bouc still appeared confused. "Ah, it seems you require it spelled out in the simplest terms. Very well. Here it is. Mr. Ratchett spoke no French. Yet when the conductor responded to his bell last night, a voice speaking in French informed him it was all a mistake and his services were not required. Furthermore, the phrase used was perfectly idiomatic. Ce n'est rien. Je me suis trompé. Not the sort of construction a man with only a handful of French words would naturally select." "That is true, Doctor," Constantine exclaimed, his excitement rising. "We should have recognized that immediately.
I recall you emphasizing those very words when you repeated them to us. Now I understand your hesitation to rely solely on the evidence of the dented watch. Ratchett was already dead by 23 minutes to 1, and it was his murderer who was speaking. Monsieur Bouc finished with dramatic emphasis. Poirot raised a gently cautioning hand. Let us not rush ahead of ourselves, and let us not assume more than what we can actually substantiate. It is safe, I believe, to conclude that at 23 minutes to 1, another person was present in Ratchett's compartment, and that this person was either French or spoke the language with fluency. You are being exceedingly cautious, my old friend. One must advance only one careful step at a time. We have no definitive proof that Ratchett was deceased at that precise moment. There is the cry that woke you, Constantine reminded him. Yes, that is true, Poirot conceded. In one sense, Monsieur Bouc mused, this discovery does not drastically alter the situation. You heard someone moving about next door, that someone was not Ratchett, but the other individual. Presumably, he was cleansing blood from his hands, tidying the scene of the crime, perhaps disposing of the incriminating letter. Then he waits until all is quiet. When he deems it safe, and the coast is clear, he locks and chains Ratchett's door from the inside, unlocks the communicating door into Mrs. Hubbard's compartment, and makes his escape through that route. It's almost insultingly straightforward when you lay it out like that, isn't it? The sheer audacity of the plan, executed while we all slept just a few feet away. Indeed, our initial suspicions were correct, with one crucial adjustment. Ratchett was murdered roughly 30 minutes earlier than we first believed. The watch was deliberately set to 1:15 to fabricate an alibi. A rather clumsy alibi, I must say, Poirot remarked. The watch hands showed 1:15, precisely the moment the assailant was fleeing the crime scene. That is true, M. Bouc admitted, somewhat flustered. So what does the watch tell us? If the hands were tampered with, and I emphasize if, then the chosen time must hold meaning. The instinctive conclusion would be to distrust anyone who could provide a solid alibi for that specific hour, which in this case is 1:15.
Yes,
The doctor agreed. That is sound logic. We must also consider when the intruder could have entered the compartment. Unless we entertain the idea of the real conductor being an accomplice, there was only one feasible window when the train was stopped at Vinkovci. Once the train departed, the conductor was seated facing the corridor. While passengers might overlook a wagon lit attendant, an impostor would certainly be noticed by the genuine conductor. However, during the halt at Vinkovci, the conductor was out on the platform. The path was clear. And by our earlier deduction, it must be one of the passengers, said M. Bouc. We returned to our original question. Which one? Poirot offered a thin smile. I have compiled a list, he said. If you wish to review it, it may jog your memory. The doctor and M. Bouc leaned in to examine the list together. It was neatly written in a systematic order, following the sequence of the passenger interviews. Hector McQueen, American citizen, berth no 6, second class. Motive, possibly connected to his association with the deceased. Alibi, from midnight to 2 a.m., midnight to 1:30 confirmed by Colonel Arbuthnot, and 1:15 to 2 a.m. confirmed by the conductor. Evidence against him, none. Suspicious circumstances, none. Conductor, Pierre Michel, French citizen. Motive, none. Alibi from midnight to 2 a.m. Observed by H.P. in the corridor when a voice was heard from Ratchett's compartment at 12:37. From 1 a.m. to 1:16 confirmed by the other two conductors. Evidence against him, none. Suspicious circumstances. The discovery of the wagon-lit uniform actually supports his innocence, as it appears to have been planted to implicate him. Edward Masterman, English citizen, berth no 4, second class, motive, possibly stems from his employment as the deceased's valet. Alibi, from midnight to 2 a.m., confirmed by Antonio Foscarelli. Evidence against him or suspicious circumstances, none, except he is the only man physically capable of fitting into the wagon-lit uniform. Conversely, it is doubtful he speaks French fluently. Mrs. Hubbard, American citizen. Birth, no, 3. First class. Motive, none. Alibi, from midnight to 2 a.m., none. Evidence against her or suspicious circumstances, her account of a man in her compartment is supported by the testimonies of Hardman and the woman Schmidt. Greta Olsson, Swedish citizen. Birth, number 10, second class. Motive, none. Alibi, from midnight to 2 a.m., confirmed by Mary Debenham. Note, she was the last person to see Ratchett alive, Princess Dragomirov, naturalized French citizen. Birth number 14, first class. Motive, was closely acquainted with the Armstrong family and served as godmother to Sonia Armstrong. Alibi, from midnight to 2 a.m., confirmed by the conductor and her maid. Evidence against her or suspicious circumstances, none. Count Andrenyi, Hungarian citizen. Diplomatic passport. Birth no 13, first class. Motive none. Alibi midnight to 2 a.m. confirmed by the conductor, though this does not cover the period between 1 and 15. Countess Andrenyi, as above. Birth no 12. Motive none. Alibi midnight to 2 a.m. She took Trianol and slept. Confirmed by her husband. Trianol bottle found in her cupboard. Colonel Arbuthnot, British citizen. Birth no 15, first class. Motive none. Alibi midnight to 2 a.m. He was in conversation with McQueen until 1:30. He remained in his own compartment and did not depart from it, a fact corroborated by both McQueen and the conductor. The evidence or circumstances that cast suspicion upon him include the discovery of a pipe cleaner. Cyrus Hardman, an American citizen occupying berth 16 in second class, has no known motive. His alibi for the period from midnight until 2 in the morning is that he did not leave his compartment, which is again substantiated by McQueen and the conductor. There is no further evidence against him. Antonio Foscarelli, also an American subject, though of Italian birth, occupied berth 5 in second class. No motive is known, and his alibi for the same critical hours is supported by Edward Masterman. No suspicious circumstances are attached to him, save for the observation that the nature of the weapon employed could be considered consistent with his general temperament, a point previously noted by M. Book. Mary Debenham, a British subject in berth 11 second class, has no apparent motive. Her alibi from midnight to 2 a.m. is vouched for by Greta Olsson. The evidence or circumstances raising questions about her involve a certain reticence and her steadfast refusal to offer any explanation for it. Hildegard Schmidt, a German subject in berth 8, second class, similarly has no known motive. Her alibi is that she retired for the night and was awakened by the conductor at approximately 12:38, after which she went to attend to her mistress. This account is supported by the conductor and the mistress herself. It is worth noting that the conductor's official statement corroborates the passengers' accounts, asserting that no one entered or left Mr. Ratchett's compartment between midnight and 1 o'clock, when he himself proceeded to the next coach, and again from 1:15 until 2 o'clock. "You will understand," Poirot remarked, "that this document is merely a summary of the testimony we have collected, organized in this manner for the sake of clarity." Book returned the paper with a dissatisfied expression. "It does little to illuminate the matter," he stated. "Perhaps this will be more to your liking," Poirot suggested with a faint smile, handing him a second sheet. The paper was headed 10 questions. It listed the following points, requiring explanation. 1. The handkerchief bearing the initial H. To whom does it belong? 2. The pipe cleaner. Was it dropped by Colonel Arbuthnot or by another person? 3. Who was wearing the scarlet kimono? 4. Who was the individual disguised in the wagon-lit uniform? 5. Why do the hands of the watch indicate 1:15? 6. Was the murder committed at that precise time? 7. Could it have been earlier? 8. Or perhaps later? 9. Can we be certain Ratchett was stabbed by more than one assailant? 10. What other interpretation of his wounds is possible? Very well, let us apply ourselves, said M'Book, his spirits lifting somewhat at this puzzle for his intellect. We shall begin with the handkerchief. We must, by all means, be orderly and methodical. Assuredly, Poirot agreed, giving a satisfied nod. M'Book continued in a somewhat instructive tone. The initial H connects to 3 individuals, Mrs. Hubbard, Miss Debenham, whose second name is Hermione, and the maid, Hildegard Schmidt. Indeed, and among those 3, it is challenging to decide. However, I am inclined to suspect Miss Debenham. It is entirely possible she is addressed by her middle name. Furthermore, there is already a degree of suspicion surrounding her. That conversation you overheard, my friend, was decidedly peculiar, as is her refusal to clarify it. For my part, I suspect the American. Dr. Constantine interjected. It is a very costly handkerchief, and Americans, as everyone knows, are not particularly concerned with expense. So you both dismiss the maid? Poirot inquired. Yes. As she herself indicated, it is the sort of handkerchief owned by a person of the upper classes. Proceeding to the second question, the pipe cleaner. Did Colonel Arbuthnot drop it, or was it someone else? That presents a greater difficulty. The English, as a rule, are not given to stabbing. You are correct there. I lean toward the opinion that another person dropped the pipe cleaner deliberately with the aim of implicating the tall Englishman. As you yourself noted, Poirot, the doctor added, 2 clues represent an excess of carelessness. I concur with M'Book. The handkerchief was a genuine mistake, which is why no one will claim it. The pipe cleaner is a manufactured clue. Supporting this theory is the fact that Colonel Arbuthnot displays no unease and freely admits to smoking a pipe and using that variety of cleaner. Your reasoning is sound, Poirot acknowledged. Question number 3, M'Book continued. Who wore the scarlet kimono? Book turned to his companions, a look of frustration on his face. I must confess, I haven't the faintest idea about that one. Do either of you have any thoughts, Dr. Constantine? None at all, the doctor replied. Then we are officially stumped on that point. Book sighed. The next question, however, holds some promise. Who was the person disguised in the conductor's uniform? We can start by ruling out a number of people. Hardman, Colonel Arbuthnot, Foscarelli, Count Andreni, and Hector McQueen are all far too tall. Mrs. Hubbard, Hildegard Schmidt, and Greta Olson are too broad in build. That narrows it down to the valet, Miss Debenham, Princess Dragomarov, and Countess Andreni, and frankly, none of them seem like plausible candidates. We have sworn statements placing Miss Debenham and the valet in their compartments. Hildegard Schmidt vouches for the princess, and Count Andreni insists his wife was drugged asleep. So, according to the evidence, it couldn't possibly be anyone, which is utterly ridiculous. As our old friend Euclid might remind us, Poirot murmured softly. It simply must be one of those 4, Dr. Constantine insisted. Unless, of course, it was an outsider who discovered a hiding spot, and we already agreed that scenario is impossible. M'Book moved on to the next item. Question 5. Why does the broken watch show a time of 1:15? I can envision 2 explanations. Either the killer set it to create an alibi, but was then trapped in the compartment by the sound of others moving about, or else, wait, I'm having a thought." The other two men waited patiently as Book wrestled with his idea.
"I've got it," he announced, finally. "It wasn't the main murderer who tampered with the watch at all. It was the figure we've termed the second murderer, the left-handed individual. The woman in the red kimono, she arrived later, found the body, and turned back the watch hands to fabricate an alibi for herself." "Bravo," said Dr. Constantine. "That is cleverly reasoned."
"In fact," Poirot added, a hint of dry amusement in his tone, "she presumably stabbed him in the dark, not realizing he was already dead. Somehow she deduced he had a watch in his pajama pocket, fished it out, fiddled with the hands without really seeing them, and gave it the necessary crack for good measure. A remarkably clumsy bit of stage setting when you think about it." Boot shot him a cool glance. "Do you have a better suggestion?" "At the present moment, no," Poirot admitted. "Nevertheless," he continued, "I do not believe either of you has fully appreciated the most fascinating aspect of that watch." "Does question 6 address it?" asked the doctor. "To the question, was the murder committed at 1:15? I answer, no." "I concur," said Book. "The follow-up is, was it earlier? I say yes. Do you agree, Doctor?" The doctor nodded. "I do, but the question, was it later, can also be answered affirmatively. I subscribe to your theory, M. Book, and I suspect M. Poirot does as well, though he prefers not to commit just yet. The first murderer acted before 1:15, the second murderer came after. And regarding the matter of left-handedness, should we not make an effort to determine which of our passengers favours their left hand? I have not entirely overlooked that detail," Poirot said. "You may have observed that I asked each passenger to write something, a signature or an address. It is not conclusive, as some people perform different tasks with different hands. One may write with the right, but play golf with the left. Still, it is a data point. Every person questioned took the pen in their right hand, with one exception, Princess Dragomirov, who flatly refused to write Princess Dragomirov." "Impossible," Boke declared. "I also doubt she would have possessed the necessary strength for that specific left-handed wound," Dr. Constantine said thoughtfully. "That injury was delivered with significant force. More force than a woman could muster." "No, I would not go that far. However, I believe the force required would be beyond that of an elderly woman, and Princess Dragomirov's physical condition is notably delicate. It could be a matter of mental influence over the physical form," Poirot suggested. "The princess possesses a formidable personality and tremendous will, but let us set that aside for now. We move to points 9 and 10. Can we be certain Ratchett was stabbed by multiple individuals, and what alternative explanation exists for the wounds? From a medical standpoint, I see no other plausible interpretation. To propose that a single assailant struck first weakly, then with great force, switching hands, and later, after a delay, inflicted further injuries on a corpse, it simply defies logic." "It does," Poirot agreed quietly. "It makes no sense, and you find the theory of two murderers more logical? As you yourself pointed out, what other possibility remains?" Poirot gazed into the middle distance. "That is the very question I pose," he murmured, "the question that occupies my mind without rest." He settled back into his chair. "From this moment, the solution lies here," he said, tapping his temple. "We have dissected every angle. All the facts are laid before us, organized with precision and method. Each passenger has sat in this very spot, providing their account. We know everything that can be known from the outside." He offered a fond smile to M. Buke. "It has been our little game, hasn't it? This business of sitting back and reasoning out the truth. Well, I intend to put my method to the test, right here before you. You must both do the same. Let us all three close our eyes and think. One or more of those passengers killed Ratchett. The question is, which one?
Chapter 3. Several puzzling details. A full 15 minutes passed in silence. Monsieur Bouc and Dr. Constantine had initially attempted to follow Poirot's directive. They struggled to pierce the tangled web of contradictory details, searching for a clear and definitive answer. Monsieur Bouc's mental process unfolded along these lines. Of course I must think, but honestly, I've already done all my thinking. Poirot clearly suspects that Englishwoman is involved.
I can't help feeling that's highly improbable. The English are so reserved, probably because they lack passion. But that's beside the point. It appears the Italian couldn't have done it. What a shame. I suppose the English valet isn't lying when he claims his companion never left the compartment. But why would he lie? The English are so difficult to corrupt. They're terribly standoffish. This entire situation is most inconvenient. I wonder how long until we're freed. There must be rescue efforts underway. Everything is so slow in these regions it takes forever for anyone to take action. And the local police will be utterly insufferable, full of self-importance, easily offended, terribly concerned with their own authority. They'll turn this into a spectacular event. Such an opportunity doesn't come their way often. It will be in all the newspapers. From there, Bouc's thoughts travelled down a familiar, well-trodden path they had journeyed 100 times before. Dr. Constantine's mind wandered differently. He's an odd little man. A genius? Or merely eccentric? Can he possibly solve this? It seems impossible. I see no way through. It's all too muddled. Perhaps everyone is lying. But even that doesn't clarify anything. If they are all lying, it becomes just as confusing as if they were telling the truth. Those wounds are bizarre. I can't comprehend it. It would be simpler if he'd been shot after all. The term gunman implies the use of a firearm. America is a strange country I'd like to visit. It's so advanced. When I return home, I must look up Demetrius Zagone. He's been to America. He has all the contemporary ideas. I wonder what Zir is doing right now, if my wife ever discovers. His thoughts then drifted into entirely personal territory. Hercule Poirot sat perfectly motionless. One might have mistaken him for being asleep, yet a faint, knowing smile played on his lips, as if he were privately amused by the predictable mental detours of his companions. After a full 15 minutes of absolute stillness, his eyebrows began a slow ascent. A faint sigh escaped his lips, and he whispered to himself, "But why not? If that were the case, it would clarify everything." His eyes opened, revealing a distinct feline green. He asked softly, "Well then, I have been thinking." And you? Both men, deep in their own reflections, started. "I have thought as well," said Monsieur Bouc, with a hint of guilt. "Though I've reached no conclusion, unravelling crime is your profession, not mine, my friend." "I, too, have reflected most earnestly," the doctor declared, recalling his mind from less scholarly diversions. "I've considered numerous theories, yet none provide true satisfaction." Poirot gave an amiable nod as if to say, "Quite correct. The expected response. You have handed me my cue." He sat up very straight, puffed out his chest, smoothed his moustache, and adopted the tone of an orator. "My friends, I have re-examined the facts and reviewed the passenger testimonies. The result is a nebulous yet curious explanation that could account for the known circumstances. I cannot yet be certain of its truth. To determine this, certain experiments will be necessary. First, allow me to highlight several points I find suggestive. Recall Monsieur Bouc's remark during our first lunch in this very dining car. He noted our unusual assembly of people from all classes, ages and nationalities. This is quite rare for the season. The coaches from Athens and Bucharest to Paris are nearly empty. Consider, too, the passenger who failed to appear. I find that significant, then. There are smaller details. The peculiar placement of Mrs. Hubbard's sponge bag, the maiden name of Mrs. Armstrong's mother, the rather theatrical methods of Mr. Hardman, Mr. McQueen's suggestion that Ratchett himself destroyed the burned paper we found, Princess Dragomirov's given name, and a certain grease spot on a Hungarian passport. The two men stared at him blankly. "Do these points suggest anything to you?" Poirot inquired. "Not a thing," M. Bouc admitted frankly. "And you, Doctor? I do not understand in the least what you are talking about. Seizing on the one tangible clue, M." Bouc began sorting through the passports. With a grunt, he extracted that of Count and Countess Andrenyi. "This dirty mark?" "Precisely. A fairly fresh grease spot. Note its location." "On the entry for the Countess, specifically over her Christian name. But I confess I still see no relevance." "Then let us approach from another angle. Reconsider the handkerchief found at the crime scene. We previously associated the initial H with 3 people: Mrs. Hubbard, Miss Debenham, and the maid, Hildegard Schmidt. But view it differently. That handkerchief is a luxury item, handmade Parisian embroidery, which passengers, aside from the initial, would be likely to own such a thing. Not Mrs. Hubbard, a practical woman not given to extravagant fripperies. Not Miss Debenham. Her sort carries sensible linen, not a 200-franc wisp of cambric. Certainly not the maid. However, there are 2 women on this train who would possess such an accessory. Let us see if we can connect either to the letter H. The first is Princess Dragomirov, whose Christian name is Natalia, M. Bouc interjected with a trace of irony. "Exactly," Poirot replied, unfazed. "Her first name, as I mentioned earlier, is quite telling. The other woman is Countess Andrenyi, and immediately something catches my attention." "Your attention?" "Yes, mine. The first name on her passport is smudged by a grease stain. Anyone might dismiss it as an accident. But consider that name, Elena. Now imagine if it were actually Helena. A capital H could easily be altered into a capital E, with the small e blended in afterward, and then a convenient drop of grease could mask the correction." "Helena," exclaimed M. Bouc. "That is a thought." "It certainly is a thought. I search for any small confirmation of this idea, and I find one. One of the luggage labels on the Countess's suitcase is slightly damp. It happens to overlap the first initial printed on the case. That label has clearly been soaked off and repositioned elsewhere." "You are starting to persuade me," said M. Bouc. "But Countess Andrenyi, surely she— Ah, my friend, now you must pivot and consider the case from a completely different perspective. How was this murder meant to appear to everyone? Do not forget that the snow has completely derailed the killer's original scheme. Let us imagine, just for a moment, that there was no snow and the train had continued on its normal schedule. What would have happened then? The murder would likely still have been discovered early this morning at the Italian frontier. Much of the same evidence would have been presented to the Italian police. M. McQueen would have produced the threatening letters. M. Hardman would have told his story. Mrs. Hubbard would have eagerly recounted how a man passed through her compartment, and the button would have been found. I believe only 2 details would have differed. The man would have passed through Mrs. Hubbard's compartment just before 1 o'clock, and the wagon-lit uniform would have been discovered discarded in one of the washrooms. What are you suggesting? I am suggesting the murder was designed to look like the work of an outsider. The assassin would have been presumed to have left the train at Broad, where it was scheduled to arrive at 12:58 a.m. Someone would probably have noticed a strange wagon-lit conductor in the corridor. The uniform would be left in a conspicuous place to clearly reveal how the trick was performed. No suspicion would have fallen on the passengers. That, my friends, was how the affair was intended to appear to the outside world. But the train's mishap changes everything. This is undoubtedly why the man remained in the compartment with his victim for so long. He was waiting for the train to move again. When he finally realized it would not, New plans had to be made. The murderer would now be known to still be on board. Yes, yes. Monsieur Bouc said impatiently. I understand all that. But what about the handkerchief? I am coming back to it by a somewhat roundabout path. First, you must recognize that the threatening letters were a decoy. They could have been lifted straight from a mediocre American crime novel. They are not genuine. They were, in fact, intended solely for the police. The question we must ask ourselves is, did they fool Ratchett? Superficially, the answer appears to be no. His instructions to Hardman point toward a specific private enemy whose identity he seemed to know well, assuming we take Hardman's account as true. But Ratchett certainly received one letter of a very different nature, the one referring to the Armstrong child, a piece of which we found in his compartment. In case Ratchett hadn't grasped it earlier, this letter was meant to ensure he understood the reason behind the threats to his life. That letter, as I've maintained from the start, was never meant to be found. The murderer's first priority was to destroy it. So here was the second disruption to his plans. The first was the snow. The second was our piecing together that fragment. The careful destruction of that note points to a single conclusion. Someone aboard this train is so closely linked to the Armstrong family that the discovery of the note would instantly point a finger of suspicion directly at them. Now, let's consider the other two pieces of evidence we uncovered. I'll set aside the pipe cleaner, as we've already discussed it at length. Instead, let's focus on the handkerchief. On the surface, it's a clue that directly implicates a person with the initial H, dropped there by that individual without a second thought. Precisely, Dr. Constantine agreed. She realizes she's lost the handkerchief and immediately acts to hide her given name. You're leaping ahead far too quickly, came the reply. You reach a conclusion much faster than I would allow myself. Is there another possibility? Of course there is. Imagine you've committed a crime and wish to cast suspicion onto someone else. On this train is a woman deeply connected to the Armstrong case. What if you deliberately planted a handkerchief belonging to her? She would be questioned, her ties to the family revealed. And there you have it. A motive and a damning piece of evidence all in one. But in that scenario, the doctor objected, an innocent person, once accused, would not try to hide their identity. Ah, would they not? That is the official police viewpoint. But I understand human nature, my friend. I tell you, when suddenly faced with the terrifying prospect of a murder trial, even the most blameless person can panic and do the most irrational things. The grease stain and the altered label do not prove guilt. They only prove that Countess Andrigny is desperate, for reasons of her own, to conceal who she is. What connection could she possibly have to the Armstrongs? She claims she's never even been to America. Exactly. And her English is broken, and she cultivates an exaggerated foreign manner. But it shouldn't be hard to deduce her identity. I mentioned earlier the name of Mrs. Armstrong's mother, the celebrated actress, Linda Arden, renowned for her Shakespearean roles. Think of As You Like It, The Forest of Arden, Rosalind. That's where she found inspiration for her stage name. Linda Arden was not her real name, which was likely Goldenberg. She probably had Central European, perhaps even Jewish ancestry. America is a melting pot of many nationalities. I propose to you, gentlemen, that the younger sister of Mrs. Armstrong, just a child at the time of the tragedy, was Helena Goldenberg, Linda Arden's second daughter. She later married Count Andrigny when he was stationed as an attaché in Washington, a city where she might have felt a strange mix of nostalgia and dread upon returning years later for a brief, painful visit she never speaks of. But Princess Dragomirov stated she married an Englishman, whose name she conveniently cannot recall. I ask you, is that truly believable? The princess adored Linda Arden as aristocrats often adore great artists. She was godmother to one of the daughters. Would she so easily forget the married name of the other? It is not likely. No, we can safely assume Princess Dragomirov was lying. She knew Helena was on the train. She had seen her the moment she learned Ratchett's true identity. She understood Helena would be suspected. So when we asked about the sister, she promptly lied, was deliberately vague, couldn't remember but thought Helena married an Englishman, a suggestion as far from the truth as she could possibly make it. Just then, one of the dining-car attendants approached M'Buke. "Dinner is ready, monsieur. Shall I have it served? It has been waiting for a short while." M'Buke glanced at Poirot, who gave a slight nod. "By all means, let dinner be served." The attendant retreated toward the kitchen doors. The sound of a bell rang out, followed by his raised voice announcing, "First service. Dinner is served." The first dinner service. Chapter 4. The Stain on a Hungarian Passport. Poirot found himself seated at a table with M'Buke and Dr. Constantine. The atmosphere in the restaurant car was heavy and quiet, the gathered passengers speaking very little. Even the normally talkative Mrs. Hubbard was silent, her usual energy subdued. She murmured, as she settled into her seat, "I just don't have the appetite for a single bite," yet proceeded to accept every dish presented to her, gently urged on by the Swedish lady who had taken a protective interest. Before the meal began, Poirot had discreetly taken the chief attendant by the arm and whispered instructions. Dr. Constantine had a strong suspicion of what those orders were, noticing that Count and Countess Andrigny were consistently served last. When the meal concluded, there was a deliberate delay in preparing their bill, ensuring they were the final two people remaining in the car. As they finally rose and moved toward the exit, Poirot stood quickly and approached them. "Pardon me, madame, but I believe you dropped this." He extended a small, monogrammed handkerchief toward the Countess. She accepted it, gave it a brief glance, and handed it back. "You are mistaken, monsieur. That is not mine." "Are you quite certain?" "Perfectly certain, monsieur." "And yet—" Poirot persisted, his gaze steady. "It bears your initial, the letter H." The Count made a sharp movement, but Poirot paid him no mind, his attention fixed entirely on the Countess's face. She met his look squarely and replied, "I do not understand. My initials are E.A." "I think not. Your name is Helena, not Elena. Helena Goldenberg, the younger daughter of Linda Arden. Helena Goldenberg, sister to Mrs. Armstrong." A profound silence fell, stretching for a long moment. All colour had drained from the faces of both the Count and Countess. Poirot's tone softened slightly. "There is no use in denial. That is the truth, is it not?" The Count erupted. "I demand to know by what right you—" A small, elegant hand was raised to silence him. "No, Rudolph. Let me speak. It is pointless to deny what this gentleman already knows." Her voice had transformed, the rich, musical quality remained, but it was now sharper, more decisive. For the first time, a distinctly American accent underpinned her words. "We should sit and discuss this properly." The Count, silenced, obeyed her gesture. They both sat down opposite Poirot. "Your statement is correct, monsieur," the Countess stated calmly. "I am Helena Goldenberg, Mrs. Armstrong's younger sister. You did not see fit to share that fact with me this morning, Madame la Comtesse." "No, I did not. In fact, Poirot said, 'Everything you and your husband told me was an elaborate fabrication.'" "Monsieur," the Count began angrily. "Do not be angry, Rudolph," Helena interjected, a wry, almost sarcastic twist to her mouth. "Mais Poirot states it rather bluntly, but he is not wrong. Why dress it up? We lied." She turned back to Poirot, her earlier vulnerability replaced by a weary resolve. "You must understand our reasons, mes Poirot, and the reason for the alteration on my passport." "That decision was mine alone," the Count insisted. Helena continued quietly, "The man who was killed murdered my baby niece. He destroyed my sister and shattered my brother-in-law. They were my home, my entire world." Her voice echoing the powerful emotional range of her famous mother, rose with raw passion before she reined it in. "Of everyone on this train. I likely had the greatest motive for wanting him dead. I won't pretend otherwise. And did you kill him, madame? I swear to you, M. Poirot, and my husband will swear it as well, that no matter how strong the temptation, I never raised a hand against that man. I took a sleeping draught, just as was said. I never left my compartment." "I confirm it, gentlemen," the Count said firmly. "You have my word of honour. She is completely innocent." Poirot studied each of their faces in turn, the weight of their sworn statements hanging in the air between them. Poirot gave a small, dismissive shake of his head. "And yet you felt compelled to change the name in the passport yourself." "Monsieur Poirot," the Count replied, his voice thick with emotion, "you must try to see it from my perspective. Could I possibly endure the spectacle of my wife being pulled into some grubby, sensational criminal proceeding? I knew she was blameless, but her own words were correct. Given her ties to the Armstrong family, she would have been the prime suspect from the very start. She would have been interrogated, possibly even taken into custody. Once fate placed us on that same train as this Ratchett, I believed there was only one course of action open to me. I confess I deceived you, monsieur, in almost every particular, save for one crucial fact. My wife did not leave our sleeping compartment last night." He spoke with such fervent conviction it was difficult to outright dismiss him. "I'm not stating that I disbelieve you, monsieur," Poirot said, his words measured. "Your lineage is, I am aware, both proud and historic. The prospect of your wife being entangled in a vulgar police scandal would be a profound humiliation. That much I can comprehend. Yet this does not resolve the central puzzle. How do you account for your wife's handkerchief being discovered in the murdered man's quarters?" "That handkerchief does not belong to me, monsieur," the Countess stated firmly. "Despite the embroidered initial H. Despite the initial I own handkerchiefs of a similar style, but none that match that exact pattern. I realize you have little reason to accept my word, but I give you my solemn assurance. It is not mine. Could it have been planted there by another person with the intent to frame you?" A faint, weary smile touched her lips. "You are attempting to lure me into admitting it is mine, after all. But I tell you in all honesty, Poirot, it is not." She was utterly sincere. Poirot turned his gaze back to the Count. "Then why, if the handkerchief was not hers, did you proceed to alter the passport?" The Count was ready with his explanation. "Because we learned a handkerchief with the initial H had been found. We discussed the situation thoroughly before our interview. I made it clear to Helena that if the authorities saw her first name began with an H, the scrutiny upon her would become infinitely more severe. The alteration was a simple matter. Changing Helena to Elena was easily accomplished. You possess, Monsieur le Comte, a remarkable talent for deception," Poirot observed with a dry tone. "A natural gift for ingenious fabrication and a seemingly ruthless dedication to obstructing the course of justice." "Oh, no, please," the young woman interjected, leaning forward urgently. She switched from French into English, her voice dropping into a lower, more resonant register that echoed her famous mother, the actress Linda Arden. "Poirot, he's told you how it was. I was terrified, absolutely paralyzed with fear. You must understand that earlier time was so horrific, and to have it all dredged up again to be suspected and maybe thrown in a cell. I was just scared stiff, Mime Poirot. Is that really so impossible to grasp?" Her plea was captivating, a deep and rich sound designed to sway a listener. Poirot studied her gravely. "If I am to accept your account, madame, and I do not say that I will not, then you must in turn assist me." "Assist you? How?" "The motive for this murder is rooted in the past, in that tragedy which shattered your household and shadowed your youth. You must guide me back into that past, mademoiselle, so I might locate the thread that connects it all."
"What is left to tell?" she said, her voice hollow. "They are all gone." She repeated the words like a lament. "All gone, Robert, Sonia, sweet darling Daisy. She was such a joyful child, with those beautiful curls. We all adored her completely. There was another casualty, madam, a collateral victim, one might say." "Poor Suzanne? Yes, I had almost forgotten her. The police hounded her. They were certain she was involved somehow. Perhaps she was, but if so, it was without any malice.
She had, I believe, chatted loosely with someone, mentioning the times Daisy would be out for her walks." A shudder passed through her. The poor woman became utterly distraught. She believed she was being held responsible. She jumped from a window. It was a dreadful, dreadful thing. She covered her face with her hands, as if to block out the memory. The grand hotel suite around them felt suddenly cold and silent, a stark contrast to the warmth of the family tragedy she described.
"What was her nationality, madam?" "She was French. And her family name?" "It's ridiculous, but it escapes me. We all simply called her Suzanne." A cheerful, smiling young woman. She was completely dedicated to Daisy. She served as the nursery maid, correct? Yes. Who was the head nurse? That was a professionally trained hospital nurse. Her name was Stengelberg. She, too, was utterly devoted to Daisy and to my sister.
"Now, madame, I need you to concentrate before answering this next question. Since boarding this train, have you seen anyone you recognized?" She looked at him, puzzled. No, not a soul. What of Princess Dragomirov? Oh, her? Naturally, I know who she is. I assumed you meant anyone from that period. That is precisely what I meant, madame. Now think carefully. Many years have gone by, remember? A person's appearance could have changed. Helena thought deeply. Finally, she said, "No, I am certain. There is no one?" "You yourself, you were just a girl then. Did you not have someone overseeing your education or attending to you?" "Oh, yes. I had a veritable dragon, a sort of governess for me who also acted as secretary for Sonia. She was English, or rather Scottish, a tall woman with striking red hair." "Her name? Miss Freebody? Was she young or old? She seemed ancient to me at the time. I suppose she couldn't have been past 40. Suzanne, of course, tended to my wardrobe and acted as my maid, and there were no other residents in the household. Only the domestic staff. And you are sure, absolutely sure, madame, that you have not recognized anyone on this train?" She answered with conviction, "No one, monsieur. No one at all." Chapter 5. The princess's first name. After the Count and Countess had left, Poirot turned to his companions. "You see," he remarked, "we are advancing. Splendid work," said M. Bouc warmly. "Frankly, I would never have considered suspecting the Count and Countess Andrenier. I confess, I believe them to be entirely above suspicion. I assume there is no question regarding her guilt. It is rather tragic. Still, they will not execute her. Mitigating factors will be considered a few years in prison. That will likely be the extent of it. So you are entirely convinced of her guilt. My dear friend, can there be any doubt? I assumed your reassuring demeanour was merely to maintain calm until we are freed from the snow and the proper authorities take over. You do not accept the Count's solemn declaration on his honour that his wife is innocent? Mon cher, naturally. What else could he possibly say? He worships his wife. He wishes to save her. He delivers his falsehood quite convincingly in the grand, noble manner. But what could it be other than a lie? Well, you know, I entertained the absurd notion that it might be the truth. No, the handkerchief, remember? The handkerchief settles the matter. Ah, I am not so certain about the handkerchief, recall. I always mentioned there were two possibilities concerning its owner. Be that as it may, M. Bouc stopped short. The door at the far end opened, and Princess Dragomirov entered the dining car. She walked directly to them, and all three men stood. She addressed Poirot, ignoring the others. "I believe, monsieur," she said, "that you are in possession of one of my handkerchiefs?" Poirot shot a look of quiet triumph toward his companions. "Is this it, madame?" He produced the small square of fine cambric. "That is it. It bears my initial in the corner." "But, Madame la Princesse, that is the letter H," interjected M. "Your given name, forgive me, is Natalia." She fixed him with an icy stare. "That is correct, monsieur. My handkerchiefs are always monogrammed using the Cyrillic alphabet. In Russian, H represents the sound, for N.M. Book was momentarily disconcerted. There was something about this formidable old woman that left him flustered and uneasy. "You did not inform us this handkerchief was yours during the inquiry this morning?" "You did not ask me," the princess replied dryly. "Please be seated, madame," said Poirot. She sighed. "I suppose I may as well." She sat. "There is no need to prolong this, messieurs. My next question, of course, would be how my handkerchief came to be found beside a murdered man. To that I have no answer. You truly have no idea. None at all. You will forgive me, madame, but how much faith should we place in the honesty of your statements?" Poirot spoke the words gently. Princess Dragomerov responded with disdain. "I assume you refer to my not informing you that Helena Andrenyi was Mrs. Armstrong's sister. In fact, you deliberately misled us on that point." "Absolutely. I would do precisely the same again. Her mother was my dear friend. I believe, gentlemen, in loyalty to one's friends, one's family, and one's own kind. You do not believe in aiding the cause of justice to the fullest. In this particular instance, I believe that justice, precise justice, has already been served." Poirot leaned in. "You perceive my dilemma, madame. Even regarding this handkerchief, am I to believe you? Or are you protecting your friend's daughter?" "Ah, I understand your implication." A severe smile touched her lips. "Well, gentlemen, this claim of mine is easily verified. I will provide you with the address of my Parisian linen supplier. Merely show them the handkerchief in question, and they will confirm it was crafted to my specifications more than a year ago. The handkerchief is indisputably mine." She stood. "Is there anything further you wish to ask me? Your maid, madame. Did she recognize this handkerchief when we showed it to her earlier?" "She must have." "She saw it and remained silent? Well, that demonstrates she, too, understands loyalty." With a slight nod, she exited the dining car. "So that is the explanation," Poirot murmured quietly. "I noted a faint hesitation this morning when I asked the maid if she recognized it. She was uncertain whether to admit it belonged to her mistress. But how does this align with that peculiar theory taking shape in my mind?" "Yes, it very well could." "Ah!" exclaimed M. with a familiar gesture. "What a formidable old woman! Could she have murdered Ratchett?" Poirot asked the doctor. He shook his head. "Those powerful blows, the ones driven deep into the muscle, could never be inflicted by someone of such frail physique. But the weaker strikes, the weaker ones, yes, possibly." "I am considering," said Poirot, "our exchange this morning when I remarked that her strength lay more in her will than in her arm. That comment was a deliberate trap. I wished to see whether she would glance at her right or her left arm. She did neither. She looked at both. Yet her reply was strange. She said, 'No, I have no strength in these. I do not know whether to be sorry or glad.' A curious statement. It strengthens my hypothesis regarding the crime." "It did not resolve the question of left-handedness." "No. Incidentally, did you observe that Count Andrenyi keeps his handkerchief in his right breast pocket?" Mem Bouc shook his head, his thoughts returning to the astonishing revelations of the past hour. He whispered, "Lies, and more lies. The sheer volume of falsehoods we were told this morning is staggering." There are undoubtedly more to uncover, Poirot said cheerfully. You believe so? I shall be quite disappointed if there are not. Such deceit is appalling, said Monsieur Bouc. But it seems to delight you, he added reproachfully. It has its advantages, Poirot replied. When you confront someone who has lied with the plain truth, they often confess frequently out of sheer astonishment. One need only deduce correctly to create the desired effect. That is the only method for this investigation. I examine each passenger in turn, review their testimony, and ask myself, if this person is lying, about what are they lying and why? And I conclude that if they are lying, mind you, it could only be for a specific reason on a specific point. We applied this successfully with Countess Andrenier. We will now apply the same approach to a few other individuals. And what if your assumption, my friend, is incorrect? Then at least one person will be entirely cleared of any doubt. A method of removal by exclusion. Precisely. And who is our next subject? We are going to approach that proper gentleman, Colonel Arbuthnot. Chapter 6. Another conversation with Colonel Arbuthnot. Colonel Arbuthnot was visibly irritated at being called back to the dining car. His expression was stern and unyielding as he took a seat and uttered a single word. Yes, my sincerest apologies for disturbing you again, Poirot began. However, I believe there is additional information you may possess. Is that so? I doubt it very much. First, please observe this pipe cleaner. I see it. Does it belong to you? I couldn't say. I don't put personal identifiers on them, you understand. Are you aware, Colonel, that you are the sole passenger in the Istanbul to Calais carriage who smokes a pipe? In that event, it is likely mine. Do you know where it was discovered? Not a clue. It was discovered beside the murdered man's body. Colonel Arbuthnot's eyebrows lifted. Can you explain, Colonel Arbuthnot, how it might have arrived there? If you are asking whether I dropped it there personally, the answer is no. Did you enter Mr. Ratchett's compartment at any point? I never even exchanged a word with the man. You never spoke to him, and you did not kill him. The Colonel's eyebrows rose again, with a hint of mockery. If I had, I would scarcely be inclined to inform you. To be clear, I did not murder that individual. Ah, well, Poirot murmured. It is of little importance. I'm sorry. I said it was of little importance. Oh, Arbuthnot seemed disconcerted. He studied Poirot with unease. You see, the small man continued, the pipe cleaner is insignificant. I can personally conceive of 11 other perfectly reasonable explanations for its presence. Arbuthnot stared at him. What I truly wished to discuss was an entirely different matter, Poirot went on. Perhaps Miss Debenham informed you that I overheard a few words exchanged between you at the Konya station. Arbuthnot remained silent, she said. Not now, when it's all over, when it's behind us. Do you know what those words pertained to? I am sorry, Monsieur Poirot, but I must decline to answer that question. Why? The Colonel replied formally, I recommend you ask Miss Debenham directly for the meaning of those words. I have done so, and she refused to tell you? Yes. Then it shall be perfectly obvious even to you that I cannot speak on the matter. You will not betray a lady's confidence. You may phrase it that way if you wish. Miss Debenham informed me they referred to a private personal matter. Then why not take her at her word? Because Colonel Arbuthnot, Miss Debenham, is what one might term a person of considerable suspicion. Ridiculous, said the Colonel heatedly. It is not ridiculous. You have no evidence whatsoever against her. Not even the fact that Miss Debenham was employed as a governess and companion in the Armstrong household during the time of little Daisy Armstrong's abduction. A full minute of heavy silence followed. Poirot gave a slight knowing nod. You see, he said, we are aware of more than you suppose. If Miss Debenham is innocent, why did she hide that fact? Why did she tell me she had never been to America? The Colonel cleared his throat. Might you be operating under a misapprehension? I am under no misapprehension. Why did Miss Debenham lie to me? Colonel Arbuthnot shrugged. You had better ask her. I still believe you are mistaken. Poirot raised his voice and called out. A restaurant attendant approached from the other end of the car. Please ask the English lady in compartment number 11 if she would be kind enough to come here. Yes, sir. The man left. The four men sat in silence. Colonel Arbuthnot's face was like carved wood, rigid and utterly without expression. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor in his clenched jaw was the only sign of the storm of thoughts raging behind his stoic facade. The man came back and offered his thanks. Shortly after, Mary Debenham walked into the dining car. Mary Debenham's identity. She was hatless, her head held high in a gesture of bold defiance. The way her hair swept back from her face and the proud line of her nostril gave her the look of a ship's figurehead bravely cutting through stormy waves. In that instant, she was strikingly beautiful. Her gaze found Colonel Arbuthnot for just a fleeting second before she addressed Poirot. You wanted to speak with me?
I wish to inquire, mademoiselle, why you chose to lie to us earlier today.
Lie to you? I'm afraid I don't understand. You hid the fact that you were residing in the household at the time of the Armstrong tragedy. You told me you had never been to America. He observed her momentary flinch before she composed herself. Yes, she stated calmly, that is correct. No, mademoiselle, it is not. You misunderstood. I mean, it is correct that I lied to you. Ah, so you admit it. A slight smile touched her lips. Naturally, since you've discovered the truth, you're at least being honest now, mademoiselle. It seems I have little other choice. Indeed, that is true. Now, may I ask the reason for these deceptions? I should think the reason is perfectly obvious, Meme Poirot. It is not obvious to me, mademoiselle. Her voice was steady and quiet, yet held an edge of steel. I have a living to earn. You mean? She lifted her eyes and met his gaze directly. What do you know, Meme Poirot, of the struggle to obtain and keep respectable employment? Do you believe any typical middle-class English family would wish to hire a governess for their daughters if that girl's name, and perhaps her photograph, had been splashed across the newspapers in connection with a murder case? I do not see why not, provided you were not at fault. Oh, fault has little to do with it. It is the notoriety. I have worked hard to build a career, M. Poirot. I have held well-paid, agreeable positions. I was not going to risk everything I had achieved when speaking out could serve no good purpose. I would venture to suggest, mademoiselle, that I might have been the better judge of what purpose could be served, not you. She merely shrugged. For instance, you could have assisted me with an identification. What do you mean by that? Is it possible, mademoiselle, that you failed to recognize Countess Andrigny as Mrs. Armstrong's younger sister whom you once taught in New York? Countess Andrigny? No. She shook her head firmly. It may seem strange, but I did not recognize her. She was just a child when I knew her, over 3 years ago. It's true the Countess seemed faintly familiar. It puzzled me, but she appears so very European. I never connected her with that young American girl. I only saw her briefly when entering the restaurant car, and I'm afraid I noticed her fashion more than her face. She offered a faint, wry smile. Women often do. Besides, I was preoccupied with other matters. You will not share this secret with me, mademoiselle? Poirot's tone was gentle, almost coaxing. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I cannot. I simply cannot. Then, without warning, her composure shattered. She buried her face in her arms on the table, weeping as if her heart would break. Colonel Arbuthnot leapt to his feet, standing beside her in awkward distress. See here, he stopped, turning to glower furiously at Poirot. I'll break every bone in your miserable body, you interfering little cockroach, he growled. Arbuthnot turned back to the woman. Mary, for heaven's sake! She pushed herself upright. It's nothing. I'm quite all right. You don't require me further, do you, Mem Poirot? If you do, you will have to seek me out. Oh, what a perfect fool I'm making of myself. She hurried from the carriage. Before following her, Arbuthnot turned once more to Poirot, his voice low and threatening. Miss Debenham has no part in this affair. None. Do you understand? If she is harassed or troubled further, you will answer to me. With that, he strode out. Poirot observed, I find an angry Englishman quite entertaining. The more intense their feelings become, the less they seem able to express them clearly. Mignou Bouc, however, was far more impressed by his friend's deductive skill than by any national quirks. My friend, you are astounding, he exclaimed. Another brilliant deduction. It is formidable. Dr. Constantine added his admiration. It is truly incredible how your mind works. This time I deserve no special credit, Poirot replied modestly. It was not a deduction. Countess Andrigny as good as told me herself. Surely not. How? Recall that I inquired about her governess or companion. I had already concluded that if Mary Debenham were involved, she would likely have occupied such a role in the household. Yes, but the Countess described someone completely different. Precisely. A tall, middle-aged woman with red hair, the absolute opposite of Miss Debenham in every way, a contrast so stark it was notable. But she had to invent a name on the spot, and there her own thoughts betrayed her. She said, Miss Freebody, if you remember, so? Well, you may not be aware, but there was a well-known London department store called Debenham and Freebody. With the name Debenham occupying her mind, the Countess quickly seized upon another name, and the first to surface was Freebody. The connection was immediately clear to me. Yet another deception. Miss Bouc sighed. But why would she do it? Loyalty, most likely. It does complicate matters somewhat. Good heavens, M. Bouc declared with force. Does everyone on this train tell lies? That, said Poirot, is precisely what we must determine. Further startling disclosures. Nothing could surprise me at this point, M. Bouc announced. Nothing. If it turned out every passenger had once worked for the Armstrong family, I would not even blink. A very astute observation, Poirot remarked. Would you care to hear what your prime suspect, the Italian, has to say for himself? Are you about to make another of your famous intuitive leaps? Exactly so. It is a most bewildering case, Constantine said. On the contrary, it is perfectly logical, Poirot countered. Bouc threw his hands up in a gesture of comic despair. If this is what you call logical, my friend? He was at a loss for words, his frustration momentarily lightening the tense atmosphere in the compartment. Poirot had already asked the dining car attendant to summon Antonio Foscarelli. The large Italian entered with a cautious, hunted look in his eyes, his gaze darting around the room like a cornered animal. What do you want from me? He demanded. I have nothing to say. Nothing, you understand. For God's sake. He slammed his hand on the table. But you do have more to tell us, Poirot stated firmly. The truth? The truth? Foscarelli shot an anxious glance at the detective. All his earlier confidence and good humour had vanished. But of course, it is possible I already know it. However, it would speak well for you if you offered it freely. You sound like the American police. Come clean. That's what they always say. Come clean. Ah, so you have some experience with the New York police, then? No, never. They could not prove anything against me, but not for lack of trying, Poirot said quietly. That was regarding the Armstrong case, was it not? You were the family chauffeur. Their eyes met. The bluster drained from the large man. He deflated like a punctured balloon. Since you already know, why ask me? Why did you lie this morning? For business reasons, and I do not trust the local police here. They have no love for Italians. I would not have received fair treatment. Perhaps fair treatment is exactly what you would have received. No, I had nothing to do with what happened last night. I never left my compartment. That solemn Englishman can confirm it. I did not kill this swine, this Ratchett. You cannot prove anything against me. Poirot made a note on a sheet of paper. He looked up and said calmly, "Very well. You may go." Foscarelli hesitated, lingering uneasily by the door. "You understand it wasn't me that I could have had no part in it. You are free to leave. This is a trap. You intend to set me up. All for a wretched man who deserved the electric chair. It was an outrage he escaped it. If it had been me, if I had been taken in. But it was not you. You were not involved in the child's abduction." "What are you implying?" "That little girl. She was the joy of the entire home. She called me Tonio. She would climb into the automobile and pretend to steer. Everyone adored her. Even the police came to see that. Ah, the precious little soul." His tone grew tender. His eyes welled up. Then he turned sharply on his heel and marched from the dining car. "Pietro, Poirot called." The attendant hurried over. "Number 10, the Swedish passenger." "Very good, monsieur. Another one," cried Monsieur Bouc. "This cannot be, I tell you. It is impossible, my friend. We must have the facts. Even if in the end every soul on this train appears to have a reason for wanting Ratchett dead, we must know. Once we know, we can finally determine where the guilt truly resides." "My mind is reeling," groaned Monsieur Bouc. Greta Olson was shown in by the attendant, who offered a sympathetic nod. She was crying uncontrollably. She sank into the seat opposite Poirot and sobbed into a large handkerchief. "Please, do not upset yourself, mademoiselle. Do not distress yourself." Poirot gave her shoulder a gentle pat. "Just a few truthful words, that is all. You were the nurse entrusted with little Daisy Armstrong." "It is true. It is true." The miserable woman wept. "Ah, she was an angel, a sweet, trusting little angel. She knew only kindness and love, and that monster took her, treated her so cruelly, and her poor mother and the other baby who never had a chance to live. You cannot grasp it. You cannot know if you had been there as I was, if you had witnessed that awful horror. I should have told you the truth about myself earlier. But I was frightened, so frightened. I could only feel relief that evil man was dead, that he could no longer hurt or torture little children. Ah, I cannot talk. I have no words left." Her weeping grew even more violent. Poirot continued to pat her shoulder softly. There, I understand. I understand everything, I assure you. I will ask you nothing more. It is enough that you have confirmed what I already knew to be true. I comprehend, I tell you." Now, choked by her sobs, Greta Olson stood and fumbled her way blindly toward the door. As she reached it, she bumped into a man entering. It was the valet masterman. He walked directly to Poirot and spoke in his usual calm, measured tone. "I hope I'm not interrupting, sir. I thought it best to come at once, sir, and tell you the truth. I served as Colonel Armstrong's orderly during the war, sir, and later I was his valet in New York. I'm afraid I hid that fact this morning. It was very wrong of me, sir, and I felt I should come and make a full confession. But I hope, sir, that you're not suspecting Tonio in any way. Old Tonio, sir, wouldn't harm a fly. And I can swear absolutely that he never left his compartment all last night. So you see, sir, he couldn't have done it. Tonio may be from another country, sir, but he's a very mild fellow, not like those vicious murdering Italians you read about in the papers." He stopped. Poirot studied him intently. "Is that all you wish to say?" "That is all, sir." He paused, and when Poirot remained silent, he gave a slight apologetic bow, and after a moment's hesitation left the dining car as quietly and unobtrusively as he had entered. This, declared Dr. Constantine, is more wildly far-fetched than any detective novel I have ever read. I concur, said Monsieur Bouc. Of the 12 passengers in that carriage, 9 have now been shown to have a link to the Armstrong case.
What comes next, I ask you?
Or perhaps I should ask, who will be next? I believe I can almost answer that for you, Poirot replied. Our American investigator, Mr. Hardman, is approaching us now. Has he also come to make a confession? Before Poirot could respond, the American reached their table. He gave them a sharp, inquisitive look, settled into a seat, and said in his slow drawl, "Would someone mind telling me what in the world is going on with this train? The whole situation strikes me as completely insane." Poirot's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Tell me, Mr. Hardman, are you absolutely certain you were never employed as the gardener at the Armstrong residence?" "They didn't actually have a garden," Hardman answered, matter-of-factly. "Perhaps the butler, then? I don't have the refined airs for a household like that." "No, I never had any link to the Armstrong family, but I'm starting to think I might be the only person on this train who can say that. Can you believe it? I mean, seriously, can you believe this mess? It is somewhat astonishing, I agree," Poirot said gently. "It is farcical," burst out Monsieur Bouc. "Do you have any personal theories regarding the crime, Mr. Hardman?" Poirot inquired. "Not a one, sir. It has me completely stumped. I can't make heads or tails of it. They can't all be guilty, but figuring out which one is actually responsible is beyond me. How did you piece it all together?" "That's what I'd like to know," merely through deduction. "Well, you'll have to excuse my language, but that's some pretty brilliant deducing. Yes, I'll announce it to everyone. You are one sharp thinker." Mr. Hardman leaned back in his chair, gazing at Poirot with undisguised admiration. "You'll pardon my saying so," he added, "but nobody would guess it just by looking at you. I tip my hat to you, I really do. You are exceedingly generous, Mr. Hardman." "Not at all. Credit where it's due. Nevertheless," Poirot continued, "the puzzle is not entirely complete. Can we state with absolute certainty that we know who killed Mr. Ratchett?" "Don't include me in that," said Mr. Hardman. "I'm not stating anything at all. I'm simply overflowing with sincere admiration." "What about the 2 you haven't accounted for yet?" "The elderly American lady and the maid. I assume we can consider them the only truly innocent people left on this train. Unless," Poirot said with a slight smile, "we can place them within our little assembly as, shall we suggest, the housekeeper and the cook from the Armstrong home." At this point, nothing would surprise me, Mr. Hardman stated with weary acceptance. "Insane, this whole affair is utterly insane." "Ah, my friend, that would be stretching coincidence to a truly improbable degree," interjected Monsieur Bouc. "They cannot possibly all be involved." Poirot looked at him. "You do not comprehend," he said. "You are missing the entire picture." He paused, then asked, "Tell me, do you know who killed Ratchett?" "Do you?" Monsieur Bouc countered. Poirot gave a single firm nod. "Oh, yes," he said. "I have known for quite some time." "It is so evident that I am surprised you have not recognized it as well." He turned his gaze to Hardman. "And you?" The detective shook his head, staring at Poirot with intense curiosity. "I don't know," he admitted. "I truly have no idea. Which one of them was it?" Poirot was silent for a moment. Then he stated, "If you would be so kind, Mr. Hardman, please gather everyone here. There are 2 plausible explanations for this case. I wish to present them both to all of you." Chapter 9. Poirot presents 2 possibilities. The passengers filed into the restaurant car, filling the seats around the tables. Their expressions were nearly uniform, a blend of nervous anticipation and dread. The Swedish woman was still quietly crying, and Mrs. Hubbard was attempting to console her. "Now you must pull yourself together, dear. Everything is going to be perfectly fine. You mustn't fall apart. If one of us is a horrible murderer, we all know perfectly well it isn't you."
Why, anyone would be a fool to even consider it. You sit right here and I'll stay beside you. Don't you fret another bit.
Her comforting words trailed off as Poirot rose to his feet. The wagon-lit conductor was lingering in the doorway. "Do you permit that I stay, monsieur?" "Certainly, Michel." Poirot cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, I will speak in English, as I believe everyone here understands at least a little. We are gathered to investigate the death of Samuel Edward Ratchett, also known as Cassetti. There are two possible solutions to this crime. I will present both possibilities to you and invite M. Bouc and Dr. Constantine to determine which one holds true. You are all aware of the facts. Mr. Ratchett was discovered stabbed this morning. The last confirmed moment he was alive was at 12:37 last night, when he spoke to the sleeping car attendant through his locked door. A watch in his pyjama pocket was found crushed and stopped at 1:15. Dr. Constantine, who examined the body, places the time of death between midnight and 2 in the morning. As everyone knows, the train became stuck in a snowdrift at midnight. From that point on, it was impossible for anyone to leave. The testimony of Mr. Hardman, an agent with a New York detective agency, several heads turned toward him, establishes that no one could have passed his compartment at the far end without being noticed. We are therefore compelled to conclude the murderer must be among the passengers of this very coach, the Stamboul-Calais carriage. That was our initial theory. M. Bouc started. "What do you mean, was?" "I will now offer an alternative explanation. It is quite straightforward. Mr. Ratchett feared a specific enemy. He provided Mr. Hardman with a description of this individual and indicated an attempt on his life was most likely to occur on the second night out from Istanbul. Consider this, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Ratchett knew far more than he disclosed. The enemy, just as Ratchett anticipated, boarded the train at Belgrade, or perhaps Vinkovci, using the door left ajar by Colonel Arbuthnot and Mr. McQueen when they stepped onto the platform. He wore a sleeping car attendant's uniform over his regular clothing and possessed a master key, allowing him to enter Mr. Ratchett's locked compartment. Ratchett was under the influence of a sleeping draught. The man stabbed him savagely and then exited through the connecting door into Mrs. Hubbard's compartment. "That's correct," Mrs. Hubbard affirmed with a nod in his haste. He thrust the used knife into Mrs. Hubbard's sponge bag. Unknowingly, he lost a button from his uniform. He then slipped out of the compartment and down the corridor. He quickly stuffed the uniform into a suitcase in an unoccupied compartment and, mere minutes later, now dressed in ordinary clothes, he left the train just before it departed again, using the same exit near the dining car. A collective gasp filled the air. Mr. Hardman demanded, "What about the watch? That is the key to the entire puzzle." Mr. Ratchett had neglected to set his watch back 1 hour as required when we passed Saribrod. His watch still showed Eastern European time, which is 1 hour ahead of Central European time. Therefore, it was only 12:15 when Ratchett was murdered. Not 1:15. "But that's ridiculous," cried Monsieur Bouc. "What of the voice heard from the compartment at 12:37? It was either Ratchett's voice or the murderer's. Not necessarily. It could have been a third party, someone who went in to speak with Ratchett and found him dead. He rang for the conductor, but then, as you might say, his courage failed him. Fearing he would be accused, he impersonated Ratchett's voice. It is possible, Monsieur Bouc conceded, though reluctantly. Poirot turned to Mrs. Hubbard. "You wished to say something, madame?" "Well, I'm not entirely sure what I meant to say. Do you suppose I also forgot to set my watch back?" "No, madame." "I believe you heard the man pass through your compartment, but subconsciously. Later, you had a nightmare of an intruder and awoke with a start, prompting you to ring for the attendant." "I suppose that could be," Mrs. Hubbard admitted. Princess Dragomirov fixed Poirot with an unwavering, penetrating stare. The princess lowered her head. "You have considered every detail, monsieur. I find myself in awe of your thoroughness. A heavy silence filled the room, broken abruptly as Dr. Constantine slammed his fist on the table. No, that explanation is full of holes. It collapses under the slightest scrutiny. The crime could not have happened that way. Monsieur Poirot knows this as well as I do. Poirot regarded him with a thoughtful expression. It appears I must now present my second theory, but do not dismiss the first one so hastily. You may yet find merit in it later. He turned back to the assembled passengers. There exists another possible solution to this crime, and I will explain how I arrived at it. After reviewing all the testimony, I sat back, closed my eyes, and began to think. Certain details demanded my attention. I listed these points for my colleagues. Some, like the grease spot on a passport, I have already addressed. Let me review the remaining ones. The first and most significant was a comment made by Monsieur Bouc during lunch in the dining car on our first day out from Istanbul. He observed that our group was fascinating precisely because it was so diverse, a collection of different classes and nationalities. I agreed at the time, but when this point resurfaced in my mind, I asked myself, under what other circumstances might such a varied group be assembled? My answer was, only in America. In an American household one might find just such a mix, an Italian driver, an English tutor, a Swedish nurse, a French maid, and so forth. This led me to a mental exercise, a kind of casting, where I assigned each person here a role in the Armstrong family tragedy, much as a director casts a play. The result was profoundly interesting and coherent. I also examined each person's evidence individually with some intriguing outcomes. Consider Mr. McQueen's testimony. Our first interview was straightforward, but during our second, he made a peculiar remark. I had mentioned finding a note that referenced the Armstrong case. He began, but surely then stopped and said, I mean, that was rather careless of the old man. I sensed that was not his original thought. Suppose he had intended to say, but surely that was burnt. In that case, McQueen knew about the note and its destruction, implicating him as either the murderer or an accomplice. A compelling detail. Next, the valet, he claimed. His employer habitually took a sleeping draught on train journeys. That may be true, but would Ratchett have taken one last night? The pistol under his pillow contradicted that. Ratchett intended to be vigilant. Therefore, any sedative given to him must have been administered without his knowledge. By whom? The logical candidates are McQueen or the valet. Now we come to Mr. Hardman's account. I accepted his stated identity, but his description of the methods used to protect Ratchett was frankly absurd. The only effective way to guard the man would have been to spend the night inside his compartment, or in a position to watch his door directly. The true value of his story was that it conclusively proved no one from any other part of the train could have committed the murder. It drew a perfect circle of suspicion around the Istanbul-Calais carriage. This struck me as a curious and puzzling fact, one I set aside to ponder further. By now you've likely all heard me mention the brief exchange I overheard between Miss Debenham and Colonel Arbuthnot. What struck me as particularly telling was the Colonel's use of her first name, Mary, a clear sign of intimacy. Yet, according to their story, they had only just met a few days prior. Knowing the reserved nature of English gentlemen like the Colonel, even a sudden infatuation would not lead to such immediate, familiar address. He would proceed with caution and proper decorum, not rush into using given names. I became convinced that Colonel Arbuthnot and Miss Debenham were in fact well acquainted and were deliberately pretending to be strangers. Another minor detail reinforced this. Miss Debenham's casual reference to a long-distance telephone call, a distinctly American term, odd given she claimed never to have visited the United States. Consider another witness, Mrs. Hubbard stated that from her bed she could not see whether the communicating door was bolted, so she asked Miss Olson to check for her. While that might be plausible in an even-numbered compartment where the bolt sits directly below the door handle, it falls apart in an odd-numbered one-like compartment, number 3. There, the bolt is positioned well above the handle. A hanging sponge bag could not possibly obscure it. I was compelled to conclude that Mrs. Hubbard invented an incident that never took place. Now, a word about the timing. To me, the most revealing aspect of the dented watch was not its damaged state, but where it was discovered, stuffed into Ratchett's pyjama pocket. A most uncomfortable and improbable place to keep a watch, especially when a convenient hook is provided right by the head of the bed. I felt certain the watch had been planted there as a deliberate fake. Therefore, the murder did not occur at 1:15. Did it happen earlier, then? Precisely at 23 minutes to 1? My colleague M'Book pointed to the loud cry that woke me as evidence for that time. But if Ratchett was under the influence of a heavy sedative, he could not have cried out. Had he been capable of shouting, he would also have been capable of putting up some manner of struggle in his own defence, and there were absolutely no signs of any such struggle. I recalled that McQueen had pointed out not once but twice, and rather blatantly the second time, that Ratchett spoke no French. This led me to believe the entire episode at 23 minutes to 1 was a charade staged specifically for my benefit. The watch trick is common enough in mystery tales. They assumed I would see through it. They counted on me to then feel clever and deduce that since Ratchett knew no French, the voice I heard could not have been his, meaning he must already have been dead. How neatly they played me. But I am persuaded that at 23 minutes to 1, Ratchett was still alive, lying in a drugged slumber, yet their scheme worked perfectly. I opened my door and looked into the corridor. I actually heard the French phrase uttered, and if I proved too dense to grasp its significance, they were prepared to make it unmistakably clear. McQueen could have stepped forward openly and said, "Pardon me, M. Poirot, but that couldn't have been Mr. Ratchett speaking. He doesn't know a word of French. So when was the crime truly committed, and who is the killer? In my judgment, and this remains an opinion, Ratchett was killed very close to 2 o'clock in the morning, which aligns with the latest possible time given by the doctor's estimation. As for the identity of the murderer," he paused, his gaze sweeping over his audience. He could not fault their focus. Every eye was locked on him. The room was so silent you could have heard a pin drop. He continued, his voice measured and deliberate. What struck me most was the sheer impossibility of pinning the crime on any single individual aboard that train. Equally puzzling was the pattern of alibis, each provided by what one might call an improbable partner. Mr. McQueen and Colonel Arbuthnot vouched for one another, though they appeared to be strangers. The same dynamic played out between the English valet and the Italian, and again with the Swedish lady and the young Englishwoman. I thought to myself, this is too strange. They can't all be involved. And then, gentlemen, the truth dawned on me. They were all involved. For so many individuals connected to the Armstrong tragedy to be travelling together by mere chance wasn't just unlikely, it was inconceivable. This wasn't coincidence, it was design. I recalled Colonel Arbuthnot's comment about a jury. A jury consists of 12 people. There were 12 passengers. Ratchett suffered 12 stab wounds. Even the unusually full Stamboul to Calais carriage during the off-season suddenly made sense. Ratchett had evaded justice in America. His guilt was never in doubt. I pictured a self-appointed jury of 12 condemning him to death and then, out of necessity, becoming his executioners. Once I accepted that premise, every piece of the puzzle slid into place with a satisfying clarity. I saw it as an intricate mosaic, each person performing a prearranged role. The scheme was crafted so that if suspicion fell on any one conspirator, the testimony of others would exonerate them and muddy the waters. Hardman's presence was insurance, a safeguard should an outsider be accused and lack an alibi. Those in the Stamboul carriage were never truly at risk. Every detail of their statements was rehearsed. The entire affair was a masterfully constructed puzzle, engineered so that each new fact only deepened the mystery. As my colleague M. Book observed, the case seemed fantastically impossible, exactly the impression they aimed to create. Did this explanation hold up? Absolutely. It accounted for the wounds, each delivered by a different hand. The threatening letters were fabrications, drafted solely to be used as evidence. No doubt genuine warnings had been sent to Ratchett and were destroyed by McQueen, who planted these decoys instead. Then there was Hardman's tale of being summoned by Ratchett, a complete fabrication from start to finish. His description of a small, dark man with a womanish voice was conveniently vague. It wouldn't implicate any actual sleeping car attendant and could fit either a man or a woman. At first glance, choosing stabbing seems odd, but on reflection, no other method would have suited their needs so perfectly. A dagger is a weapon anyone can wield, regardless of strength, and it operates in silence. I suspect, though I may be mistaken, that each person entered Ratchett's darkened compartment through Mrs. Hubbard's adjoining room and struck. None would ever know which blow proved fatal. The final note, which Ratchett likely discovered on his pillow, was carefully burned. With no link to the Armstrong case, there would be no reason to suspect any passenger. The crime would be attributed to an outsider, and the small, dark man with the womanish voice would have been reportedly seen disembarking at Broad by one or more witnesses. I cannot say precisely what unfolded when the conspirators realized their exit plan was foiled by the train's accident. I imagine a frantic, hushed conference took place in the swaying corridor, shadows dancing on their tense faces, before they resolved to proceed regardless. It was inevitable that every passenger would now fall under suspicion, but that outcome had been anticipated and prepared for. The next step was to muddy the waters even more. 2 fabricated clues were planted in the murdered man's compartment, one designed to point toward Colonel Arbuthnot, who possessed the most solid alibi and whose link to the Armstrong family would be the most difficult to establish, and the second a handkerchief intended to implicate Princess Dragomarov. Given her social standing, her notably delicate health, and the corroborating statements from her maid and the conductor, her position was virtually untouchable. To add another layer of misdirection, a classic red herring was introduced, the entirely invented woman in the red kimono. Once again, my own testimony was used to bolster this fiction. A loud knock at my door roused me. I opened it to see a flash of scarlet silk vanishing down the corridor. A carefully chosen set of witnesses, the conductor, Miss Debenham and McQueen, would also claim to have glimpsed her. With a touch of dark humour, I suspect it was the same person who later draped that very kimono over my suitcase while I was occupied with interviews in the dining car. Its original owner remains a mystery, though I lean toward Countess Andrigny, as her luggage contained only an ornate chiffon negligée more suited to a social gathering than a railway journey. When McQueen discovered that the carefully burned letter had not been fully destroyed, and that the word Armstrong was precisely what remained, he must have rushed to inform his accomplices. This was the moment the Countess Andrigny's situation became perilous, prompting her husband's swift action to alter her passport, a second stroke of profoundly bad luck for their scheme. Their collective decision was a blanket denial of any connection to the Armstrong tragedy. They were confident I had no ready means of uncovering the truth and gambled that I wouldn't dig deeper unless my suspicions settled firmly on one individual. This led me to a crucial and troubling realization. If my theory of the crime was correct, and I was increasingly convinced it was, then the Wagon lit conductor, Pierre Michel, must have been complicit. This, however, presented a numerical puzzle. 13 people, not 12. My challenge shifted from one of these people is guilty to one of these 13 is innocent. So, who was the lone innocent party? I arrived at a paradoxical conclusion. The person who had taken no part in the murder was likely the one everyone would most easily believe capable of it. I am referring to Countess Andrenyi. Her husband's solemn, honour-bound oath that she never left their compartment that night struck me with its raw sincerity. I formed the opinion that Count Andrenyi had, in essence, taken his wife's role in the plot. If that were true, then Pierre Michel was unequivocally one of the 12 conspirators. But what could motivate such a man? He was a respectable, long-term employee of the railway company, not someone easily bribed into assisting a murder. Therefore, his involvement must be personal, rooted in the Armstrong case itself. The connection seemed improbable, until I recalled that the young nursery maid who died was French. What if that tragic girl had been Pierre Michel's daughter? That would explain everything, his participation, and even the symbolic choice of a train for their vengeance. Turning to the others, I surmised Colonel Arbuthnot was an old friend of the family, likely from shared military service. As for the maid, Hildegard Schmidt, her role in the Armstrong household was clear to me. I confess to a certain greed in these matters, but I pride myself on spotting a talented cook. I set a simple trap by remarking that I knew she was an excellent cook, and she walked right into it. She replied, "Yes, of course. Every lady I've worked for has told me that. Yet when you're hired as a lady's maid, your employers rarely get the opportunity to discover if you can cook at all." Then there was Hardman. He clearly didn't fit with the Armstrong family. I could only assume he had fallen for the French girl. When I mentioned the allure of foreign women to him, I saw the exact response I was anticipating. Tears welled in his eyes, which he quickly blamed on the glare from the snow outside. That leaves Mrs. Hubbard. Now, Mrs. Hubbard, I must say, held the most crucial role in this entire affair. By occupying the compartment next to Ratchett's, she was naturally under more suspicion than anyone else. Given the circumstances, she couldn't possibly have an alibi to rely on. To portray the part she played, that perfectly natural, somewhat comical American mother, required a true artist. And there was an artist connected to the Armstrong case. Mrs. Armstrong's own mother, the celebrated actress Linda Arden. He paused. Then, in a soft, melodious, almost dreamlike voice, entirely different from the one she had used throughout the journey, Mrs. Hubbard spoke. "I always did see myself in comedic roles," she murmured, her tone reflective. She continued, still with that faraway quality, "That mistake with the sponge bag was careless. It proves you should always rehearse thoroughly. We practiced on the trip out. I was in an even-numbered compartment then, I suppose. It never occurred to me that the bolt positions might be different." She shifted slightly, her gaze settling directly on Poirot. "You know everything, Monsieur Poirot? You are a remarkable man. But even you cannot fully grasp what it was like, that terrible day in New York. I was out of my mind with grief, and so were the staff. Colonel Arbuthnot was there as well. He was John Armstrong's closest friend. He saved my life during the war," Arbuthnot stated quietly. "We decided then and there, perhaps we were insane. I don't know, that the death sentence Cassetti had evaded had to be carried out," she went on. "There were 12 of us originally, or rather 11, since Suzanne's father was back in France. At first we considered drawing lots for who would do it, but we eventually settled on this method. It was the chauffeur, Antonio, who proposed the idea. Mary later worked out all the specifics with Hector McQueen. He had always adored my daughter Sonia, and he was the one who made us understand exactly how Cassetti's money bought his freedom. Perfecting our plan took a considerable amount of time. Our first task was to locate Ratchett. Hardman finally succeeded in that. Then we needed to get either Masterman or Hector into his employ. We managed that too. Afterward we consulted with Suzanne's father. Colonel Arbuthnot felt strongly about having 12 participants. He believed it made the act more symmetrical, more just. He wasn't entirely comfortable with the stabbing method, but he conceded it resolved most of our practical issues. Suzanne's father agreed. Suzanne was his only child from Hector. We learned Ratchett would eventually return from the east via the Orient Express. With Pierre Michel actually working on that train, the opportunity was too perfect to ignore. Moreover, it was a clean way to avoid involving any outsiders. My son-in-law had to be informed naturally, and he insisted on accompanying my daughter on the journey. Hector arranged for Ratchett to travel on the specific day Michel was scheduled to work. We intended to book every berth in the Stamboul-Calais carriage, but unfortunately one compartment was reserved far in advance for a company director. Mr. Harris, of course, never existed, but having a stranger in Hector's compartment would have been problematic. And then, at the very last moment, you appeared. She fell silent. Well, she said finally, her voice now firm and resolute, shedding its earlier dreaminess for a tone of stark clarity. You have all the facts now, Monsieur Poirot. What will you do? If this must all become public, can you not place the blame solely on me? I would have willingly stabbed that monster 12 times myself. It wasn't just that he was to blame for my daughter's death and her baby's, and that other child who could have had a life full of joy. It went deeper than that. There had been children before Daisy, and there would likely be more after. The world had already judged him. We were merely the instruments of that judgment. Yet, why drag all these other souls into the darkness? These good, honest people, and dear Michel and Mary with Colonel Arbuthnot, they have found love in each other. Her voice, that profound, resonant, and stirring instrument which had captivated countless audiences in New York, filled the room with a powerful echo. Poirot turned to his companion. "You are a director of the railway, Monsieur Bouc," he stated. "What is your verdict?" Monsieur Bouc cleared his throat thoughtfully. "In my considered view, Monsieur Poirot," he replied, "your initial explanation remains the most sound, indisputably so. I propose we present that particular solution to the Yugoslav authorities upon their arrival. Do you concur, Doctor?" "Wholeheartedly," affirmed Dr. Constantine. "Concerning the medical findings, I believe I may have indulged in a flight of fancy or two." Then Poirot announced, "Having laid my conclusions before you all, I consider my work on this matter to be complete. In the quiet village of King's Abbot, a widow's tragic suicide has sparked a whirlwind of suspicion and cruel gossip. Whispers suggest she may have killed her first husband, that she was entangled with a blackmailer, and that her secret romance involved the wealthy Roger Ackroyd. Just as Ackroyd is on the cusp of unmasking the blackmailer, he is brutally murdered in his own study. Hercule Poirot, having retired to this village for a peaceful life of gardening and quiet reflection, suddenly finds his retirement shattered. He is thrust into the heart of a baffling case, pitting his brilliant mind against a fiendishly clever and cunning killer. This novel, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, shattered every conventional rule of detective fiction and catapulted Agatha Christie to international fame. It is widely celebrated as her masterpiece within the Poirot series, a title that sparked considerable debate upon its release due to its unprecedented narrative structure. Critics and readers alike were captivated by its ingenious plot, a fascination that has endured for generations. A crucial piece of advice: if you are unfamiliar with this story, avoid all discussions about it and simply read it as quickly as you can. It has been hailed as a landmark of the genre and the most brilliant of deceptive tales, a classic that has truly earned its legendary status. Meanwhile, in a separate adventure, Hercule Poirot is preparing for a long voyage to South America. His plans are violently interrupted by the sudden appearance of a dishevelled and uninvited stranger in his bedroom doorway, covered in grime and clearly in a state of extreme distress. The man, his face gaunt and desperate, recognizes Poirot before collapsing to the floor. Upon reviving briefly, he frantically scribbles the number 4 over and over on a scrap of paper. This ominous sign prompts Poirot to cancel his journey entirely. With his loyal friend Captain Hastings assisting him, Poirot dives into an investigation that unravels a vast international conspiracy centered around a powerful and sinister group known only as the Big Four. On a different front, Poirot finds himself aboard the luxurious blue train bound for the French Riviera, a setting supposedly free from intrigue. Also travelling is Ruth Kettering, an American heiress fleeing a failed marriage to reunite with a past love. Her personal turmoil becomes a public scandal when she is discovered murdered in her first-class compartment, savagely beaten. This riveting railway mystery, a clear precursor to the famed murder on the Orient Express, features Poirot in a chilling reconstruction of the crime, piecing together the motives and movements of a carriage full of suspects. In the gripping tale of Black Coffee, Sir Claude Amory's revolutionary explosive formula vanishes, likely taken by someone within his own estate. He gathers the household in the library, locks the doors, and declares that when the lights are extinguished, the formula must be returned to the table. No repercussions will follow. Yet, when the lamps flicker back on, Sir Claude himself lies dead. The brilliant Hercule Poirot, with Captain Hastings and Inspector Japp at his side, must navigate a web of familial grudges, past romances, and enigmatic outsiders to identify the murderer and avert an international disaster. Originally crafted by Agatha Christie as her first stage play in 1929, it debuted in London, before finding a lasting home in the West End Theatre that would later host her legendary record-breaking production. Decades later, the play was novelized by Charles Osborne, an actor with a personal connection to the material. Critics celebrated it as a delightful and spirited addition to the Christie canon, a sentiment echoed by her own family, who felt it captured her authentic style. Moving to peril at End House, the charming Nick Buckley leads anything but a charmed life. A sudden brake failure sends her car careening down a dangerous slope. A massive rock narrowly misses her on a cliffside walk, and even a painting in her bedroom nearly crushes her in the night. When a bullet hole is discovered in her favourite sun hat, Hercule Poirot, visiting Cornwall for a quiet holiday with his friend Hastings, abandons his rest to offer his protection. He soon finds himself investigating a murder that has not yet happened, but seems terrifyingly inevitable. The case is a masterclass in Christie's clever plotting. In Lord Edgware Dies, Poirot personally hears the famed actress Jane Wilkinson casually wish her estranged husband gone. When Lord Edgware is found stabbed in his study, the timing seems impossible. Jane was dining with witnesses miles away. With the divorce she wanted finally granted, her motive appears non-existent. Poirot, assisted by the ever-loyal Hastings, senses a sinister theatricality behind the crime, wondering what grim acts might follow this opening scene. The puzzle was hailed as a brilliant showcase of the detective's unique genius and remains a standout in Christie's celebrated body of work. Then comes the legendary murder on the Orient Express. A fierce snowstorm halts the luxurious train in its tracks somewhere in Yugoslavia. Among the unexpectedly full passenger list is an American businessman found dead in his locked compartment. The victim of multiple stab wounds by chance, Hercule Poirot is aboard, having secured a last-minute ticket after concluding some business abroad. This fortuitous placement leads him into one of the most astonishing and morally complex investigations of his entire career. While Christie's stories often stand independently, keen readers might note Poirot is returning from a prior case, a detail that connects to a future adventure in the archaeological digs of the Middle East. If you're looking to hold off just a bit longer before diving into the Orient Express, then Murder in Mesopotamia presents the perfect detour. A word of caution following this path: it's best to avoid reading cards on the table before Orient Express, as Poirot himself rather offhandedly reveals the solution to that famous case. Murder on the Orient Express stands as one of Agatha Christie's most celebrated works, a status earned through its intoxicating setting and brilliantly constructed puzzle, its tasteful nod to the shocking Lindbergh kidnapping case just 2 years earlier, and a wildly popular 1974 film starring Albert Finney, a rare screen adaptation that received a nod, however slight, from the author herself. Dorothy L. Sayers in the Sunday Times called it a murder mystery, conceived and carried out on the finest classical lines. The Saturday Review of Literature found it hard to surpass, while the Times Literary Supplement noted, "Need it be said, the little grey cells solve once more the seemingly insoluble. Mrs. Christie makes an improbable tale very real." 3-act tragedy opens like a theatre programme featuring a telling credit, Illumination by Hercule Poirot. Light is desperately needed on the disastrous dinner party thrown by the famed actor Sir Charles Cartwright for 13 guests. The evening proves especially unlucky for the gentle Reverend Stephen Babington, who chokes and dies after sipping his martini, a glass which later shows no sign of poison, just as there seems to be no motive for his murder. This is merely the first act in a series of meticulously staged deaths, but who is the playwright behind them? The New York Times promised it makes for uncommonly good reading. In Death in the Clouds, from his seat, Hercule Poirot has a nearly perfect vantage point to study his fellow passengers on the short flight from Paris to London. To his right, a lovely young woman is clearly enamored with the man across from her. Ahead, the Countess of Horbury struggles to hide a severe cocaine addiction. Across the aisle, a detective novelist is battling a persistent wasp. Yes, Poirot is positioned to see everything except that the passenger seated directly behind him has slumped over, lifeless, murdered by someone within arm's reach. Now, Poirot must work to clear his own name from the list of suspects. The Times Literary Supplement warned it will be a very acute reader who does not receive a complete surprise at the end. The ABC Murders marks the return of Captain Arthur Hastings, who narrates this account of a killer taunting Mr. Clever Poirot. The murderer, calling himself ABC, leaves a copy of the ABC Rail Guide beside each victim, seemingly working his way alphabetically through English towns and daring the detective to keep pace. Serialized in the Daily Express, the story became a national sensation, with readers racing to solve the puzzle alongside the famous Belgian. It remains a brilliantly fresh and thrilling challenge, securing its place as an absolute essential in Christie's library. Julian Simmons hailed it as a masterwork of carefully concealed artifice, most stunningly original, and the Sunday Times declared, "There is no more cunning player of the murder game than Agatha Christie." Nurse Amy Leatheran never had much interest in the so-called mysterious East, yet she finds herself accepting a post at a remote archaeological dig in the Iraqi desert to care for the wife of a renowned archaeologist. Mrs. Leidner is plagued by terrifying visions and a consuming dread, confessing to her nurse in a moment of sheer panic, "I'm afraid of being killed." The desert isolation, far from offering peace, seems to amplify every whisper and shadow, pulling Nurse Leatheran into a web of fear she never anticipated. Her fear, as it turns out, is entirely justified, and Nurse Leatheran quickly finds herself with no one left to nurse. By a stroke of fate, the world's most celebrated detective is nearby. Having just wrapped up a case in Syria and intrigued by reports of the archaeological excavation near Hassaniya, Hercule Poirot arrives on the scene just in time to take charge of a murder inquiry that will push his famous little grey cells to their limit, all set in a region already steeped in tales of treachery and ancient violence. The New York Times praised the novel as a sleek, inventive, and utterly captivating read. In Cards on the Table, Agatha Christie sets forth a unique challenge in her foreword, stating that the solution must be purely psychological, for in the end it is the murderer's mind that holds the greatest fascination. This principle is at the very heart of what keeps her mysteries feeling vibrant and compelling decades later. The story is often considered her most ingenious puzzle, and even Poirot himself regards it as a personal favourite. The detective is among 8 guests invited to a dinner party by the ostentatious Mr. Shaitana. The guest list is a curious mix: Superintendent Battle of Scotland Yard, the Secret Service's Colonel Race, the eccentric mystery novelist Mrs. Ariadne Oliver, and most unusually, 4 individuals Shaitana privately believes have gotten away with murder. The evening's entertainment is bridge, with the 4 investigators at one table and the 4 suspects at another, while Shaitana watches from his armchair by the hearth. He watches, that is, until he is found stabbed to death. What follows is the ultimate locked-room mystery, posing 2 thrilling questions. Which guest is the killer, and which of the experts will crack the case? Readers should note, Poirot offhandedly discloses the culprit from murder on the Orient Express during this story. The Daily Mail hailed it as the most cleverly constructed murder story of her career. Mrs. Christie's ingenuity has never been sharper. The collection Murder in the Mews leads with a novella of the same name, where Poirot and his friend Inspector Japp look into a death staged to look like suicide. In the incredible theft, the loss of vital military documents is blamed on supernatural forces, an absurd notion Poirot is all too ready to debunk. Then, in Dead Man's Mirror, a gunshot that kills Gervais Chevenix's gore also shatters a looking-glass, providing Poirot with the critical reflection he needs to solve the crime. Finally, in Triangle at Rhodes, Poirot's holiday on a sun-drenched Mediterranean beach is interrupted by trouble in the form of the glamorous Valentine Chantry, then celebrating her latest matrimonial venture, her 5th. The Daily Mail found that all 4 stories provide superb diversion. Mrs. Christie's conclusions are both surprising and gratifying. Dumb Witness is Agatha Christie's affectionate gift to fellow dog enthusiasts, a passion she shared and acknowledged by dedicating the book to her own beloved pet. The story is narrated chiefly by Captain Arthur Hastings in his next-to-last case with Poirot, but it also features insights from the titular witness, Bob, a clever wire-haired terrier who, after a thoughtful appraisal, decides Poirot lacks a proper affinity for canines. Poirot has been summoned to look into the seemingly natural passing of Bob's owner, the elderly Miss Emily Arundel. It only seems natural because a letter from Miss Emily expressing her fear that a relative was trying to murder her reached Poirot a full 2 months after her death, too late for prevention. Undeterred, Poirot and Bob team up to uncover the truth, with the terrier ultimately finding a joyful new life with Captain Hastings, who Bob deems a perfectly satisfactory doggy person. A word to the wise, this novel casually reveals the criminals from several prior Poirot cases, including the mysterious affair at Styles and the murder of Roger Ackroyd, so it's best enjoyed after those. The Glasgow Herald called it one of Poirot's most masterful deductions. Hercule Poirot's attempt at a peaceful vacation is once again thwarted in Agatha Christie's beloved novel Death on the Nile. This time, his journey aboard the steamship Karnak, cruising the historic river between the first and second cataracts, is shattered when the young heiress, Lynette Ridgway, is found shot through the head. Surrounded by a boat full of potential killers, the retired detective finds an unexpected ally in Colonel Race of British intelligence. It's worth noting that a later film adaptation featured Peter Ustinov stepping into the role of the famous Belgian sleuth. The Daily Mail simply called the original book flawless. The scene then shifts to the stark beauty of the Middle East in appointment with death. The announcement of a domineering matriarch's death in Petra brings not grief, but a palpable sense of release to her family. Poirot, touring from Jerusalem to the Dead Sea, finds the old woman's body bearing only a tiny mark on her wrist. Racing against a strict deadline, he remembers a chilling fragment of conversation overheard earlier, a phrase suggesting her murder was a grim necessity. One critic claimed this mystery was twice as brilliant as its celebrated predecessor, for her brother-in-law, who yearned for less academic and more visceral thrills, Christie crafted Hercule Poirot's Christmas. From its opening quote from Macbeth, the story delivers a bloody holiday spectacle. The tyrannical Simeon Lee is discovered with his throat slashed on Christmas Eve, turning a tense family gathering into a cage of suspicion. Visiting his friend Colonel Johnson, Poirot enters a house where everyone seems secretly relieved by the death. Readers should be warned, however, that a casual chat within these pages casually gives away the solution to an earlier Poirot case, three-act tragedy. In Sad Cyprus, the courtroom drama centres on Eleanor Carlyle, who stands accused of poisoning her romantic rival Mary Gerard. The case against her seems overwhelming, with motive, means, and opportunity all neatly aligned. Amid the hostile atmosphere, only Hercule Poirot can discern the truth and prevent a tragic miscarriage of justice. Biographer Charles Osborne praised this novel for its realism and its powerful, unsettling focus on a potentially innocent woman facing the gallows. Finally, a sinister nursery rhyme guides the action in 1-2, Buckle My Shoe. The investigation begins with the suspicious death of a Harley Street dentist, an event that also implicates him in a patient's murder. Having been in the dentist's chair himself that very day, Poirot senses a deeper conspiracy. The clue of a shoe buckle becomes crucial as he races to decipher the rhyme's pattern before the killer completes the grim tally. The question hangs in the air: can he lay the facts straight before the next verse concludes with another death? The New York Times praised it as a relentless ride of tension that builds to a stunning conclusion. In Evil Under the Sun, there was a quality about her that rendered every other woman on the shoreline pale and unremarkable. As if by magnetic force, the gaze of every man present was captured and held. This included Hercule Poirot's own appreciative eye. She is Arlena Stewart, the celebrated actress, who, like the renowned detective, is taking a summer vacation on Smuggler's Island. She becomes a familiar vision, lounging on the sun-drenched beach, until one crystal-clear morning when her lifeless, bronzed form is found in a secluded inlet, lying in the shadows. She has been strangled. Poirot, whose attempts at relaxation are famously ill-fated, discovers through his inquiries that almost every guest at this secluded retreat has some link to Arlena. But who possessed both the opportunity and the compelling reason to end her life? It's worth noting that the filmmakers behind Murder on the Orient Express and Death on the Nile produced a screen adaptation of Evil Under the Sun in 1982, once again featuring Peter Ustinov as Poirot. The Daily Telegraph declared, "Christie has never surpassed this novel, which represents the pinnacle of detective fiction." The Times Literary Supplement noted, "Christie detonates her secret with explosive force," while the Sunday Times called it lively and delightful. A monumental success upon its release, with its first edition selling 20,000 copies rapidly. 5 Little Pigs, published in America as Murder in Retrospect, delves into a murder committed 16 years in the past. Carla Crail persuades Hercule Poirot to re-examine the case that condemned her mother, Caroline, to life imprisonment, where she later died. Caroline had been convicted of poisoning her separated husband, Carla's father, the renowned painter Amyas Crail. Poirot focuses his attention on 5 surviving suspects, convincing each to speak with him and set down their personal recollections of the distant tragedy. Masterfully weaving together past and present, memory and fact, the pursuit of truth and active efforts to obscure it, 5 Little Pigs stands alone. Remarkably, years before Akira Kurosawa's acclaimed film popularized the Rashomon effect, Agatha Christie was already guiding her audience to examine a crime through multiple conflicting viewpoints and to ponder the frustrating inconsistencies that arise. Thankfully, the fastidious Belgian detective has no patience for inconsistencies. Hercule Poirot trades in exactitudes, and he will unmask the genuine murderer. The Observer wrote, "As always, Mrs. Christie leads the reader by the nose to one of her spectacular final revelations. The Times literary supplement simply stated, "The solution is ingenious." A theatrical murder scenario arranged for Poirot's entertainment at the Hollow, the country home of Lady Lucy Anquetel, takes a disastrous turn. The lady had invited the great detective as her guest of honour. The plan was for Dr. John Christo to be shot by his wife, Gerda, and to die in a puddle of crimson paint. But the gunshot that rings out is all too real, and Dr. Christo's dying breath utters a name that is not his wife's, Henrietta. What was meant to be a serene weekend in the countryside swiftly transforms into one of Poirot's most perplexing investigations, unveiling a tangled network of romantic entanglements among the residents of the Hollow. On a related note, the enduring fame of the Mousetrap often overshadows Christie's other theatrical hits. A stage adaptation of The Hollow was one such success, premiering in Cambridge in 1951 and enjoying a run of over a year in London's West End. Interestingly, Poirot does not appear in the play. The distinctive Belgian with the formidable persona was replaced by a thoroughly nondescript inspector from Scotland Yard. In her memoir, Agatha Christie reflects that she almost considered swapping the detective in The Hollow, feeling its characters were vibrant enough to stand alone. Yet fans of Hercule Poirot, both when the novel first became a major bestseller and now, would certainly disagree. The San Francisco Chronicle praised the book, calling it a grade A plot, the best Christie in years. The Labours of Hercules, 1967, begins with an academic, Dr. Burton enjoying Poirot's fine wine and making a casually dismissive comment about the detective's modern methods. This sparks in Poirot a rather grand and stubborn idea to undertake 12 final, extraordinarily difficult cases, mirroring the mythological labours of Hercules before he truly retires. Each case tests his brilliant mind as severely as the ancient tasks tested physical strength, making this collection a standout in Christie's work. Of course, solving them all doesn't quite bring the peaceful retirement he envisions. The Sunday Express called them 12 little masterpieces of detection, while Marjorie Allingham remarked that Christie was essentially the only living writer of the true classic detective story. The San Francisco Chronicle described it as a finely shaped book, richly devious and quite brilliant, taken at the flood, 1948, opens with a sudden twist of fortune. Gordon Claude marries the charming widow Rosaline Underhay, only to perish soon after in an air raid, leaving her his entire estate. A pervasive post-war bitterness settles over the Claude family, a mood so thick it seems to seep into Poirot's own apartment when a relative of the deceased arrives. Claiming spiritual guidance, she declares Rosaline's first husband might still be alive. Skeptical of seances, but intrigued by Rosaline's reputation, Poirot's interest is sealed when a man named Enoch Arden dies under mysterious circumstances near the Claude home. Poirot journeys to Walmsley Vale, not merely to uncover a potential murderess, but perhaps to prevent another untimely death. This novel also introduces Superintendent Spence, who becomes a recurring ally. Elizabeth Bowen in The Tatler noted Christie's gift for blending the cozy with the macabre, and the New York Herald Tribune simply advised, "Don't miss it." Mrs. McGinty's Dead, 1952, takes its title from a grim nursery rhyme which echoes the brutal reality of a poor woman killed in her Broadhinny cottage. The killer's frantic search under the floorboards suggests a motive beyond simple robbery, but the evidence condemns her unpleasant lodger, James Bentley. Superintendent Spence, doubting the easy verdict, implores Poirot to find the truth and save an innocent man from the gallows. In a delightful twist, the eccentric crime novelist Ariadne Oliver returns, inserting herself into the investigation with her usual chaotic energy. The Sunday Times found it so simple, so economical, so completely baffling, while the New York Times hailed it as the best Poirot since Cards on the Table, following her brother Richard Abernethy's funeral. Mrs. Cora Lanskinate, who was known for her unfortunate habit of uttering the most inappropriate remarks, made a statement that would prove fatally accurate. In front of the family lawyer, Mr. Entwistle and the gathered Abernethy relatives, all eager to hear the details of Richard's substantial will, Cora suggested bluntly that her brother had been murdered. This final social misstep earned her a fatal blow from a hatchet. Desperate to avoid another scandal involving a client, Entwistle seeks the expertise of Hercule Poirot to navigate a family situation made perilous by a killer, a classic Christie scenario perfectly suited to the great detective. One contemporary review noted it kept readers guessing incorrectly until the final page. A series of petty thefts at a London student hostel would typically be beneath the notice of Hercule Poirot. However, when the disorder disrupts the efficiency of his impeccable secretary, Miss Lemon, whose sister manages the hostel, he reluctantly agrees to investigate. His interest transforms into fascination when he examines the peculiar inventory of missing and damaged items: a stethoscope, a pair of worn trousers, a rucksack deliberately slashed, and a diamond ring discovered submerged in a tureen of soup. Poirot declares it a uniquely intriguing problem, but this beautiful puzzle soon reveals a darker side as the petty crimes escalate to murder. Critics praised the novel's surprising twists, noting that even long-time fans would be caught off guard. When society hosts Sir George and Lady Stubbs plan a village fete featuring a staged murder mystery, they enlist the famous crime novelist Ariadne Oliver to design the game. As the event approaches, Ariadne is plagued by a growing and unshakable feeling of genuine menace. Trusting her instincts, she summons her friend Hercule Poirot to the Dartmoor estate. Her apprehension is tragically validated when the pretend crime provides cover for a real homicide, leaving Poirot to solve a puzzle of diabolical ingenuity, a hallmark of the author's work that reviewers consistently celebrated for its brilliant construction. Political turmoil in the Middle Eastern state of Ramat sends dangerous ripples to Meadowbank, an exclusive and tranquil girls' school in the English countryside. The reforming ruler, Prince Ali Yusuf, foreseeing his overthrow, entrusts a fortune in jewels to his friend and pilot, Bob Rawlinson. Rawlinson secretly hides the gems among the belongings of his niece, Jennifer Sutcliffe, who is departing for Meadowbank, but is killed before he can explain. Someone, however, suspects the schoolgirl is an unwitting smuggler. When violence invades the school's peaceful grounds, Hercule Poirot is called upon to find a killer and recover the treasure. The novel is noted for introducing the shadowy financier Mr. Robinson, a character who would later appear in other Christie stories. Reviewers found it immensely enjoyable, a demonstration of a master technician operating at the peak of her powers. In a festive foreword, Agatha Christie presents this collection as a chef's selection of stories, reminiscing fondly about the Christmases of her youth spent at Abney Hall. The collection features Hercule Poirot in a seasonal setting, confronted with a mystery involving the traditional Christmas pudding. While the author herself enjoyed Christmases free from homicide, her celebrated detective was not so fortunate, as seen in other tales like Hercule Poirot's Christmas. In the featured novella, Poirot finds himself reluctantly attending a traditional holiday gathering in the English countryside. He experiences all the expected festivities, yet the season takes a grim turn with the discovery of a woman's body in the snow, a Kurdish dagger leaving a vivid red stain upon her white fur stole. This collection includes the novella, The Adventure of the Christmas Pudding, alongside the stories The Mystery of the Spanish Chest, the novella The Underdog, 4 and 20 Blackbirds, The Dream, and a Miss Marple case titled Greenshaw's Folly. A reviewer noted the irresistible buoyant charm of a perfect Christmas story in these pages. In The Clocks, typist Sheila Webb arrives at a residence on Wilbraham Crescent in the coastal town of Crowdean for a new assignment. Instead of a client, she encounters a meticulously dressed corpse surrounded by 5 timepieces. The blind homeowner, Mrs. Pebmarsh, denies any knowledge of summoning Sheila or owning so many clocks, and neither woman recognizes the deceased. By chance, Colin Lamb, a young intelligence analyst involved in a separate inquiry at a nearby naval installation, is present following Sheila's grim discovery. Lamb realizes the bizarre scene demands a singular investigative mind, and he calls upon his friend and mentor, Hercule Poirot. Critics hailed it as a detective story of the grand tradition, praising its superlative ingenuity and gripping narrative. Poirot's breakfast is disrupted in Third Girl by a young woman seeking advice about a murder she might have committed. However, upon meeting the detective, she panics and vanishes. She shared an apartment with 2 other women, and as Poirot, assisted by crime novelist Ariadne Oliver, delves into the life of this mysterious third tenant, he uncovers disturbing whispers of weapons and violence. Even if no murder occurred, something is profoundly amiss, requiring all of Poirot's legendary cunning to determine whether the girl is a criminal, a victim, or someone losing her grip on reality. Reviewers found it a first-class display of mesmerizing cleverness. Ariadne Oliver attends a Halloween party in Halloween Party, where one of the guests, a notoriously unpleasant girl named Joyce, is fond of spinning wild tales about witnessing murders. When Joyce is found drowned during an apple-bobbing game, Mrs. Oliver begins to question the fiction in the girl's claims. Determining which guest wanted her silenced is a task for Hercule Poirot, yet the investigation is complicated by a community convinced the death was a tragic accident, not murder. The result was declared a thundering success and a personal triumph for the detective. The puzzle in Elephants Can Remember concerns the Ravenscrofts, a couple who appeared balanced and placid. 12 years prior, they were found dead in an apparent murder-suicide, though the sequence who shot whom remained unclear as both their fingerprints were on the weapon. The case lingers with Ariadne Oliver, a friend of the couple, who enlists an aging but brilliantly sharp Hercule Poirot to uncover the truth. As the proverb says, old sins cast long shadows, and Poirot's mind remains agile enough to pursue them into the deepest darkness, revealing secrets people believed were long buried, as Poirot, Mrs. Oliver, and Superintendent Spence delve back into the cold case files. They are poised to uncover a truth that will shake them to their core. Poirot's memory, ever reliable, whispers a warning. Criminal patterns, much like the cycles of history, have a haunting way of echoing through time. The Times hailed the work as nothing less than splendid in Poirot's early cases. We are granted a window into the detective's formative years, observing the honing of those legendary grey cells. The majority of these 18 tales come to us through the familiar voice of Captain Arthur Hastings, including what is believed to be the very first Poirot short story, The Affair at the Victory Ball, set shortly after the events at Styles. Poirot himself takes up the narrative in 2 instances, recounting past exploits to his friend. One such story, The Chocolate Box, returns to his early career with the Belgian police, detailing the investigation he considers his most profound misstep, where his mental faculties utterly failed him. Yet, throughout this captivating collection, those same grey cells are typically in dazzling form, presenting puzzles that dare the reader to match wits with the master at every unexpected junction. The collection includes such classics as The Adventure of the Clapham Cook, The Cornish Mystery, The Double Clue, and The Le Mesurier Inheritance, among others. The Sunday Express praised it as superb vintage Christie. The final chapter arrives with Curtin, Poirot's last case, narrated once more by Captain Hastings. Here, the detective who first appeared as a retired gentleman in the mysterious affair at Styles makes a solemn declaration: this will be his final investigation. He promises it will also be his most fascinating, confronting a criminal genius, known only as X, whose technique is so sublime that he has managed to outmaneuver even Hercule Poirot. The setting circles back poetically to Styles Court, now a guest house, where X, a murderer 5 times over and still active, lurks. In this poignant finale, Poirot meets his end, but not before leaving his dear friend Hastings with a revelation that will forever alter his understanding of justice and friendship. Notably, upon the novel's publication, the New York Times honored the fictional detective with a front-page obituary, an unprecedented tribute for a character of fiction. Agatha Christie had crafted this last case during the war, securing it until her own career concluded. Time magazine celebrated it as first-rate Christie, fast, complicated, and wryly funny. In a related reflection, Charles Osborne notes that Murder on the Orient Express, written during an archaeological dig and dedicated to her husband Max Mallowan, stands as one of Christie's most beloved and audacious puzzles, confined almost entirely to the famed train, a mode of travel she had long romanticized before experiencing it. The novel delivers a solution of breathtaking boldness. Much later, she would write about how the sight of the Orient Express, standing at Calais during her travels to France, Spain, or Italy, had always stirred a deep longing in her to climb aboard. Her own journey to and from Arpaschia in 1933 was largely made on that very train, and she later told an interviewer this first-hand experience allowed her to verify every detail for her story. She recalled checking the placement of switches on the return trip, having noted them mentally on the way out. Her attention to such specifics was so precise that one dedicated reader, after finishing her book, reportedly made the journey himself, just to confirm its accuracy. The literary sleight of hand Christie executes here arguably outshines even the famous twist in The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. While the plot's secret is now widely known, especially after the acclaimed 1974 film adaptation, devoted fans generally uphold an unspoken rule against spoiling the revelation for newcomers. This courtesy ensures future readers can still test their deductive skills against the author's brilliant cunning. It's no great spoiler to note that Christie's inspiration for Murder on the Orient Express was twofold: the train's romantic allure, which had captivated her for years before she ever rode it, and the harrowing real-life tragedy of the Lindbergh kidnapping in 1932. The audacious solution to the mystery was first suggested to her by her husband, Max Mallowan. While the renowned American crime writer Raymond Chandler famously scorned this resolution, his was a rare dissenting voice. In a curious move, Christie herself hinted at the ending 2 years later in another Poirot novel, Cards on the Table. Without giving it away, the solution, while perhaps unlikely, masterfully explains a prior improbability in the narrative. Poirot presents 2 theories to M. Book of the Wagon Lit Company, one more plausible than the other, and leaves the choice between them to his friend. This leads to a profound moral dilemma about whether to let the perpetrator go free, revealing that Poirot, and by extension Christie, could condone extrajudicial action when the legal system fails to deliver true justice. This theme reappears decades later in her play The Unexpected Guest, showing a consistent, if controversial, philosophical thread, a belief that under certain extreme circumstances justice might rightly be administered outside the courtroom. The classic murder mystery thrives on isolation, a stranded ocean liner, a snowbound manor, or, as here, a train stalled in a blizzard. Trains possess a unique fascination, particularly the glamorous international expresses, and none were more iconic than the Orient Express, now a cherished memory. A nostalgic service calling itself the Venice Simplon Orient Express, using some original carriages, did resume in 1982. Christie's novel was not the first to use this legendary setting. Maurice de Cobra's The Madonna of the Sleeping Cars, 1927, and Graham Greene's Stamboul Train, 1932, preceded it. Ironically, Greene's book was retitled Orient Express for American publication, while Christie's was published there as Murder in the Calais Coach, perhaps a deliberate move to avoid market confusion. Upon its initial release, Murder on the Orient Express was met with widespread and enthusiastic critical praise. The celebrated author Compton Mackenzie, writing in the London Daily Mail, hailed the novel as a splendid specimen of its kind. Even Dorothy L. Sayers, Agatha Christie's formidable contemporary in detective fiction, praised it in the Sunday Times as a homicide puzzle constructed with impeccable classical precision. Reviewing the U.S. release Time magazine observed, drawing inspiration from America's infamous Lindbergh case, the writer places the master villain aboard a snow-stranded express train in Yugoslavia. By fortunate happenstance, the meticulous and portly Hercule Poirot is also a passenger. Evidence is scattered throughout the compartments. Alibis appear solid and numerous, yet nothing baffles the brilliant detective who, after outlining multiple possibilities to his captive audience of two, retreats with characteristic humility. The adaptation of Murder on the Orient Express to film did not occur until 1974, when it shattered records as the highest-grossing British film to date, earning profits exceeding £20 million. Produced by EMI under John Brabourne and Richard Goodwin, with Sidney Lumet directing, the picture featured a constellation of stars. Albert Finney portrayed Poirot with Richard Widmark as the murdered Ratchett, Lauren Bacall as the voluble Mrs. Hubbard, and Wendy Hiller as the imperious Princess Dragomirov. The cast further included Rachel Roberts, Michael York, Jacqueline Bisset, Vanessa Redgrave, Sean Connery, and Ingrid Bergman, who won an Academy Award for her role as Greta Olsen. Martin Balsam played M. Book, renamed Bianchi for the screen, while John Gielgud appeared as the valet, here called Beddoes. This lavish production stood in stark contrast to the modestly budgeted Christie films of the 1930s. Filmed in vivid colour with opulent style, it was enormously enjoyable, though the parade of familiar faces sometimes overshadowed the narrative tension. Finney immersed himself in the role with the aid of remarkable prosthetics, yet the other luminaries remained instantly recognizable. The train itself, meticulously recreated at Elstree Studios by designer Tony Walton, using authentic carriages borrowed from a Paris museum, nearly became the film's central character. Paul Den's script remained remarkably faithful to the book. Max Mallowan noted that Agatha Christie, typically critical of cinematic interpretations of her work, offered a somewhat reluctant approval on this occasion. A review in the London Times called the film affectionately true to its origin, operating precisely at the level of an Agatha Christie novel, requiring the same willing suspension of disbelief. Christie herself remarked, "It was a very handsome production, save for one error I cannot bring myself to overlook. My detective, Hercule Poirot, was described as having the finest moustache in England, and Albert Finney did not sport it. I found that a profound disappointment. Why deny him that distinction? Agatha Christie stands as the most published author in history. Her works translated into more languages and sold in greater numbers than those of any other writer, surpassed only by the Bible and the plays of William Shakespeare. She penned 80 detective novels and collections of short stories, alongside 19 plays and 6 romantic novels published under the pseudonym Mary Westmacott. Her literary journey began with The Mysterious Affair at Styles, written while she served as a volunteer nurse during the First World War. This debut introduced the world to the meticulous Belgian sleuth Hercule Poirot, a character who would rival the fame of Sherlock Holmes. After several rejections, the novel was finally published in 1920. By 1926, Christie was producing a book a year, and that year she delivered her masterpiece, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. This novel inaugurated her historic 50-year partnership with the publisher William Collins, a collaboration that yielded more than 70 titles. It was also the first of her stories to be adapted for the stage, enjoying a successful London run under the title Alibi. Her most legendary play, The Mousetrap, opened in 1952 and continues its record-breaking performance in London's West End to this day. Honoured as a dame in 1971, Christie passed away in 1976, yet her literary output continued posthumously with bestsellers like Sleeping Murder, her autobiography, and several short story collections. In a curious twist, her play Black Coffee was adapted into a novel in 1998 by her biographer Charles Osborne. Her vast catalogue, a testament to a lifetime of ingenious plotting, includes the beloved cases of Hercule Poirot and Miss Marple, The Adventures of Tommy and Tuppence, and her more personal Westmacott novels, ensuring her stories of mystery and human nature endure for every new generation of readers. The celebrated mystery novel Murder on the Orient Express was penned by the legendary author Agatha Christie. The copyright for this work is held by Agatha Christie Limited. An accompanying essay by Charles Osborne is adapted from his comprehensive study, The Life and Crimes of Agatha Christie, and is included here with permission. All rights are protected under international copyright agreements. Access to this digital edition is granted for personal reading only. No portion may be copied, shared, or altered by any method without explicit written authorization from the publisher, Perfect Bound, a trademark of HarperCollins Publishers. This electronic version was prepared using the definitive Agatha Christie Signature Edition as its source. The novel was originally released in London. Publisher information is provided for various international offices, including those in Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and the United States. For further details regarding Agatha Christie's available ebooks, one can visit the publisher's official website. The concluding notes reference Christie's own autobiography and a biographical work by Gwen Robbins. For readers fascinated by the history of the iconic train itself, from its inaugural journey in 1883 through its storied service, the volume Orient Express by Michael Barsley is recommended as a detailed resource.